They are the elections promising to change the face of British politics. Millions of votes, thousands of seats, 3 nations. The biggest set of results since the general election. This is Vote 2026. Counting is underway. We'll be with you through the night with all the twists and turns as the results come in. With the polls predicting big losses for Labour and leadership contenders circling, can Sir Keir Starmer survive? The Conservatives also braced for a bruising with significant losses expected for Kemi Badenoch's party. So can Reform, the Greens and the Nationalist parties convert surging support into real gains and bring an end to the UK's traditional politics? Hello there, I'm Jonathan Samuels. Thank you for joining us for this Vote 2026 special programme. Tens of millions of ballots have been cast in elections across England, Scotland and Wales. The results could be decisive, with all the parties facing their biggest test since the general election. The polls predict a dire night for Labour, leaving the Prime Minister's leadership hanging in the balance come morning. Well, counting is underway in 46 of the 136 local authorities in England up for grabs, with the first results expected within the hour. Votes in mayoral races, as well as in the contests for the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Senedd, will begin counting later this morning. We'll bring you all the results as they come in. You'll see them at the bottom of your screen. And we'll be live with our correspondents at the counts and our experts here in the studio in just a moment. First, let's get a sense of what's at stake and how we got here.
You have given us a clear mandate. The work of change begins immediately to restore service and respect to politics.
All the questions are about Peter Mandelson.
Are you considering opposition?
That I wasn't told that Peter Mandelson had failed security vetting is staggering.
The leadership in Downing Street has to change.
Unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Are you the problem?
Do you have much faith in politicians?
Disgusted.
They're letting everybody down.
Get rid of Starmer, two-faced, conniving weasel.
I don't see how he survives that set of elections and stays on.
Kemi Badenoch, welcome to the scrap heap.
There are no safe seats for any party. You have to fight for every vote.
Does it annoy you when journalists ask you about, Zach Polanski and the Greens?
I couldn't be more relaxed.
I think we're doing very, very well.
Do you think you've got a Trump problem?
No.
You don't?
No.
Labour has dominated Welsh politics, but that could be all about to change.
I think MPs will be watching the capital very closely. Keir Starmer, his future depends on what happens there.
Whatever the results, you're not going anywhere.
No.
So the stage is set. With us through the night to help interpret what's happening are the former Conservative Chancellor, Nadhim Zahawi, who is now a member of Reform UK, and the Labour peer, Baroness Ayesha Hazarika. And our political correspondents are at key counts across England as we unpack what the results mean for the future of all the parties. And here with me in the studio all night is our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, great to see you. And the Prime Minister's political future hangs in the balance.
That's right. Nearly 30 million people are eligible to vote in the Council, the Holyrood and the Senedd elections that have been taking place today. Turnout's high, I'm told, which is worrying Labour even more. The big picture is we expect a further set of inroads into multi-party politics, the Reform, the Greens doing well, the Lib Dems, SNP in Scotland, Plaid in Wales, but really this is all about Labour and the Prime Minister. The biggest story of the night is just how badly is the governing party suffering, and is the reason for its problems the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer? There are discussions, I can tell you, Jonathan, in the Cabinet about what to do with the Prime Minister whether or not to go to him and say, your time is up. Reports this evening in The Times that Ed Miliband has started that conversation with him, that notably aren't denied, even if the account is disputed in ways that we're not told. But that conversation, I can tell you, is much wider than just Ed Miliband. It's going on right now, be it in the Cabinet, be it in large parts of the party. Everyone's holding their breath, though. There isn't a plot ready for the morning, but there's also going to be an emotional spasm of reaction to this. People that earlier today were telling me he'll hang on are now looking at councillors about to be wiped out in their thousands, asking, actually, shouldn't something be done sooner rather than later?
OK, Sam, it's going to be fascinating. Let's hear what the Prime Minister did have to say, because he has tweeted to all the Labour members and volunteers who have supported local campaigns across the country. Thank you. Together, we will build a stronger and fairer Britain, the words of Sir Keir Starmer after polls closed. Well, let's go to some of the key areas which will give us a sense of how these elections might go. We'll go live to our political correspondent Alex Rogers in Duckenfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester in a moment. But first, to our chief political correspondent John Craig, who's in Basildon in Essex. Hello, John. What should we be looking out for then in coming hours where you are?
Well, Jonathan, in the past half hour or so, it's become clear that we could be on the brink of perhaps a storming victory for Reform UK here. Now, the arithmetic on the council at the moment, there are 42 councillors, 14 being elected tonight. Labour are defending 6 seats, Conservatives 4. But it does look as though it's possible, and there are claims from Reform councillors, that they might win all 14. Now, the leader of the Reform UK group here in Basildon is Sam Genet, and he is very confident, I can tell you. He's saying that there's going to be change. He says people were queuing up out of the polling stations, high turnout, obviously, and there's going to be a new administration, Reform leading it. Now, what that means is not necessarily Reform having an absolute majority of the 42, but Reform could well become tonight the biggest party in the council. The Tories are despondent here. Their deputy leader, a councillor called Kevin Blake, has said that this election, national issues have influenced this election. But if what Mr. Genet, Councillor Genet, is predicting is correct, and that the turnout is very high, and that he's confident that they might get all 14 of these seats being contested here. He says that they were hoping perhaps 8 or 10, they might get all 14. That is just speculation. It's a claim being made by Reform here, but the mood here is very much that we are on the brink, perhaps, of a very big breakthrough for Reform UK here in Basildon. And, of course, that could be followed by big gains throughout this county of Essex.
OK, John, thank you. Our political correspondent Alex Rogers is in Duckenfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester. So Labour has controlled the council where you are for decades. Is that about to change?
Could well be, Jonathan. There's a bit of a pause in counting, so it's a little bit quieter, but things will pick up soon, I'm sure. And there's already been a big shift in the past hour. The last hour, Reform sources are saying it was too close to call, and they were neck and neck with Labour. But now they seem more confident. We could see a clean sweep here. They could take 17 or 18 of the 19 wards that Labour are defending in this election. It's just worth reminding everyone that there's only a third of seats up for grabs, so we won't see Reform take a majority, but what we could see happen is Labour lose control of this council, which they have held since 1979. That would be a big deal. This is Angela Rayner's backyard, after all. Turning to the Green Party, sources here were telling me they thought they might pick up some wards in Denton, given Hannah Spencer's win in the Gorton and Denton by-election. But it looks as though that has not transpired from what we can tell, and it's Reform who's storming ahead in those areas. Pretty glum-looking Labour councillors as well milling around the hall tonight. I asked one councillor how it was looking, and all he could do was shrug his shoulders.
OK, Alex, for the moment, thank you very much. We will be speaking to you throughout the night. Well, let's bring in our panel of political heavyweights, the Labour peer Baroness Aisha Hazarika and the former Conservative Chancellor Nadeem Zahawi, who is now a member of Reform UK. Great to have you both with us. Are you ready for a long night? We're here for a few hours.
We'll do our best.
We're up for it. Excellent. Aisha, it's going to be a huge test, isn't it, the next 24, 48 hours, not only for Labour and the government, but of course for Sir Keir Starmer as well.
Absolutely. You know, who would have thought just when Labour won that huge landslide majority in 2024 that, you know, just 2 years later would be facing these very, very tough times. But I think we have to be honest, these are going to be a very, very difficult and challenging set of elections. I think there will be pressure on the Prime Minister, but let's see what happens. But I think Sam said something very important earlier. He used the word emotional. And I think that there's been a lot of expectation management about the fact that it is challenging times for the government. What is going to be very difficult to price in, as they say, is the emotional fallout of councillors and councils that Labour have held for a long time. But I think taking a step back, this is also a bigger moment for British politics where we are, I think, seeing a reshaping of the political landscape. This is, I think, the end of the dominance of two-party politics in Britain.
Absolutely. Well, we've got our first results. It's just come in. First ward result has been declared. It's in Chorley East. 1 seat gained by Reform from Labour. So, Nadeem, we are underway. How historic do you think these elections are going to be?
Well, I think what is clearly happening is that Reform is the only serious national party. Both the Conservatives have obviously fallen back. Labour is going to have a terrible night. They could lose a third of their councillors. That's going to be the big story. But I think there's another story here, which is what is happening in Essex, because that is Kemi Badenoch's backyard, that is James Cleverly's backyard, and it looks like we're going to do well in Essex, very well in Essex. And therefore, I think this is happening around the country. The country is yearning for reform, for real change, on immigration, on the economy, on the madness of net zero. And I see Ed Miliband's on the front page of the Times. What has been extraordinary, and it reminded me of the final year of Conservative government, is the complete breakdown in discipline in the Labour cabinet. Not just the Labour Party and the Labour Parliamentary Party, in cabinet. They're briefing against one another through the whole day today. You would have thought that on polling day, they'd managed to hold it together. And it just feels like Ed Miliband's going to play the Gordon Brown role to sort of Keir's, Tony Blair, where he's going to force him to put a date on when he leaves. It's chaos, and I think the country will see a turquoise wave coming through. We'll be probably the party of opposition in Scotland. We're going to do very well in Wales. All those counts are to come tomorrow. There's the rise of the nationalists, but also the one major party that can now speak for the whole country is Reform. And I think that bears incredibly well for politics. Nigel, by the way, began campaigning about more than a month out before every other leader of the other parties even began to think about these elections. And he hasn't stopped. I mean, he has absolutely been full on the campaign trail, and it will pay off tonight. OK, we shall see. Thank you both for the moment. We will return to you shortly. Let's go back to Sam. So, Sam, put all this into context for us. What should we be looking for tonight and, indeed, over the next couple of days?
Well, let's look at some of the results that we're going to be seeing through the evening. If you come over to the screen behind me, you can see all of the different races that we've got coming up. Look at this. Across Wales, across England and across Scotland. You can see, as you were mentioning just there, you've got the first red dot, the first result in there. This, through the course of really the next 24 hours, is all going to turn into a multicoloured set of maps. We've just got a lot of results. I think overnight, the main ones we're going to be concentrating on, because the only ones that are counting overnight, is England. All those councils, lots in London, lots across the Red Wall as well, and in the North East as well. And you can see how everything will fill up. Here we have all of the different councils by name, places like Hartlepool. I'm told that's not looking great for Labour, and a second page. So you can see just how many councils there are that will count all the way through the night. Rugby, Wakefield, many areas that have Labour MPs. Just to give you a sense of what's going to happen, this is the timeline. Here we are just after midnight down here, all the way through till 10 o'clock on Friday night, tonight, as it now is. And you can see that up until about 6 a.m, we get quite a lot of results. It's about a third of the results that we get. Then through the morning, there's a pause. That's why the lines don't go up. And then you get the rest of the English council elections all the way through till 10 o'clock tonight. So let's look at what might be a good night and a bad night for the different parties, and we're relying on our political hero, Michael Thrasher, who is beavering away in the room next to us here. He has projected what he thinks would be a good, a bad, an impressive and a terrible night for the various parties. Let's start with Reform. That could be one of the big winners, somewhere between 1,000, over 1,500, be a good going to, as they get closer to 2,000, impressive, above 2,000, great, he thinks. The Greens, well, they'll get, for if there's a good night, just somewhere over 500. Lib Dems, maybe somewhere just a little bit below that. But let's look at the parties that might struggle. And it's the two biggest or main parties in British politics over the last 100 years or so. The Conservative Party, they could be getting losses. If they only lose about 300 seats, that could be a good night for them. Kemi Badenoch arguably going backwards, but the question is how much. But really, we're going to look at Labour. They could be having a night that sees them lose more than 1,500 seats, possibly edging into nearly 2,000 losses. And I think all across the country, that is really tricky. This is a figure that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Last year, when we moved into multi-party politics, one of the big questions is just how many seats do the two main parties lose? And last time, the Conservatives lost 68% of the seats that they were defending. Labour lost 66% of the seats that they are defending. Now, the rumour is, the suggestion this time is that Labour could actually lose a bigger proportion of the seats that they are defending, might even only be able to hang on to 15% of the seats that currently they hold. That would be a truly terrible night for them. It's going to be a big 24 hours in politics, and the consequences, as we were just discussing, are going to be massive. So stay here for the next 24 hours and keep across it.
Great, Sal. I know your iPad is bursting at the seams, full of great content like that. We'll be coming back for plenty more over the next few hours. Thank you very much. So let's return to our panel. Really interesting, isn't it, looking at that? Because we've been doing this a long time, haven't we? And in the old days, you'd be looking at the Conservatives and looking at Labour. But now all our screens are going to have 5 different parties on there because we have entered this new world. What does it mean for you, do you think, multi-party politics?
Well, I think we are in this new world, and it used to be the situation where people felt very frustrated that they just had 2 parties to vote for. And there's also a lot of frustration about first past the post as well, people feeling like their votes didn't count. But I think a number of things have happened over the last few years. First of all, there was huge dissatisfaction with the Conservative government, of which Nadine was a part. Now there is dissatisfaction with the new Labour government. People want change. They don't feel that's happening enough. There are also other issues that are really coming to the fore. We've seen sort of the issues of what's happening in the Middle East with the rise of the independent, Gaza MPs as well. But I also think that tactical voting is also a thing that we've got to look out for, because I think in the absence of proportional representation, certainly at the last big general election, people worked out that if you wanted to knock out a party, in that case it was the Conservatives, you knew how to sort of do it. And I think we're seeing this sort of collision of lots of different things happening in British politics, which is breaking that stranglehold that the 2 big sort of heritage parties, Labour and the Conservatives, used to have. But look, the one thing I would say, and I think this is just a note of caution for all of us, these elections are going to be incredibly important and they're going to be very consequential. But I don't know if you can directly say that you can predict the next general election just on what's going to happen today, because things change. British politics is very febrile at the moment. So that's my only caveat that I would add.
Would you agree with that, Nadine?
So, I think the Conservative Party gave up the mantle of being a truly national party of government. We were nowhere in Scotland. nowhere in Wales, nowhere in our great cities. And I think what we're witnessing now is Labour also giving up the mantle of being a truly representative national party that can speak for the whole country. The only party that's able to do that confidently today is Reform. You look at what will happen tonight and tomorrow in what would have been sort of traditional industrial Labour heartland. I think we're going to make some real inroads. Scotland, Wales, Essex. So the country is yearning for a national party that can deliver, on the cost of living, on the economy, on illegal migration and the massive spike in abuse of the visa system on legal migration, on the craziness of net zero that's costing jobs, costing people their livelihood at the end of the month because energy prices are so high in our country, disproportionately high, especially on businesses as well. We've seen the potteries closing down. All these things have contributed to the fall down of Labour in just under 2 years. You can at least make an argument the Conservatives had quite a good run for about 12 years and then a disastrous last couple of years. And I don't think the nation has forgiven the Conservative for that.
Well, I think we just have to be honest about the fact that, and I'm not going to spin you a line. There have been big, Labour has made many mistakes. It has been a very, very difficult time. Hang on. But they did also get a really, really bad inheritance. Nadine knows how bad the inheritance was because he's now scarpered off to another party. You talk about immigration. Legal immigration absolutely soared because of Boris Johnson, who you supported.
And I put my hand up and
absolutely.
And on the day of my
I just think, and actually, legal migration is now coming down under this Labour government. So I just think I absolutely hear the howl of rage that a lot of people have about mainstream politics. But a lot of people will also think, how is a party actually going to deliver for me at a general election?
Illegal migration is going up under Keir.
You said,
I hear you.
Yes,
I talk about both. I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you. I am genuinely intrigued. Keir had many years to think about what he wants to do with power. What happened? How did he end up just basically being buffeted by events? Not really. And you've just seen earlier, right? No one knows what he stands for. All the polls are consistent.
Well, I mean, I would probably put that question back on you, which is how did the Conservatives mess things up so spectacularly? But how can you just say we made a mess and now you're like?
I'll tell you how.
And the Reform Party
there were far too many people,
a remainder bin for failed Conservatives, including yourself. Right? You've admitted that you got it wrong on immigration. You've admitted that things went out of control in the economy, highest tax take in record. So I just feel it is a little bit rich. If you had not been a part of the Conservative Party. If you were a total believer in reform, you weren't. You spent a long time slagging off reform, slagging off Nigel Farage. You were a big... I like you a lot, but you were a big part of stuff that went wrong with the last Conservative government. I
don't disagree with you.
So I just find it a bit rich to sort of blame everything on Keir Starmer.
I'm not. I'm just saying...
Just a very quick point, and then we're going to move on.
All I'm saying is it's extraordinary that he had all those years to think about power. Then he comes in and energy prices soar, cost of living soars, can't control our borders, illegal migration going up, all these things, you think
and what about those things that happened under the Conservative? I think I get what you're trying to do with the gotcha question. It just doesn't work because you were part of the last administration.
OK, great. Listen, we've got a long night ahead. Correct. Let's not peak too soon.
When I moved to Reform, in my speech, you can go over it, I did apologise to the nation for the mistakes that the last Conservative government made.
Listen, I've got another result that's just come in. Reform have gained a seat from the Conservatives in Brentwood Council. I don't know if we can show you that on the screen. There it is. So you can see there a gain for Reform from the Conservatives in Brentwood.
Shadow Deputy Prime Minister, that's Alex Burkhart's patch.
OK, excellent. All right, Sam, 2 results in already. Both good news for Reform.
Yes, we're at the very early stages.
We really are.
Quite clearly. But look, there is advantage for whichever party is able to spin the narrative in their favour, even at this early moment, and in two very different parts of the country. Reform are picking up seats from two different parties, so they will be pleased at that little win. But look. What I'm getting through the messages that I'm getting from all across the political system is a good deal of worry for the Labour Party in particular. And I think that is going to sustain through the night. And there are some angry Labour MPs out there right now as they anticipate losses to reform across the Red Wall areas, the challenge of the Greens in London, and we'll see a bit of that overnight. And, you know, a party that is bleeding on both sides when it comes to the challenges it faces, and a question about how it can reunite its coalition that it had in 2024 that gave it that landslide election.
OK, Sam, thank you very much for that. Well, we're joined now by Labour peer and Foreign Office Minister Baroness Chapman. Great to see you, Baroness Chapman. Thank you for your time. How bad is it going to be for Labour?
Well, we don't know yet. We are starting to see some results trickle in, as you've just been discussing. But I think we all have to accept that this is going to be a really tough night for the Labour Party. And as a former Labour councillor myself, my thoughts really are with those amazing, hardworking, dedicated councillors that we have all over the country who will, it looks like, many of them will lose seats tonight through no fault of their own. They work really hard, and I have absolute respect and admiration for anyone who puts themselves up for election. So I know what this is like. And when you talk about the anger and the sadness that people will feel, I have been there, I have felt that. They're right to feel it, and I think we owe them an awful lot, and we do thank them.
You sound very downcast. Polls suggest losses of anything from between 1,500 to 2,500 seats. Who should take responsibility, do you think, for potentially thousands of councillors losing their seats, for that heartache you've been talking about?
I mean, I am downcast because I think that we're very early into a Labour government. We're less than 2 years in. As you've just been discussing, there was a huge amount to do, and I think we shouldn't underestimate the task that we undertook when we came into power in July 2024. There's a lot to do. We are starting to see the benefits of that. Just in the last few weeks, we've seen the renters' reform come through. We've seen the workers' rights. We've seen breakfast clubs roll out. We've seen the benefit of childcare. These things are starting to happen, but they are only just starting. And I think it's going to take longer before people really do feel the benefit.
But you've had 2 years, you've had 2 years, and people clearly are disappointed at the pace of the change that you're talking about. And you haven't really answered the question: who should take responsibility for what is set to be an incredibly damaging 24, 48 hours?
Well, I will take responsibility. The Prime Minister will take responsibility. Anybody in position of power in the Labour Party, I am sure, will step up and take responsibility. There's no question about that. But it's what do you do about it? And I think the point I'm trying to make is that we are less than 2 years in. We have done some changes that will be felt by working people up and down the country. But the truth is they're not felt yet. And the renters' reform that only came in last week, obviously people aren't feeling the benefit of that yet. But like you say, and you're right, people are really impatient. They've had a long, long time. They've had to wait for change. They're feeling it in their pockets. They're looking at what's happening in the world. It's an uncertain situation for very many people. And they want change. They want it quickly.
So
and the Labour government, I can promise you, wants to deliver that change. We want to go faster, and we are more determined than ever, I think, after the results that we're likely to see tonight, to want to make that happen for people.
You mentioned the Prime Minister there, and clearly a lot of the blame will fall at his feet. Should he step aside, do you think, and let someone else try and get that message that you've been talking about across?
Genuinely, honestly, no. I think that would be a complete distraction. It would be a disaster. It would be, 6th, 7th change of Prime Minister. that this country's had in 10 years. I don't think that's what the public want us to do, to turn inwards, to fight among ourselves for a few months while we sort ourselves out. They want the Prime Minister to get on with the job, to fulfil the promises that he made in 2024 when they elected him to serve for 5 years. He takes that responsibility very seriously, I can tell you. He wants to go faster. He wants to bring more change. He's not satisfied with the pace at the moment. He wants to do a lot more. I think the worst thing, you've got to take lessons from outcomes of elections for sure. But you've got to take the right lessons. And I think the wrong thing for us to do right now would be to embark on some sort of, leadership contest, because it's not just about the Labour Party anymore. This is about the country, and they want us focusing on them, the cost of living, the health service, the things that really matter to them. That's what we need to do.
Baroness Chapman, it's Sam Coates. You are amongst the closest people in politics to Keir Starmer. You're a very long-term friend of his. I just wondered whether you could tell us a bit about his state of mind. We always see him bullish in front of the cameras, but when he's got a moment like this with so many losses, is there sadness? Is there reflection when his old friend Ed Miliband goes to him and starts talking about timetables for his own departure? Does he feel hurt? Does he feel angry? Tell us what's in the Prime Minister's mind.
Well, the Prime Minister can speak for himself, but the Keir Starmer that I know takes the responsibility that he was given in July 2024. And let's not forget, he's only the 4th Labour leader in the party's history to have ever won a general election. He takes that rescibility deadly seriously.
Hang on, please. If I could encourage you to answer the question. You know him well. You know his mood. Yes. You know his state of mind. Yeah. What is it?
Well, his state of mind is determination to see through the job that he was given by the British people. I do know him well, and I know how committed he is. And public service to him and leadership and politics is not a game like it is to some people. This is a serious duty to him, and I know that he will want to fulfil the task that he put his hand up to do, and that the trust that's been given him by the people of this country.
So no sorrow, no regret, no apology, nothing like that from him?
It's up to him. He will say what he wants to say, and it's not for me to speak on his behalf and answer that kind of question for him. You asked me what I think about the kind of person that he is and how he'll be feeling, and this is my genuine answer. The person that I know doesn't walk away when things get tough. He gets on with the job, and he'll want to see this through. That is how I know he'll be feeling. But I'm sure he'll have things to say for himself tomorrow, and there'll be lots of questions about his kind of inner thoughts. But I can promise you, Sam, that the overriding sense that he will be feeling is about duty to the country and wanting to keep the promises that he made.
OK, he's due to make a speech on Monday, I believe. We shall hear more, of course, over the weekend and then. Baroness, just a quick thought on Iran while we've got you wearing your Foreign Office Minister hat. The US military saying tonight it's carried out these retaliatory strikes on Iran. It's all very concerning.
It is concerning. This is having a huge impact on people in the region and on us even here in the UK, even though wisely the Prime Minister took the decision that we wouldn't jump into this. And I think there is a lot of concern about what this means. We're still waiting, I think, for more information. I don't want to say more than I've been briefed on about this because it's a moving situation. But you're right to raise it, and it is hugely concerning, I know, for many people, not just in the region, but here in the UK as well.
Of course. OK, Baroness Chapman, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Do stay with us here on Vote 2026. Plenty more analysis as the results come in, and in a few minutes' time we'll be speaking to the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp. Hello again. As you can see, the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp, is here with us in the studio. Great to see you this morning. Thank you very much for coming in. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a bit tired. I've been pounding the streets of Croydon all day. So as far as Croydon goes, cautiously optimistic. As far as the rest of the country is concerned, well, let's wait and see as the ballot boxes are opened and the votes are counted. What would be an acceptable result, do you think? Well, my starting point is last year's election. We had a national equivalent vote share of about 15%, so I'm looking for progress forward from where we were last year. But I think we all know the real story tomorrow morning is going to be a Labour meltdown across the whole country and the Labour Party themselves gunning for Keir Starmer, Ed Miliband going after him, Wes Streeting preparing to kick him out of Downing Street, Andy Burnham desperate to get back into Parliament, Angela Rayner hoping HMRC give her some kind of tax decision on her dubious dealings. The story really is Keir Starmer's likely imminent ejection.
You're right. That is a huge story. But a lot of people want to hear the Conservative story as well, don't they? They want to know who takes responsibility if you lose hundreds of seats and hundreds of councillors lose their jobs.
Well, I mean, let's be clear. The starting point for these elections were the time they were previously contested in 2021 and 2022. And those were good years for us, particularly 2021. In fact, 2021 was a record ever set of results for us on the back of the vaccine rollout that was very successful. So we are defending a very, very high benchmark. Like I say, I think the fair comparison is making progress compared to where we were this time last year. I think everyone would agree that Kemi is doing a very good job, that in opposition we are the most effective opposition voice in Parliament. We've forced 16 U-turns, whether it's diluting the family farm tax, delaying the Chagos giveaway to the point that Donald Trump changed his mind, forcing a U-turn on the family farm tax, getting the rape gang inquiry set up. The list goes on and on. We've been in effective opposition and no other party is providing opposition as effective.
In that case, why is your polling so stubbornly low? People we've spoken to over the last few weeks on Sky News say, yes, Kemi Badenoch is doing better, but the Tories are still irrelevant. Why are they telling us that?
Well, I mean, 2 points. I mean, firstly, we're definitely not irrelevant. I just listed a minute ago some of the real changes we forced in the last year or so. I mean, getting the government to U-turn on the winter fuel payment cut or the family farm tax, those are big wins that are going to help millions of people up and down this country. So we're definitely not irrelevant. We're actually forcing this weak government to make real changes. Now, on the electoral point, look, it takes time. I mean, just less than 2 years ago, we suffered the worst election defeat for like 200 years. And it does take time to rebuild and renew from that point. But we're doing it, and Kemi is doing a great job. We are in effective opposition, but it doesn't happen overnight. It does take time to rebuild.
But given how, and you've outlined how badly this government is doing, and you've said that that is going to be the story over the next day or two. Given the state of the government and the state of the Labour Party, you should be riding high, shouldn't you?
But I kind of answer that. I mean, it takes time to rebuild from what was a very bad election defeat that we suffered 2 years ago. But we are rebuilding, right? We are going to make progress, I think, tonight compared to a year ago. We'll do better in terms of vote share today than we did a year ago. As you say, everyone agrees Kemi is doing a great job. And we are forcing real change as an opposition. We've also got, by the way, credible policies, which Reform doesn't have. And where Reform take control of councils, and they obviously are going to take control of some councils this evening, but where they take control of councils, like they did last year, they generally make a pretty bad mess of it. I mean, if you talk to people in Worcestershire, which Reform won a year ago, they've had council tax increases of 9%. In Kent, which Reform won a year ago, the Reform Council there is in complete chaos. So, you know, Reform may win councils this evening, but I'm afraid for the people that live in those areas, they're going to find pretty quickly a Reform Council is no laughing matter.
But Nigel Farage is energising people, isn't he? There's no doubt about it. People are energised by what he has to say, including plenty of former Tory MPs. And we've got one with us all night, Nadine Zahawi.
Yeah, look, I mean, Nadine's been in a few different places over time. But look, I think when it comes to fixing our country's problems, which are quite serious, you need serious and credible ideas. And look, I'll concede that Nigel Farage is charismatic, and I'll concede that Reform have plausible-sounding slogans, but their policies are literally dreamt up in a pub and written on the back of a fag packet. And you can't solve our country's problems with slogans and gimmicks.
But there's quite a lot that the Tories agree with reform on: defence spending, immigration policy, welfare. I mean, if you can't beat them, why don't you join them?
Well, look, we agree with many of the objectives: cutting immigration dramatically, ending illegal immigration over the Channel, and so on and so forth. But we have credible plans to do that. We published, for example, a whole plan on how we would come out of the ECHR and redesign our entire legal architecture so we can deport illegal immigrants who cross the Channel within a week of arrival, right? Then the crossings would stop. Reform just don't have those detailed, credible plans. So, that's the point of difference.
The Tories had years to sort that out.
We also...
And the public are saying you didn't sort it then. Why on earth do you think you can do it now?
Because we're under new leadership. Kemi Badenoch wasn't the Prime Minister before. I wasn't the Home Secretary before. And our party has changed. And, the policy to come out of the ECHR is one of the big examples of the change that we've undergone in just the last year or so. But look, just back to your reform point, there are points of real difference as well. They believe in more state spending, nationalising industry. They believe in more welfare spending, whereas we Conservatives believe in cutting welfare spending and using the money saved to reduce taxes, but also to spend on defence. So there's a real point of principle that's different between us and reform.
OK, I've got some good news for you.
Have you?
Yeah. Oh, no, I haven't. I've got bad news. Labour holding on to... Sorry, they're telling me as I'm speaking, as you were speaking, Labour hold on to Halton Council. Only a third of councillors were up for grabs this time round, so it was always inevitable that Labour would hold on to Halton. Sorry, I got you excited then, didn't I? I got you excited momentarily. So... We've talked a little bit about reform and about their policies and your policies. Would you rule out any kind of partnership, any tie-up, any merger?
Yeah,
Kemi Badenoch has sort of softened her language a little bit, hasn't she, on that?
That's not our plan. Look, we want to win outright because I think our values and our principles are the right ones for the country. So we're not looking to do any deals, we're looking to win. You
wouldn't prop up a minority-led reform government?
We want to win outright in 3 years' time.
Talk to me a little bit about Wales and Scotland.
Well, let's wait and see. The votes haven't been counted yet. We don't know what's going to happen there. So let's see. I think it's clear Labour, who have traditionally dominated in Wales for, 100 years or more, are going to get an absolute pasting. Unfortunately, in Scotland, it looks like the SNP are going to remain the largest party. Now, as a staunch unionist, I believe in the United Kingdom, that makes me sad and, frankly, a little bit alarmed. I very much don't want to see any kind of agitation for another separation referendum, which is divisive and certainly doesn't move the country forward. So I find the prospect of the SNP continuing in office in Scotland, frankly, pretty upsetting. But...
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you bring that up because we could see nationalist governments, couldn't we, potentially in Scotland, Wales, and as we know in Northern Ireland as well. What do you think that does mean for the UK going forward?
Well, I think first of all it reflects the fact that the public are not happy with the status quo. They're not happy with the way things are going right now, and voting for a nationalist party is kind of a way of expressing that dissatisfaction. I think that's why it's happened. In terms of what it means, I think it does... I think in Scotland, we unionists, all of us in all political parties, need to fight to protect the union and to avoid having another divisive separation referendum. I mean, the SNP did promise back in 2014 that referendum was going to be the only referendum for a generation, they said. Now, we're only 12 years on, so that is not a generation by any stretch of the imagination. So I think if they're as good as their own word, they wouldn't be pushing for one. And if they do, I think we should be very firm in resisting it.
OK. I know you've got other interviews to get to, and then you need to grab a bit of sleep before you start again tomorrow. Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Do stay with us here on Vote 2026. Plenty more analysis as the results start to come in. Don't go away. A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them.
It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table. Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results,
the analysis,
and what comes next. Join us for Vote 26. Get the full story fast on Sky News.
Sky News has been given exclusive data showing every Palestinian who has been killed in Gaza since the war began. Our analysis of this pattern in the killing suggest that entire families were wiped out in their homes or shelters. The data and forensics team is a multi-skilled unit dedicated to providing transparent journalism from Sky News.
We located footage of the airdrop to a tent camp in central Gaza.
These airdrops are falling in extremely populated areas.
We combine traditional reporting with advanced analysis of satellite imagery, social media, and other open source information. And this is just one of the strikes and incidents we've been able to geolocate across Gaza.
Sky News has found Nazi speeches and marching music have been used as background sound on tens of thousands of TikTok videos as far-right groups try and spread their message.
Sky News has seen 72,000 posts used in this way. There's no evidence yet of foul play at Heathrow. It shows weaknesses that enemies could take advantage of. Elon Musk says it is, quote, a viper's nest of radical left Marxists who hate America. Supporters say it saves lives and projects American power and influence.
I think we would generally be called far right, sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references?
Right. Well, why wouldn't I?
Its founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
We followed a social media trail that led us to Bristol, where a confrontation between protesters erupted into a full-scale riot.
Here it really is pitched battle skirmishes, hurling missiles, throwing punches.
I'm Tom Cheshire, Sky's data and forensics correspondent.
Hello again, welcome back to Vote 2026, our special election programme. Nadeem Zahawi and Aisha Hazarika are with me. Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor as well. Aisha, really interesting listening to Baroness Chapman a moment ago, wasn't it? Because she sounded very downbeat, very downcast, someone who is extremely close to Sir Keir Starmer.
Yeah, I was struck by her tone as well. I thought what was interesting is she wasn't coming on to Sky News with a kind of jazz hands comical alley, everything is fine, she, to me, sounded like she had a very, very heavy heart. The other thing which I think she spoke about, which is really important, is the emotional fallout for the councillors and what that's going to do to the party as well. Because what people don't realise about politics is they sort of, they see high-level politicians like Nadeem or, people who are in the cabinet and in Westminster, and they think that's politics. Actually, the connective tissue of any major political party is their councillors. And not just their councillors, it's the families of councillors as well. They are the people who, if you're an MP, they go out door knocking in the wind and the rain when no one else is interested. If you have a minister coming to visit and you need sort of people to hold up placards, who are you going to call? It's your councillors. So when a party loses a whole bunch of councillors, it's a huge kind of personal loss to those people who give up their lives, and I say, and their parties, their families, weekends and all of that. But it is a massive blow to the infrastructure, the campaigning infrastructure of the party as well. And I think I think that interview has kind of set the tone, I think, in terms of the night, which is, I understand there'll be a lot of, discussion about the ins and outs and what happens for Keir Starmer. But I think she was making a really important human point about the loss that a lot of good Labour councillors are going to feel and the loss to the party.
Yeah. Do you think for voters, and certainly, from my own personal experience, I've had a huge number of people knocking on the door. I've had more leaflets through the letterbox, I think, this time than for any other election. Do you think people are voting on local issues this time round, or would you say most people are looking at the national picture?
I think, it feels like the nation's been really energised and...
Do you think? Because I don't think.
I
think. Sorry to interrupt, but I think it seems like the country is absolutely fed up of all politicians.
Well, I was about to say, energised to get rid of Keir Starmer because they feel so disappointed in the Prime Minister. I think to Aisha's very good point, your ground operation, the troops on the ground, the councillors, their families, are going to be seething tomorrow morning. And the reason they're going to be seething is the complete breakdown of discipline in the Labour team, in the Labour cabinet. We've had almost every day of this campaign a rumour about Wes Streeting and his team, where they sent the wrong text to someone at number 10 about what they will do when Wes takes over. Andy Burnham saying that he'll keep Keir Starmer on as Foreign Secretary or in another post. Tonight, Ed Miliband. If you are a councillor, and I remember, the first time I stood for election in a general election was 1997 under John Major, where every morning, in those days there were no more smartphones, we'd get a fax which said, here's what the Prime Minister's going to go on, poor old John Major. And of course, by midday, right, you're knocking on doors and he's been completely blown off course because someone in the party had challenged
But look at reform as well. This £5 million gift that Nigel Farage has been given, a lot of people are scratching their heads saying, hang on a minute, what is this all about? He's meant to be a man of the people and he's accepting £5 million from a mate.
Right, and he's addressed it. And he's talked about why...
Well, eventually.
Why someone backed him
a lot of television programmes are asking
when he was not a member of Parliament with a private gift. And, of course, we are a democracy. Right? People are voting. They've known this story. It's been out there. Let's see what happens tonight. But the point I'm making is a lot of the activists now, both for Labour and the Conservative Party, are going to be really hurting tomorrow morning. The problem for Kemi, in many ways, is almost compounded because, even if you want to believe she's doing a little bit better at the dispatch box, and probably that is true, when she says, here's my strategy, let's go, and she looks behind her, there's no troops. There is no ground operation, whereas at least Labour can still probably call on the unions to get some activists out on the streets.
There is going to be absolutely no doubt a lot of heartbreak, anger and resentment over that. As there were, by the way, I interviewed, this time, after the election, lots of Conservative, really good. In fact, I've interviewed people from your old patch as well, who were very disappointed when you defected to Reform, because they'd put a lot of effort in for you as well. They'd worn out a lot of shoe leather for you. But I do think that one of the things that will be interesting is, come the next election, when the stakes are so high, because there is a huge chance Nigel Farage will become Prime Minister. There is a huge chance of that. That in and of itself might actually be quite a galvanising, motivating factor to get people out campaigning against that.
But the interesting thing on that point, and let's sort of try and take that argument to its final conclusion, is what will happen tomorrow morning and the day after is actually the nation's looking at Nigel Farage and saying he's going to deal with cost of living, he's going to deal with the madness of net zero, that's put up my bills, he's going to deal with illegal migrants.
We've heard this. It's really early. We've heard it like 3 times.
You're going to keep getting it
Oh
tonight.
my God, please.
And you're going to love it.
No, I'm not going to. But no, I'm really not.
We're approaching 1 o'clock, so let's get the thoughts of... let's get the thoughts of Sam.
I have to prod Aisha to stay awake. I'm going to keep repeating the list.
No, spare us.
Sam, we're approaching 1 o'clock, and we mentioned Baroness Chapman there. And it feels, doesn't it, that she has sort of set the tone for what is going to be an incredibly difficult and bruising few hours, few days, maybe even few weeks.
That's right. What was interesting about Jenny Chapman, who knows the mind of the Prime Minister, is that I felt that there was the kind of response that we saw to Theresa May in tough times. There was a doubling down on public service, stoicism. There was not much intuitive, emotional understanding of the pain that people in politics are going through. Keir Starmer famously doesn't even really like politics in his brand of being a politician. And I just wonder if that is then replicated, a little bit further down the track by the Prime Minister himself, how that will go down. Because I'm just going to press the reset button and here we go again. I might feel like it is a response that might feel like it lands on deaf ears. Look, one of the things I'm looking for across the whole of the next sort of 24 hours is whether this set of elections is analogous to 2019, because it was the 2019 elections that really did for Theresa May, and Boris Johnson came along pretty soon after that. It was a storming night for, I think, the Brexit Party back then. And local elections, not immediately, but can precipitate changes of Prime Minister. We had one in 2019, and that is the essay question for tonight.
OK, fascinating stuff. Sam, Aisha, Nadeem, thank you all very much. We shall do it all again in a few minutes' time. Thank you for the moment. Do stay with us here on Vote 2026. We'll go through the results we've had so far. We'll have a look at what we are expecting and, of course, what it all means for the UK's political future, with Labour expecting to suffer heavy losses. They are the elections promising to change the face of British politics. Millions of votes, thousands of seats, 3 nations. The biggest set of results since the general election. This is Vote 2026. Well, counting is underway and the first results are trickling in. We'll be with you through the night with all the twists and turns as those results are announced, with the polls predicting big losses for Labour and leadership contenders circling can Sir Keir Starmer survive. The Conservatives also braced for a bruising, with significant losses expected for Kemi Badenoch's party. So can Reform, the Greens and the Nationalist parties convert surging support into real gains and bring an end to the UK's traditional politics? Hello there, I'm Jonathan Samuels. Thank you for joining us for this Vote 2026 special programme. Tens of millions of ballots have been cast in elections across England, Scotland and Wales. The results could be decisive, with all the parties facing their biggest test since the general election. The polls predict a dire night for Labour, leaving the Prime Minister's leadership hanging in the balance come morning. Well, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, we've had the first results through. We'll, of course, bring you all the results as they come into us here at Sky News. Counting underway in 46 of the 136 local authorities in England up for grabs. Votes in mayoral races, as well as the contests for the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Senedd will begin counting later this morning. Here with me in the studio, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, where are things as they stand? A trickle of results coming in.
Already, and it's only just gone sort of 1 a.m, but we've already got allies of the Prime Minister declaring he's going nowhere. It's that kind of night, even though we've only had a trickle of results so far. If you look at the results, you can see Reform are the party that are making gains in terms of seats at the moment. They're up 10, largely at the expense of Labour, with the Lib Dems and the Greens on 2 and 1. I just want to look at the results in Halton. If you look at this Cheshire seat behind us, look at that. Just pause for a moment on those numbers, because what you see there is Labour up, down 7, and a straight swap with Reform, who are up 7. And I think this is quite important. One of the essay questions of today is what's happening to the Red Wall. And at the moment, what those numbers suggest is that the Red Wall is sort of falling straight from Labour to Reform. I think this is the kind of thing that will really worry some in Labour. You know, those early results in Halton show that Reform aren't just eating into Tory votes and Labour's losing to the left. It's a direct Labour to Reform switch between the voting blocs. And that is going to be an alarm bell, because all across Labour for the last 18 months, they've been discussing what are they losing to, where is their weak flank. And initially, Keir Starmer was tough on immigration, trying to face down Reform-leaning voters. And then he switched a bit more to trying to appease those on the soft left of his party. But it looks like tonight that ignoring that right flank is costing him votes. Labour, it looks to me like it is quite possibly bleeding at both ends of its electoral coalition. And the scale of the losses means that some seats here tonight in the Red Wall are quite evidently going all the way from Labour to Reform, raising strategic questions about what Labour does next. But for those that say the answer is to have a shift of policy or personnel at the top of government more to the left, well, that result that we're looking at and we've just been discussing suggests that's not the best, not necessarily going to help at all.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting, especially given that the Prime Minister is supposed to be giving a big speech on Monday talking about closer integration with Europe.
Yeah, I think there are all sorts of questions about what he does. It's interesting. I'm not sure that Europe per se is a soft left or a Labour right issue, but he has. I think the left of the Labour Party, the soft left of the Labour Party, felt that he neglected them for the first year or so of his premiership, have now pushed and flexed their muscles. But does their diagnosis actually help when you're getting results like the ones that we've already seen?
Yeah, interesting. OK, Sam, thank you very much. So a huge moment of peril for Sir Keir Starmer. And the Prime Minister has tweeted this evening saying to all the Labour members and volunteers who have supported local campaigns across the country, thank you. He says simply, together we will build a stronger and fairer Britain. He sent that after polls closed. Well, a little earlier, we heard from the Labour peer Baroness Chapman. Now, she's very close to Sir Keir Starmer. Let's have a listen to what she had to say.
Well, the Prime Minister can speak for himself, but the Keir Starmer that I know takes the responsibility that he was given in July 2024. And let's not forget, he's only the fourth Labour leader in the party's history to have ever won a general election. He takes that responsibility deadly, deadly seriously. He will fulfil the mandate that he was given, that he will want to fulfil the task that he put his hand up to do, and that the trust that's been given him by the people of this country.
So no sorrow, no regret, no apology, nothing like that from him?
It's up to him. He will say what he wants to say, and it's not for me to speak on his behalf and answer that kind of question for him. You asked me what I think about the kind of person that he is and how he'll be feeling, and this is my genuine answer. You know, the person that I know doesn't walk away when things get tough. he gets on with the job and he'll want to see this through. That is how I know he'll be feeling. But I'm sure he'll have things to say for himself tomorrow, and there'll be lots of questions about his kind of inner thoughts. But I can promise you, Sam, that the overriding sense that he will be feeling is about duty to the country and wanting to keep the promises that he made.
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, I put it to her before you spoke to her that she sounded downcast. I mean, you can almost see it in her face, can't you? Utter deflation.
That does not look like one of Keir Starmer's closest allies on the front foot by any stretch of the imagination. But I just wonder whether more duty, more ploughing on, which is what she suggests the message from Keir Starmer will be on tomorrow, the weekend, on Monday, in this alleged great speech that, from what I understand, they hadn't really worked out what was in it to any great degree of detail even a few hours ago. They're trying to cobble that together.
He's got the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, arguably he's had a decade, and I think that more of the same. Again, we come back to the point that it is not in anybody's strategic interest, I do not believe, in the Labour Party to come after Keir Starmer this week, because it might just end in an unholy mess, because none of the potential pretenders for the crown are particularly ready. But strategy and strategic objectives go out the window when an entire movement is just incredibly ratty, angry at a man that they don't see understands what's going on in their party. And the response that you got from Jenny Chapman did not sound to me like it really understood the fierce anger that you're getting from across the whole of the spectrum. I just want to find one thing that a Labour MP said to me. She talked about, one Labour MP contacted me this evening to talk about how earlier in the day, she couldn't see any circumstance in which Keir went, but the sheer anger, and sort of sense of humiliation inflicted on the party over the last 24 hours means that she could now see there being an unexpected moment of peril. That's why I think things are febrile, and the tone of Keir Starmer's response is vital.
OK, fascinating. Let's bring in our panel once again, former Conservative Chancellor Nazim Zahawi, who's now member of Reform UK, and Labour peer Baroness Aisha Hazarika. Aisha, what do you make of not only what the Baroness had to say, but also what Sam had to say there? I mean, do you think it is going to be a case that Sir Keir Starmer will cling on because there isn't, at the moment, anyone else ready to fire the starting gun? Or do you think, actually, after the weekend, it might be that he feels it's time to throw in the towel?
I think the former. I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon, and I think there's a number of reasons for that. I think, first of all, as Sam alluded to, people are going to be very angry and very, very bruised and very emotional. However, there is no candidate ready. There is not a candidate ready with a plan, with a team, with, a feeling that they're going to win. If there was one candidate, if you talked about Theresa May, if it was a situation like Boris Johnson was waiting in the wings where basically he had the party sewn up, that is not the case in the Labour Party. So that's reason number one. Reason number two is it's not in the DNA of the Labour Party. It's not in our collective psychology.
You've never done it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we've ever done it. Even with Jeremy Corbyn, we couldn't get rid of Jeremy Corbyn. We're just not. We're just not very good at. And we're not very good at getting rid of leaders. We're also not very good at winning elections. So we've hardly ever won many elections. I mean, there's only ever been, I think, 7 Labour Prime Ministers. And as Jenny Chapman alluded to, only 4 of them have ever won an election, Keir Starmer being the 4th. So I think people will be really angry and really peed off and feeling really down in the dumps. But I don't think anybody has got the kind of the plan or the balls or the gumption to do anything about it right now.
Aisha, could I just jump in there? I mean, everybody's cross but business as normal, which is your prescription for what's about to happen.
I don't my prescription. I think that's what's going to happen.
But I'm looking at one of the wards in Helton. Reform are up in that one ward 53 percentage points. Labour are down 51 percentage points, right? That's decimation. And you know as well as anybody else that the National Party's reputation will be responsible for the lion's share of how people are chosen to vote. So in the face of that, can business as normal really be an expected outcome?
No, I think we're going to be in a sort of quite depressing holding pattern for quite a long time. I'm not disagreeing with any of your analysis. Tonight and the hours and the days that follow are going to be really, really difficult.
Do you think Keir Starmer takes you into the next election?
I don't know is the answer. I don't know. But what I do feel right now is that all of that is true, but if you look at our history, if you look at the culture of the party, it's just not in our DNA to go and get rid of our leader.
Do you wish it was?
I don't know is the answer to that question, because the counterfactual to that is, imagine Keir Starmer does resign like on Monday, and gets the podium guy comes out, gets the, you know, we all know the podium guy. We know the podium guy because he's been out so often. We're like, oh, it's the podium guy. We know what's coming, right? Let's say that, I don't think it will, by the way, because Keir Starmer is a very proud, ambitious man, and I don't think he's going anywhere. But if that does happen, I guarantee we will be sat around this table and you'll probably all be saying to me, hang on a minute, you can't just be chopping and changing your leader every 5 minutes. The country voted for this guy. They didn't vote for whoever is going to come in. You know, have an election. So it isn't cost-free. You know, Sam may be saying the markets are about to go into free fall because there's a completely new leader with a totally different left-wing agenda. None of this stuff is easy.
Look,
yeah, jump in.
I feel your pain. But I think that Sam Coates interview with the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, about Mandelson, I watched that and I cringed because Sam asked him the same question about 4 or 5 times and he was like an automaton, right? It's like as if he's got no emotion. You know, middle of a massive local election. Massive, right? Where was the Prime Minister? In Armenia, right? It's as if he doesn't want to be here. He doesn't want to feel the pain of the people in Halton, right? That is your problem. His emotional intelligence is incredibly low. And if he's going to attack left now, it's going to just get worse, right? If he thinks that what the sort of Islington, party set think is the right thing to do, which is to sort of start signalling that we're going to go back into the EU, and that's going to help him, that's going to be a disaster as well. So whatever he does next, number 10 tomorrow morning will be chaos and paralysis, right? His instinct will probably be to tack left, right? And try and deal with Zach Polanski and the Greens. And it will just be downhill all the way, which is why I think, actually, we'll probably end up in a general election territory very quickly after these elections, because they are catastrophic.
But how are you going
catastrophic.
How are you going to get general election when there's a majority in Parliament for the Labour Party?
Look at what happened to the Conservative Party, right? Once once this discipline breaks down, which has already... No,
but these MPs are not going to vote to get rid of themselves. I'm not disagreeing with some of your analysis. I'm just saying, I just think saying that there's going to be a general election soon is not in the realms of reality.
It may not be today, but the behaviour of his cabinet tells me that all discipline is broken down. The nation's part of what's happening tonight is the nation saying we want to get rid of Keir Starmer, right? That was the big message from us at Reform, to say, here are the policies for places like Halton that absolutely resonated with people on immigration, on the economy, on net zero. I'm going to keep repeating it. I mean, honestly... But my point being is...
Can I drag us out of the general election cul-de-sac? I'm just going to give you another result. Chorley East, Reform win from Labour, minus 36 percentage points. Labour down, Reform up 40. This is, again, emotional stuff. I'm afraid I want to take it back to you, Aisha.
Fine.
So we know what you don't know, and we know what you're not sure should happen. What do you think the Labour Party should be doing right now?
I mean, if we all knew the answer to that, then, my God. I mean, look, there is a lot that's gone wrong, right? Let's not sugar the pill. Yeah. Let's not I'm not going to be comical alley here. I've said earlier, there's a very difficult inheritance. Mistakes have also been made. Personally, if I was advising Keir Starmer in Downing Street this weekend, I'd be thinking very carefully about his first big speech that he makes. And what I would not be doing is trying to do a big counter-corrective swing to the right or swing to the left and try and learn the immediate lessons. Do we go harder on immigration? Do we suddenly say we're going to rejoin the EU? The first thing I would do, to pick up on the tone from the Baroness Chapman interview, is I would stand there and offer a full-throated mea culpa. Hang on, let me finish.
Do you not think he's held hostage by his own MP?
We'll get that thought. Hold that thought.
Just hold on.
Yeah.
I would do a full-fronted apology and I would take responsibility and I would own it. And I wouldn't, by the way, blame other parties and other voters. Like after the Gorton and Denton by-election, there was a thing about calling the Greens extremists and things like that. I wouldn't do any of that. I would actually own it and say, this is on me and my team. This is probably my kind of last chance and something in that pitch, because I think that is the thing that what I would say is I'm not denying the turquoise tide, right? There is definitely... But to say that the whole country is behind reform is not true. There is a block of people who really don't want Nigel Farage as Prime Minister. And the shot that Keir Starmer has, the one shot that he has, if you listen to people like John Curtis and experts, the next general election is going to come down to two voting blocks. A kind of conservative reform voting bloc and a sort of other parties who are a bit more progressive, if you want. Whoever's going to win the next election, it will come down to mobilising those two blocks. And I think that's what Keir Starmer is going to have to think quite carefully about. But look, at the end of the day...
His problem, in my view, stemmed from, one, his, I guess, dislike of politics. I think Sam mentioned that earlier. He's not good at politics.
He did win an election.
I hear you, because we collapsed. The Conservative Party collapsed,
We've been very good at losing elections.
All you had to do was stay quiet.
Neil Kinnock.
I hear you.
Neil Kinnock.
I hear you.
As much as I love Neil Kinnock, if you're watching, Neil.
A genuine question.
Yeah.
His real problem is he's sort of held hostage by his majority in Parliament, as in his Labour MPs are in a different place to where he knows he needs to take the country. Back to your sort of analogy of trying to take two blocks together.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
So there is no way out for him.
So let me come back on that.
The only way out is Andy Burnham or Angela Rayner or Ed Miliband, and they tack to the left.
Hang on.
And then you lose catastrophically.
Let me come back. That is a fair point you make about the management of the party and the big majority, and it hasn't been good.
Yeah.
But I know so many Labour MPs, probably a few more than you do.
You certainly do.
It's not so much that Labour MPs fundamentally disagree with what he wants to do. Is that they don't really know what he wants to do. It's not so much that. It is about having being prepared to say, this is what we're going to do, and make a big argument about it. And I think that is what a lot of people have not wanted to see. Okay. And I think the one thing that, if he survives, instead of blaming other people and there's been a lot of tension within the party, owning it and saying, I and my team are going to improve, and that is on us.
Do you know what? That would be pretty refreshing, wouldn't it?
It would be refreshing.
To be able to
and
do
I think a lot of people actually would respect him for that.
Very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. I think, one, the U-turns have not helped, which has made Labour MPs not trust his judgment.
Sure.
And then the Mandelson affair is the gift that's going to keep on giving. There's going to be weeks of this. There's going to be 100,000 documents that have to be released, right, because of the humble address, right? The court case, the investigation, it's going to keep coming back to haunt him, which is why I think you're going to end up having to
be careful about not being too triumphant about that, saying it's a gift, because it was a really horrific thing involving, like, grooming.
I think it's a horrible thing. I'm just saying it's a horrible, horrific thing.
But on the thing about shifting left to right, on terms of policy, I think if he said, I own this is on me and my team, we've got to improve, instead of saying we're going to shift to the left or the right, do the right thing for the country. Don't think about everything through the lens of, should we chase reform? Should we chase that Polanski? Okay. Do the right thing in what you think is for the best interest of the country, not your party.
All right, listen, on that thought, we'll leave it for the moment. Plenty more time to discuss all of this throughout the next few hours. But right now, we're going to go to some of the key areas which will give us a bit of a sense of how these elections might go. We're going to go live to our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, who's in Duckenfield in Tameside and Greater Manchester in a moment. First, to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's in Basildon in Essex. John, good evening. How are things looking?
Well, an update on the timings, first of all. The returning officer, who is Gary Jones, the Chief Executive of Basildon Council, has just announced that the verification process is going well, he said. They are about to start, or have just started, counting in 3 of the 14 wards which are up for election, and he hopes to start the others soon. But we are still looking, we're some way off at any results or anything like a declaration of how the council looks now. Well, I can tell you, in terms of the politics and where we are, well, the Reform UK are increasingly confident. The leader of the Reform group is Sam Jeunet. He's right at the back of the hall there. He's the man in the... he's Columbo-style raincoat. I don't know why he's not taken his raincoat off. But he is a jeweller with a shop in the town centre, and he appears to be heading for a diamond evening tonight, because he is telling people that it's possible that he could win, his party could win all 14 of the seats up for grabs. He was thinking earlier, he said, about 8 to 10 perhaps of the 14. That would be a good result for Reform UK. But it's possible he believes that they could take all 14. That would be a brilliant result for Reform UK if that happened. Now, you, Jonathan, have been discussing the Labour meltdown, but the Tories are going to take a beating here if the claims by Reform are accurate and turn out to be correct, because the numbers here are that Labour are defending 6, Tories defending 4 here. At the moment, Labour have got 16 on the council and Conservatives 13. If they win all of them, as Mr. Jouet, Councillor Jouet is suggesting they may well do, that will mean they're losing seats in Billericay. Now, at the moment, Billericay is part of a parliamentary constituency with Basildon and Billericay. There used to be separate parliamentary seats. Billericay used to be a safe Tory seat. Remember the flamboyant Tory MP Theresa Gorman, who used to wear bright yellow jackets in the House of Commons so that Betty Boothroyd could spot her and call her to speak. So if they're losing true blue areas like Billericay, then the Reform are not just damaging Labour, they're damaging the Tories as well. And if the results are, as Mr. Jouet is suggesting, I mean, he has been talking about how the turnout is really high. That may be why things are being a bit slow here tonight. He talked about people queuing up out of the polling stations, and he talked about there's going to be a change here, a new administration, Reform leading it. Now, it won't be an overall majority of the 42, but Reform could become the biggest party here. But let's look at the implications of that for a lot of senior Tories, because there are 18 Conservative MPs in Essex, of which 10 are Conservatives, and 6 are in the shadow cabinet, if you include Kemi Badenoch. Who is likely to face the axe at the hands of Reform if the march of Mr. Farage's party continues? Well, Basildon and Billericay, Richard Holden, no sign of him here tonight. He's got a majority of just 20. For example, who else? Alex Burghardt, Kemi Badenoch's ally. He's Brentwood and Ongar, under 6,000 majority. For example, let's have a look at Kemi Badenoch herself, actually. Her majority is under, it's 2,600, so not great for Kemi Badenoch either. Priti Patel has got a majority of about 5,000. So the result here is not just bad for Labour, it's bad for the Tories as things stand at the moment. Let me just tell you what else is happening in the rest of the county. We're still waiting for news from Harlow, Rochford, Brentwood, where Alex Burghardt is the MP, Southend and Colchester. Lib Dems have got high hopes in Colchester, always been a target seat. They used to have a Liberal Democrat MP there, Bob Russell. So big change here, we believe, but it's the Conservatives as well as the Labour Party who look as though they're going to take a beating. And the jeweller, Mr. Journet, who's got this shop in the town centre, well, diamond evening for him. Quite a shine on the performance, you might say.
Very good, John. Thank you, as always. Let's join our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, who's in Duckinfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester. Good to see you. Tell us why you're in Tameside.
Well, Tameside is the backyard of Angela Rayner. It's a council that's been held by Labour since 1979, but that, Jonathan, could all be about to change. We're expecting the first declaration to come in shortly. That's Droylsden West, currently held by Labour, so they'll be anxiously waiting to see if they can retain that seat. But looking around, there's not that many Labour rosettes left in this hall anymore. Same with the Green Party. They've sort of filtered out as well. And I think that really speaks to what we're seeing on the ground here, which is a buoyant Reform. they think they could take 17 or 18 of the 19 wards that Labour currently defend. And there's been a lot of interest in the ward behind me, St Peter's it's called, where we think it's a tight race between Labour, Reform and the Independents. It's worth mentioning that because only a third of seats are up for grabs, Reform can't get a majority, but what they can do is take this council into no overall control from Labour. And if that happens, that would have big implications for Labour in the North West and also right at the top of the Labour Party as well.
OK, interesting stuff. Alex, we shall return to you a little bit later. Thank you for the moment. Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor, is at the screen. It is very early days, we keep saying that, but give us a sense of where we are at the moment, Sam.
4 out of the 136 councils have counted. 37 out of the 5,047 seats have been cancelled. I just want to give you the highlights. Look at this. Reform, clearly, at the moment, on top. They've won 25 seats. That's up 25. Labour, down by almost exactly the same amount. Down 24. They've just got 4. Everybody else, basically on no change. What does that tell us? That it looks, from the early results in the first few hours of counting, that voters are switching direct from the Labour Party to Reform. That is a big thing for Downing Street to worry about.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. Do stay with us on Vote 2026. Plenty more analysis as the results come in. Don't go away. Hello again, welcome back to our Vote 2026 election special. We're just going to step away from our election coverage for a moment because the US and Iran have exchanged fire tonight. So we have heard from US Central Command saying it targeted Iranian military facilities after responding to attacks on its Navy ships. Now, Iranian officials have accused Washington of breaking the ceasefire, but in the last few moments, President Trump has been speaking. He says it's still in effect and the strikes were defensive. Let's have a listen.
Fixing up Washington, D.C. on a bigger front, even bigger front worldwide. Our military is unbelievable. They're doing an unbelievable job. We're negotiating with the Iranians. We have, you probably heard, we took our 3 destroyers and we rammed them through some pretty big stuff today, and we knocked the hell out of them. The destroyers weren't hurt in any way. The people weren't hurt, but they were firing at us, and we were firing back at them. And our firepower was a hell of a lot stronger than theirs, and they knocked the hell out of them. They took down a lot of small boats. You know, we call them small boats or fast boats. They're both small and they're fast, with some weaponry on the front. You know, this is what. So this is now replacing the Navy. They had a Navy 159 boats. They have none. Okay, they're all at the bottom of the sea, so they replace that with what they call the fast boat. It's a fast boat, big deal, it's fast, it's got a machine gunner in front. They've been knocked down, they knocked out quite a few of them today. Yesterday they knocked down 8. They average 8 a day. This is some group of people we're dealing with. So, you know, it's very simple. Somebody said, what's your plan? I said, the plan is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have a nuclear bomb. And it's not going to have. And they're really at the end of the line. They really are at the end of the line. Now, unless you guys feel differently. Now, these guys, I think, will say that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Would you say? We wouldn't feel very good if they did, because this, what you're doing and all the work that you do and that we do, it wouldn't look too very good after a while with these characters. We're not going to give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. There's zero chance. And they know that, and they've agreed to that. Let's see if they are willing to sign it.
President Trump speaking in the last few minutes, saying that the Iran ceasefire is still on. We'll keep across events in Iran, of course, over the next few hours for you, as well as our special election programme. We're zooming in on Sam Coates. Sam, tell us the state of play.
You can see we've got a lot of councils left to count. We've only had 4 partially done, 1 fully counted. Halton, we'll come to that in a moment. Let's look at the overall tally, though. Here it is. Reform, won 28, gained 28. Now, at whose expense with that, most of all? Labour. They've won 4 because they're down 27. And here's, for me, the biggest thing of the night. Labour are losing what looks like almost directly to Reform. They're not Reform aren't splitting the vote. They're taking seats, council seats wholesale off the Labour Party. Liberal Democrats on 6, Tories on 2, Greens on 2. We haven't really started counting areas where Greens could be quite strong. But to see the story of tonight, I just want to go a little bit deeper into this Cheshire Council of Halton. Now, look at this over here. Because, again, this tells you a story that is going to worry them in Labour HQ. And you have Reform winning 16 seats. They gained 16 seats from scratch. And they're pretty much all at the expense of the Labour Party. Now, we've had all 19 seats counted here. It's actually a council where not every seat is up for election. There are 54 seats, so it remains in Labour control. But you can see it's that direct switch there with the Liberal Democrats and Conservatives really not getting a look in at all. So it's that picture that we are seeing. And I've got another fact for you that, if I come and sit down again, Jonathan, is just on my screen. Because it turns out that Halton, in their Labour won one of the seats that they did win, one of the two seats that they did win by just 1 vote, and Reform won another ward by just 2 votes. So some of the margins here are absolutely tiny, but it's the first proper council that we've had an opportunity to dive into, and Labour's got to watch out for its right flank. It's got to watch out that it doesn't become too soft, ceding votes on its right flank and jeopardising the red wall. That is the conversation I think that will be flowing if results are repeated on the pattern that we are seeing there.
Fascinating. OK, Sam, for the moment, thank you very much. Well, let's discuss all of that with the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, who joins us now. Good to see you. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm sure you were listening to what Sam had to say there. Very interesting, that, isn't it? Labour losing council seats directly to Reform. What are you hoping for in these elections in terms of the number of seats you think you can gain?
Well, the more the merrier, obviously, and what we are witnessing is that the red wall of the Midlands and the North is being repainted, a much brighter, more optimistic turquoise wall. And that will be the big news of the next 18 to 24 hours. You've just been talking about the incredible results. 16 out of 19 have gone to Reform in Houghton, in Chorley. We've had some outstanding results. The collapse in the Labour vote is absolutely seismic. I mean, in some wards, they're losing 45, 47% of their vote. And, you know, this for Reform in most of these areas from a standing start. We're also hearing very good news elsewhere in Essex, anecdotally in North East Lincolnshire. So, yeah, we're delighted with the news so far. And the other good news is that turnout seems to be on the up everywhere. We've just won a by-election in West Northants. So, yeah, we're delighted with progress so far at whatever it is, 1:35 in the morning.
Yeah, and talk to me about the bigger picture. Reform, the biggest party in Wales, could that happen? Second in Scotland?
I think that is eminently possible. Wales is going to be very, very tight. We could be the first party. The polls, closing polls in the last few days, were obviously very tight between Plaid and Reform. What is clear again is that Wales is going to basically say bye-bye to the grip that Labour have had on it for the last 25 plus years. And yeah, they're going to be decimated. It looks as though the First Minister may indeed lose her seat there. So yeah, it's you know, we're truly optimistic about Wales and likewise in Holyrood. Again, compared to where we were a year ago, the progress in Scotland is seismic, and we could well beat Labour into second place.
Yeah, optimism, of course. As you say, it is early days. 6 months ago, we would have said Reform was the huge disruptor going to blast through politics. But do you think momentum is slowing down somewhat? Certainly the gap in the polls is narrowing.
Well, you say that, but actually, if you compare to where the gap in the average of the national polls in recent weeks is actually more than it was, I think, 6 to 9 months ago. Obviously, you've got the rise of the Green Party, which has had an impact overall. But look, we're delighted, and at the end of the day, it's election day that matters. And I think that across the whole of Great Britain, as the results come in, we will exceed all of our national polls overall, which essentially shows that the polls have been underestimating the momentum and success and appetite for Reform across the country.
Tell me your thoughts on this £5 million gift to Nigel Farage, because it's certainly coming up on the doorstep. People are scratching their head about it. This is from the donor Christopher Harborne. If it's all above board, why isn't he prepared to refer himself?
Well, it's a gift, and there was no reason to declare it at the time or since. And I have to tell you, I've knocked on a lot of doors during this campaign, and not a single person has raised it today as people were heading towards polling stations. No one's raised it at all. The truth is that millions and millions of voters, they want Nigel to be safe and secure so that he can lead Reform towards a general election and then to be the next elected Prime Minister. That's the reality. The state wasn't prepared to provide security and safety to Nigel, and quite reasonably, that was a great concern to him.
But if a mate Sorry to interrupt. If a mate gave me 5 million quid, the first question I would ask is, what's the catch? It could well be a huge gift and it could well be legitimate, but many people are going to say there's something very fishy about this, just handing somebody £5 million.
It is a big gift and it is legitimate. And I've worked with Nigel for many, many, many years. And when Nigel says it's unconditional, and look, I mean, Nigel turned down Elon Musk. There's nobody who can attach any conditions to Nigel, and it's as simple as that. And it's within the rules, as you would expect. And again, millions of voters are expressing their views on Nigel, on reform, and on all these issues. And they're saying, actually, the most important thing is to get Nigel elected as Prime Minister.
They'll also be saying this crypto
government.
investor has given millions to reform, £5 million to Nigel Farage personally. He's not even based in the UK. Is he interfering with democracy? What does he want out of this?
Far from it, far from it. He's helping democracy, and millions of voters are absolutely delighted that successful people in the modern world are essentially, they are saying a reform government is the way to save Britain. So actually, what's happening today is millions and millions of voters are saying, well done all those donors, led by Christopher Harborne, to the party so that we can build the infrastructure. And that's what we're doing. That's why we've stood, I think, the most seats, almost the most candidates. And the success is already being demonstrated this early in the counting process.
Yeah, I mean, you've also had your own tax issues. I mean, are you not worried that voters will scratch their heads and see two very wealthy men who potentially haven't been sticking to the rules?
We have been sticking to the rules, and when you get Labour committee member tax activists coming up with wrong dates, wrong assumptions, wrong numbers, you get Sunday Times journalists, frankly, with libelous headlines. Voters have said, we've had enough of this smearing, this sneering, this libelling. We're not buying it from the establishment. We want reform and we're going to vote for it.
Do you think Nigel Farage and also Zach Polanski over the last week or so are having a bit of a wake-up call when it comes to the scrutiny that their parties are now going to be facing? Rather than salacious headlines, isn't it called journalistic scrutiny?
There's a difference between journalistic scrutiny and what I would call biased activism. And the reality is there's been no one who's had more scrutiny in the last 20 years or so than Nigel Farage. And he's coming through it despite everything that people throw at him and some of his people around him, people like me. And voters are saying we're sick and tired of the Uniparty, of the establishment, who've come up with their failed policies of mass immigration and net stupid zero that have made us all poorer. We've been gaslit, and the voters are sick and tired of it, and they want change.
What about the councils that Reform currently runs? What are the areas that you think the party has found harder or hardest when it comes to those councils? Because it's been far from plain sailing.
Well, I think we've made great progress. And that's been demonstrated by the fact that our council tax rises at 3.94% in our majority-controlled councils was some 20+% lower than the other parties. Take Lancashire, for example, where we completely removed, to all intents and purposes, the special educational needs and disability backlog. Great progress there. Take Kent, where we've got a extra investment in care. So actually, we're saving money, but we're also providing better services, filling in more potholes. We're delighted with progress. Is it all plain sailing? Of course, you get lots of things right, you learn from things, you keep pushing on. I would just remind people, it is only literally 11 months since we took over. But actually, voters, once again, are in charge of this process, and they're saying, and I think they're going to continue to say over the next few hours, well done reform in the councils that you've started running. Can we have a lot more of that, please? And control many more councils.
Just finally, the general election is a long way off, of course. When Nigel Farage was asked about potential coalitions, he said, all I can say is, let's see. We know Kemi Badenoch gaining in popularity. You've taken many Conservative MPs. We have one with us in the studio this evening. What do you say about that, about potential deals in the future?
No deals. If you want a reform government, a majority government that can deliver what needs to be done to save this great country, to get our economy growing at 3-4% a year like we're seeing in America, you've got to vote Reform. And if you want change, that's the only thing that will secure it.
OK, all right, we'll leave it there. Richard Tice, thank you very much indeed. We'll get the thoughts of our panel on all of that in a moment. But first, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. What did you make of what Richard Tice had to say?
Well, look, I think it's a good night for Reform so far, and he was reflecting that. There does seem to be a shift from people voting Labour direct all the way across to Reform, which is a big challenge. And he brushed off the questions about Nigel Farage's tax, his gift, the £5 million gift.
I mean, he says it's completely legitimate, nothing to see here. Is he right?
So I think, let's see. I think Reform obviously deny all of this. We are waiting to hear from the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards about this gift. If he decides to investigate, then I'm sure Reform and Nigel Farage will put up their case that they've made some of in public. But I just remind you, in the absolutely hypothetical world that the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards comes to an adverse judgment on Nigel Farage and this gift and rules that it's a breach, and it may well be quite a big breach of the parliamentary rules, he firmly denies that, then the sanctions are pretty big. We're talking about suspension, and if it's suspension above a certain point, then that's a recall petition. The point I'm making is not to sit in judgment about what Nigel Farage did. He's been very clear about that. But it has the potential to go down an investigative process where the consequences are pretty severe. We will wait next week to see what Daniel Greenberg says on this, but I think it's pretty. It is one because of the like nobody would deny it's a lot of money. It's a hell of a lot of money, and that's why I think there's a lot of focus on that. I'm going to change gear very quickly and just give you a little stat, another little result. I'm going to tell you about a ward in Wigan, and the ward I'm going to tell you about is Lee South Ward. And yes, I could see your eyes, Aisha, go. And that is because Lee was Andy Burnham's old parliamentary constituency. And there, Reform is up 48 points and Labour is down 24 in Andy Burnham's old backyard.
Wow. What a factoid. Sam, thank you very much indeed. We'll get the thoughts of Aisha and Nadeem in a couple of minutes' time. Stay with us here on Vote 2026. Plenty more to come. A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them. It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results,
the analysis
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
Sky News has been given exclusive data showing every Palestinian who has been killed in Gaza since the war began. Our analysis of this pattern in the killings suggests that entire families were wiped out in their homes or shelters. The data and forensics team is a multi-skilled unit dedicated to providing transparent journalism from Sky News. We located footage of the aid drop to a tent camp in central Gaza.
These airdrops are falling in extremely populated areas.
We combine traditional reporting with advanced analysis of satellite imagery, social media, and other open source information. And this is just one of the strikes and incidents we've been able to geolocate across Gaza. Sky News has found Nazi speeches and marching music have been used as background sound on tens of thousands of TikTok videos as far-right groups try and spread their message. Sky News has seen 72,000 posts used in this way. There's no evidence yet of foul play at Heathrow. It shows weaknesses that enemies could take advantage of. Elon Musk says it is, quote, a viper's nest of radical left Marxists who hate America. Supporters say it saves lives and projects American power and influence.
I think we would generally be called far-right, sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references?
Right.
Well, why wouldn't I?
Its founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
We followed a social media trail that led us to Bristol, where a confrontation between protesters erupted into a full-scale riot.
Here it really is pitched battle skirmishes, hurling missiles, throwing punches.
I'm Tom Cheshire, Sky's data and forensics correspondent.
Welcome back. Vote 2026. Aisha and Nadeem still with us. We've all ordered a round of coffees, haven't we? We're
with you till 7 a.m.
Here till 7. They've just agreed to stay till 7 as well, which is even better. Sam Coates here with us as well. And Sam, you've been digging into the figures a bit, crunching the numbers, especially when it comes to Halton.
That's right. Now, we've seen this. This is the the results on seats. You can see Labour down 15, Reform up 16. But what we've got for the first time is this. This is the actual number of votes rather than the number of seats. And again, you're seeing this incredibly clear, incredibly stark picture. Reform up 41%. And then let's just go straight to the other end, because quite clearly this is the other big movement in this council, which is the Labour Party down 34, and a little bit of a drop-off in the Tories, and a little bit of upward movement for the Greens. But you can see, again, it's not just in seats, it's in votes that you're getting this big switch across, which suggests very strongly that there are people now prepared to move all the way from a centre-left party, the Labour Party, over to Reform UK, which I think commonly would be seen as a party of the right of British politics, with seemingly no compunction and in really significant numbers. So in this Cheshire seat, if this is replicated across the Red Wall, look, you're going to have people inside Labour saying maybe Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary's got her point with her tough approach on immigration. That's immigration pretty much the top issue for Reform UK. I'm sure Aisha would agree with that. And I think that the debate inside the Labour Party, Jonathan, just got really tricky because we are in a situation where so many of Labour MPs felt, I think for the last 6 months or so, that the answer to Keir Starmer's woes was just to look after its left flank a little bit more. But results like the ones we've just seen suggest that there aren't easy answers, that the party is likely bleeding in two different directions at both ends. So one of the big consequences of this set of elections might have been to put Shabana Mahmood's reforms sort of into the dust cart. I'm not sure with the early results that we're seeing that that's going to be entirely possible.
OK, fascinating stuff. Let's get more on this with Aisha and Nadeem. Halton, a really good example, though, Nadeem, isn't it, of the pressure that Labour is under directly from Reform.
I think that's right. I think the real problem is going to be if Keir is then pressured by his backbenchers to row back, U-turn on the stuff that Shabana's doing, so indefinite leave to remain and the reforms that she was going to... I don't think they go far enough. I think her real problem is she's got a formidable opponent in Zia Youssef, and I know, Sam says it's going to be a great night for Reform. I think it's a historic night for Reform, which is why, we're probably going to get, even bigger attacks on Nigel Farage and Richard Tice and myself and others. This is a seismic shift. I mean, if you look at... I know Sam sort of, brushed over it, but the Conservatives are nowhere in these parts of the country. And, as I go back and say to you, it's the troops, it's the councillors, it's their families, it's, they're the people who stuff envelopes and, knock on doors. And if the Conservatives can't break into these areas, and we are breaking into these areas of reform, then, bring it on. We need a general election. We need to get rid of Keir Starmer and get back to the family, the community, common sense policies on immigration, on the economy and cost of living.
Actually, I do find all this fascinating. What Sam was saying there about the worry for Labour is bleeding from both ends, the left and the right. How do they resolve that? Because we have seen Keir Starmer almost trying to appeal to the left and then trying to appeal to the right and not really appealing to anyone. So what's the solution?
It is very... I just want to pick up on one thing that Nadeem said and one of the things that Richard Tice said, which is this kind of like sort of righteous indignation that the media might be scrutinising people who are potentially going to be running the country after the next general election. That is called a fair and a free and a robust press, which is something that we really pride ourselves in this country. And I just think it is extraordinary that, like, Zach Polanski's been getting an absolute kicking from the press. It's called scrutiny. Yeah. Keir Starmer gets an absolute... If Keir Starmer had taken anywhere near that amount of money from a crypto bro, I mean, Reform would be up in arms.
I've got to push back on that, right?
I'm sorry,
but... Hold on a second. When the state refuses to give Nigel protection, he has to have literally, I think, about 8... close protection officers because of so many threats to his life. Right? It's a bit rich to say that.
There's a maxim in British politics.
He hasn't been scrutinised. Nigel faces scrutiny every single day, as does Richard Tice, as do I, as does Zia.
I'm loving this. I'm going to stop you both.
Yes, the tune.
Stop it.
It's absolutely true. And the
2 o'clock.
We're
approaching 2 o'clock. You plenty more. You this.
You believe in democracy.
A couple of minutes' time.
And don't clap down on the free press.
Millions of...
They are the elections promising to change the face of British politics. Millions of votes, thousands of seats, 3 nations. This is Vote 2026. Overnight counting is underway in 46 of more than 100 local authorities in England up for grabs, and the first results are in. Nigel Farage's Reform UK sees early gains as the party seeks to turn popularity in the opinion polls into real power. With the polls predicting big losses for Labour and leadership contenders circling, can Sir Keir Starmer survive? Questions too for the Conservative leadership, with significant losses also expected for Kemi Badenoch's party. Hello there, I'm Jonathan Samuels with a Vote 2026 special programme. Tens of millions of ballots have been cast in elections right across England, Scotland and Wales. Right now we're focusing on the English councils declaring results overnight, and so far we have seen early gains for Reform. As the counting goes on, the polls are predicting a dire night for Labour, which would leave the Prime Minister's leadership in question. Well, here with me in the studio is our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, what have we seen so far?
Let's have a look. We've got a handful of results in. If we open up the screen that you can see, 6 councils out of 136, mostly up here in the northwest. And you can see here's the overall tally. So at just gone 2 o'clock, Reform are the clear winners so far. 49 seats, all of them won for the first time. The Liberal Democrats have won 2, down 1, so pretty much even Stevens. Labour, this is the big result as well for the night. Their losses, minus 42. And you can see, basically, you've got that transfer from the Labour Party in terms of seats to Reform. Let's go into a couple of councils, though, because we're just starting to analyse the results. And that is the pattern here in Cheshire. Look at this. We've got the Houghton result. Again, Labour losing 15 seats here, Reform gaining 16 seats. There were only 19 seats up for grabs out of the council, which has a total of 54. So the council itself doesn't change control. But you can see from the way that the votes have changed that Reform got 41%. 41 percentage points more. Labour down 34 percentage points. Tories down a bit. Lib Dems more or less unchanged. Greens up a bit. But it's that direct swap that we're looking at. That we've been talking about for an hour. But I've got a new one for you just gone 2 o'clock, and that's this. Wigan in Greater Manchester. And I want to show you the extraordinary extent. It's the same pattern again. You know, Greater Manchester, quite clearly, is going to be not only a Labour heartland, but this is Andy Burnham territory. And in Wigan, which has Lisa Nandy, the Cabinet Minister, as one of its constituency MPs, again, you've got Reform up 11 seats, Labour down 11 seats. Some of the wards, frankly, include Lee, where Andy Burnham used to represent, also the ward where Andy Burnham lives now. So if you were looking for an Andy Burnham effect in this set of elections, well, you wouldn't find one that really paints a flattering picture. So those are 2 of the councils that perhaps paint the starkest picture so far. But we do have many, many more councils to come. Here we are at 2 a.m. They've just started coming in. This is our graph of when they're going to arrive. Before we go off air at 7 o'clock, we'll get quite a lot more. Then there's a break in counting, and the rest come through the second half of Friday. So a lot left to come here, Jonathan. So stick with us. But I think it's going to be pretty painful for Labour. It just is not looking good at all for them.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. We did hear from the Prime Minister a bit earlier when polls closed, thanking all the candidates and also all those who've been knocking on doors, pounding the streets, really, for weeks in the run-up to these elections. We've also heard from the Labour peer Baroness Chapman. Now, she's very close to Sir Keir Starmer. This is what she had to say.
Well, the Prime Minister can speak for himself, but the Keir Starmer that I know takes the responsibility that he was given in July 2024. And let's not forget, he's only the 4th Labour leader in the party's history to have ever won a general election. He takes that responsibility deadly, deadly seriously. He will fulfil the mandate that he was given, that he will want to fulfil the task that he put his hand up to do, and that the trust that's been given him by the people of this country.
So no sorrow, no regret, no apology, nothing like that from him?
It's up to him. He will say what he wants to say, and it's not for me to speak on his behalf and answer that kind of question for him. You asked me what I think about the kind of person that he is and how he'll be feeling, and this is my genuine answer. You know, the person that I know doesn't walk away when things get tough. You know, he gets on with the job and he'll want to see this through. That is how I know he'll be feeling. But I'm sure he'll have things to say for himself tomorrow, and there'll be lots of questions about his kind of inner thoughts. But I can promise you, Sam, that the overriding sense that he will be feeling is about duty to the country and wanting to keep the promises that he made.
Baroness Chapman there speaking to Sam and me a little bit earlier on. Were you waving, Sam? Did you? You're quite... Let's speak to our political panel. We've got Ayesha Hazarika here, Labour peer and former Labour advisor, of course, and Nadeem Zahawi, Reform member and former Conservative Chancellor. Nadeem, we just heard from Sam there, highlight... I mean, very early days, of course, results trickling in, but we are seeing this big swing from Labour to Reform in places like Halton, in Wigan as well. And it's sort of a direct swap, isn't it, from Labour councillors to Reform councillors?
It is, and it's an incredible turquoise swing. It's humbling, and it focuses the mind that we've got to make sure that we stay focused on people's pain. People are feeling a lot of pain at the moment on cost of living and on immigration. They really are upset. And, of course, delivery. You heard from Richard Tice talking about Lancashire and how we've delivered there on the SEND backlog, the special education needs, a subject close to my heart. But I think more than that, Essex and places like Brentwood, it's early days, but I think you're going to see us do incredibly well in those Tory heartlands. I mean, Essex is Kemi Badenoch's home patch. It's home territory for her, for James Cleverly. It's going to be a tough night. And I think she may be spared tonight because the only real headline is going to be Keir Starmer and the breakdown in discipline, and obviously Wes Streeting now's got a whole team ready to go, and Ed Miliband's asking the Prime Minister to name the date when he's going to move out of number 10. But the Conservative Party is not in good shape. I think the brand is so damaged by what happened on immigration, what happened on the economy at the end of Rishi's tenure, that they're struggling.
Should we also reflect on the last time that these votes were also up, when the Tories were on a high?
Yeah, and she will say, look, we were on a high, but I go back and say to you, those councillors and their families who are there, come rain or shine, when she next says, right, here's my strategy, we don't know what that is yet, let's go forward. When she looks behind her, there's no troops, there's no activists. And that's problematic. And I think, in many ways, the story of these elections are going to be two things. One, the rise of the SNP again in Scotland and Plaid in Wales because of the unhappiness around the Labour government, but also the only serious national party that can really lay claim to be able to go into any part of the country is Reform. The two main parties, the uni parties, are gone. So it's a truly historic night.
Well, we have some moment of agreement on this. I think, look, there's no doubt that Labour's going to be the big story tomorrow. I don't shy away from that. We've spent a lot of time discussing it. But I think it is really important that we don't just not talk about the Conservative Party. We were just discussing this outside. I mean, it is extraordinary that the Conservative Party, which has been, not arguably, factually, the most successful political operation in modern history in this country, right?
Last 100 years.
Absolutely.
80 years in the last 100 years.
And the Conservative Party, I mean, Labour's only ever had 7 Prime Ministers. The rest of them have been Conservatives. And the Conservative Party always believed it was the natural party of government. That was the sort of belief. And now you've got...
That's part of the problem. It's taking the electorate for granted.
And you can't do that
anymore.
I think you sort of saw that a bit from the Chris Philp interview. And now I think what they're failing to understand is their kind of brand as junk status, like absolute sort of junk status, for the reason... And actually, to be fair to him, he has been honest about the many mistakes that the Conservatives have made. And I think it is fair to say that Kemi Badenoch has improved her own personal performances at the dispatch box.
She's landed some big blows, hasn't she?
She absolutely sort of has. But all of that... It's great being in a great, having a good time at the dispatch box, but if you're not converting that at local election results and national election and at the ballot box, what is the point? Right. And I think the reality is for a lot of people out there, and I think it is one of the reasons that Reform is doing so well, and also why the Liberal Democrats did so well at the last general election, taking away votes from some of those kind of blue wall seats, is that people remember the mess, particularly immigration, but not just immigration, tax, but also law and order. When you look at, like, the country running out of prison places, sort of, you know, taking huge cuts to police, the criminal justice system, the party of law and order became the party where, you know, you could shoplift and just get away with it. So I do think that, yes, Labour is going to be a big story, but we should also remember that the Tories are still falling, and that is quite interesting as well.
Well, you probably don't want to advise Kemi Badenoch at the moment, but what would you say to her if she wants to really make the Conservative Party relevant again?
I think what I would say to Conservatives is think long and hard. If you really want to get rid of this government, you've got to now vote reform. You know, I took about a year. I joined the Conservative Party when I was 18 years old. I'm now 59 almost, and you know, it's not easy to leave your party behind when you've been Chancellor of the Exchequer.
What pushed you over the edge? What was it that finally made you make
in the end, not actually being clear and decisive on things like prescribing the Muslim Brotherhood, on the IRGC, the lack of understanding of where the massive spike in immigration, especially on low-skilled migration to the country, and the lack of appreciation of how damaging that is to communities, not just to the economy. It's not just about, you know, pounds and pence, but to communities, people's life, to their local services. You know, getting a GP appointment, getting to a decent school. You know, people just were facing all this stuff and saying, "Why did my government do this to me?" And I think that's what ultimately tipped me over the edge, because in Nigel, who came and said, "Look, here are the things I will do, and I promise you I will do them. And I need people like you who actually run big departments, who've, you know, delivered the vaccine, delivered our, you know."
Also, psychodramas are a big part of the problem for most voters, isn't it? All the party games.
They hate that.
All that. They hate it.
They hate that.
And actually, do you think Labour now, there's a danger that Labour go into psychodrama territory
Absolutely,
as well?
and I think that will loom large in people's minds. I mean, I know it's all very well, people's going, why don't you just change your leader? It's all going so difficult, and I, you know, see that a lot on social media. But then you look at what the Conservatives did, which they had this revolving door of Prime Ministers, and it did not go so well. Look, when people go and vote at the general election, yes, they're voting for their local MPs, but they are also voting for a Prime Minister. And we have a sort of orthodoxy in this country that when you vote for a Prime Minister, they do the term. I mean, usually if you vote for somebody, they do 2 terms. That's the way British politics used to be. That's obviously changing now. But the idea that you just have this revolving door of people who you haven't voted for. No. I mean, when the public got Liz Truss, I mean, they were like, what on earth is going on? It was absolute numpty coming in who totally wrecked the economy, right? Absolute buffoonery of the highest order.
And the irony is, literally this week, we've had to borrow as a government at a higher rate than what the borrowing rate was under Liz Truss, and we got rid of her. And Rachel Reeves is just hiding.
No, but that, be fair. What's happening in the world right now? Be fair.
But still, we're an outlier. We are an outlier.
That was...
Actually, you know we're an outlier, even
Liz
with
Truss
what's happening.
was a woman-made disaster.
But even with what's happening...
Woman-made disaster.
We go down the whole Liz Truss route. I'm going to pause it there, if that's OK. Thank you. Sam, what have you got to tell us?
We've got some breaking news for you. Quite a seismic council in terms of British politics, an area that we talk about a lot in these nights in this studio, Hartlepool. Hartlepool has been lost by Labour to no overall control. I want to show you the results here. Labour have picked up no seats in this election. They're down 7. Reform UK have got 12. So you've seen Reform UK pick up all 12 of the wards in Hartlepool. Now, you remember Hartlepool was Peter Mandelson's home area when he was an MP. The loss of Hartlepool in 2021, I think it was, by Keir Starmer was a moment that prompted him to think that he might resign as Labour leader. It is an area with a lot of significance. It has been a Labour heartland. Now, look at this. This is incredible. Reform UK picking up all 12 of the seats there, taking their council to no overall control. So you can see just a big result there. So I think that is important. I think that will resonate with lots in the Labour Party. If we just come back to the desk and look at the kind of overall picture, just gone 2:15. Look, we've got about 50 seats declared, Jonathan. 34 seats were that were defended by Labour have declared. Labour's lost 30 of them and held 4. So that's a loss rate of 88%. Now, we were looking earlier at last year's loss rate, and it was about 2/3. So Labour are accelerating their losses in council seats compared just to last year. In other words, things are getting worse. I think that is significant. Conservatives and Lib Dems are overall down on their vote share. The only gainers are Reform, up 36%, and the Greens up 5 percentage points. So you've got the overall picture there. But those figures coming in so far for Labour, largely as we've seen from areas in the northwest, Red Wall, are disastrous and at the worst end of expectations for Labour so far this evening.
Gosh, OK, fascinating. Sam, thank you for the moment. Well, let's go to some key areas which will decide these elections. We can go live to our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, who's in Duckenfield, in Tameside and Greater Manchester. Speak to her in a moment, but first to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's in Basildon in Essex. Hi, John. Any idea when we might get a final result?
No, in a word. I always get asked that at counts. When are we getting the result? You know, you've covered many of these things, but returning officers are often wildly optimistic with their expectations. He told me, a returning officer here, that's Gary Jones, told me 1 o'clock for the first result, 3 o'clock for the last result. Well, where are we now? 2:15. We've not had the first result yet. I can tell you, though, Jonathan, the counting is in full swing here. They are counting in 8 of the 14 wards, and whilst we may not have any results, we've got a lot of predictions of a dire night for the Tories. You've been concentrating on, in the studio, about Labour's woes and heavy defeats here. But in Essex, it seems to be the Tories that are taking a hammering. Let me tell you a few little stories from around the county. Here, the Reform UK leader, that's Sam Jeunet, is confident that he might have a clean sweep of all 14 seats turning to Reform here. He was talking earlier, he said that for 8 or 10 they thought initially, but perhaps all 14. Labour are defending 6 here, Conservatives 4. What we do know is that just down the road in Brentwood, Reform have gained 4 seats, although the Tories have held on in leafy Shenfield. I think we can call Shenfield leafy. In Rochford, on the way to Southend, the Tory leader, that's a lady called Danielle Belton, has lost her seat to Reform. She lost by just 26 votes, pretty close, but the Tory leader's lost in Rochford. On Essex County Council, where some of the boroughs are counting tonight, the Tories are very gloomy there about losses there. So that's the County Council, full results of that election tomorrow. The picture really is very bad for the Tories. We're hearing more about Tory losses in Essex than Labour losses so far. One of the independent leaders here in Basildon has talked about the Farage effect in elections here and elsewhere in Essex. And the Reform UK are very boasting about the fact that turnout's high. Mr Jeunet, the Reform leader here, talked about voters queuing out of the polling stations. And the Tory deputy leader here has also talked about national issues dominating really rather than local issues. I mean, I think that's a picture all over the country really, and clearly here it's national issues. Obviously Mr Farage's appeal has obviously benefited Reform UK, and clearly the fact that the Conservatives nationally are languishing in the polls has damaged the local Tories here. Don't ask me when we're going to get the first result. It's a slow process. Oh, I should tell you, even worse in Castle Point, which is the parliamentary constituency of the Tory Chief Whip, Rebecca Harris. They've got a technical issue there and they've got a bad delay there. So perhaps symptomatic of the Tories' problems, I don't know. But anyway, we're getting going here. We'll bring you some results as soon as we can. Got a lot of gloomy predictions from the Tories across the county of Essex and a lot of very buoyant, optimistic and, in fact, confident Reform UK councillors, or would-be councillors.
OK, John, for the moment, thank you very much. And next to our political correspondent, Alex Rogers in Duckinfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester. How are things looking where you are, Alex?
Well, the results are coming in thick and fast. One is just declared, although I admit I didn't actually catch it. But the ones that we do have, Droylsden West, Duckinfield, Stalybridge, Denton South, Hyde Newton, Hyde Godley, all Labour losses to Reform. So I think we can see a pattern emerging here. We have to see whether Reform can replicate this in the 19 wards that have been up for grabs altogether. There's not many Labour candidates left in the hall, Jonathan, but the ones that are, they're being consoled. They're looking pretty distraught. We've spoken to a few of them. They think they're being punished for where Labour is nationally. Even if residents like what they're doing locally, they say they're paying a heavy price for the unpopularity of Labour in Westminster and Keir Starmer.
Alex, thank you very much. Sam Coates still here. Sam, we've got more results coming in.
Yeah, we're getting to the business end of the night and we've got some pretty stark results. Tamworth, let's look at that. And it's a big one. And that sees Labour lose Tamworth to no overall control. And my goodness, look at what's happened to the votes this evening. Only one party, one of the big parties, has picked up anything. That's Reform UK. They won 9 of the 10 seats on offer. Look at that. Labour down 2, Tories down 7, and Greens unchanged on 0. The Conservatives there are the people that have lost in this particular area. Let's look at another one. This is Redditch. And again, it's one of those where the council can, potentially changes hands. Labour lose again to no overall control. And this time it's the Labour Party that are losing seats in, and the Reform UK are picking up. Look, again, it's a clean sweep. Reform get 9 seats, 0, 0, 0, 0 for all the other parties there. And that's in line with what we've seen in Hartlepool over in the northeast. Again, you can see Reform picking up 12, 0, 0, 0. That's why we're talking about it in quite such stark terms as being a successful night for Reform, because when you get results like that, it's very hard for the other parties to quibble with it.
OK, Sam, thank you for the moment. Well, the Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland, Andrew Bowie, is here with me. Thanks for coming in. Nice to see you. Well, why don't we just have a look at that graphic once again, the state of the parties. I think we can bring it up. And you can see there, I mean, it's early days, as we all know, but of the 88 seats won by Reform, they've taken 68 of them from Labour. But look at that, 20 of them from the Conservatives. As John was saying, things looking really bad for the Tories in Essex, as we've just seen there. Tamworth, Conservatives losing hugely to Reform. Yes, the story of tonight will be about Labour. Of course it will. Yep. But there's also a massive story about the Conservatives, and you must be incredibly deflated.
Well, look, I mean, it's very early. There's still hundreds of seats, thousands of seats actually, to be counted before we actually get to the end point of these elections. And in terms of Essex, they've only just started counting some of the boxes right now, so it's a bit early to cast a judgment on the result or on the night as a whole. Obviously, it's very sad to see hard-working, diligent Conservative councillors lose their seats, as we're seeing in parts of the country tonight. But I think what we are also seeing is some glimmers of light, some glimmers of hope. You know, last year in the local elections, it was a pretty bad night for the Conservatives all round. And a year before that, in the general election, we suffered our worst defeat ever. But if you look at places like Broxbourne and in the Fylde tonight, we're seeing glimmers of hope where the Conservative vote is holding, where we are managing to stave off the Reform advance. And I think that demonstrates that Kemi Badenoch's transformation of the Conservative Party, where she's the most popular leader in the country, where we're beginning to cut through on doorsteps and on issues that people really care about, is beginning to cut through. And I think
it's not reflected in the national polls, though, is it?
Well, look, it's very early on. It takes a very long time to turn the ship around. We suffered our worst defeat ever only 2 years ago. I think what tonight is about, as you said, is about just how bad things are for Labour and why we were right a couple of weeks ago to call for the Prime Minister to resign, because frankly he's not delivering, obviously, for his party, as we're seeing tonight, but he's certainly not delivering for the country either.
What would be an acceptable night, do you think? How many councillors are you prepared to lose before you say it's a disaster?
Oh, but look, I'm not going to get drawn into, the numbers game this early on in proceedings. It's some of the boxes won't even be open until 9 a.m. tomorrow, and we won't know until tea time tomorrow what the actual overall result is. As I said, it's very sad to see any Conservative councillor lose their seat, because we've got some diligent, incredibly hard-working, committed local councillors up and down the country who are losing tonight. But I do believe that we're turning the ship around. Kemi is starting to deliver and is cutting through the doorsteps. That's quite clear up and down the country. And so in 2 years' time, when I'm sitting here, hopefully in general election night, we'll be looking at the Conservatives moving back into government. Obviously, tonight is a difficult night for us, and that's being reflected around the country.
OK, let's because you're here, let's have a look at the situation in Scotland, Sam.
Yeah.
So here is Scottish voting intention, and it tells a story that's slightly at odds with what I think you're saying. Here was the high point of Scottish, basically Scottish Tory support when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister. And at the point at which Kemi Badenoch took over, you can just see it going one way. It just goes down and down and down. You say that Kemi Badenoch has put a spring in the step of the Conservative Party. It's just not at all evident in the period that she's been in. And this is the problem. Isn't there quite a strong case that compared to 2024, whether it's Scotland, whether it's Wales, and whether it's large parts of the UK, the Tory party is just evidently, in terms of these results, in terms of vote share and seats, going backwards?
No, I don't think that is true, Sam. I mean, obviously, tonight so far, results are not great for us, but we're very early on in proceedings. I think looking at that chart that you have behind you there is an uptick at the end of that, and that is what we are finding on the doorsteps, that Kemi is beginning to cut through, but it's going to take a
from
long
9% to 10%.
It's going to take a long time.
Hang on, are you really championing an up?
I mean,
9%
look,
to 10%?
it is progress, Sam. It's progress, right? It's progress.
You can put your skis down there.
If you look at the chart, I mean, the 2021 Holyrood election result, that was our best election result in devolved politics since the 1999 Parliament. So we're coming off from a very high bar. The 2024 election was difficult for us around the country. We're only just beginning to turn that ship around. We've been in the era of multi-party politics in Scotland for a very long time. It's just beginning to cut through in England and beginning to upset the apple cart in terms of how people vote. So tomorrow in Scotland, I mean, it's, as I said, they won't even open the box until 9 a.m. We don't know what the situation is going to be, but I do think that predictions of Conservative demise in Scotland have been wrong before, and I think they'll be wrong again.
Why do you think so many people are energised by Nigel Farage? What is it about him, do you think, that Kemi Badenoch clearly doesn't have?
Well, look, I think Kemi's got a hell of a lot more than Nigel Farage has in terms of her commitment, her passion, her intellectual view of where she wants to take the party and indeed the country. But there's a general feeling of dissatisfaction and disillusionment with the established political parties out there in the country. There's a real disgruntlement with the state of the country, and Nigel Farage, as the populist campaigner that he is capitalising on that.
But do you think it's also your disastrous last term in government that is still washing through? People still can't quite get over how bad it was.
Well, look, as Kemi said, and has said repeatedly since 2024, since she became leader of the party, we got some things wrong. And we went into that last general election after 14 years in government not really knowing what we stood for. Some people accused us of being too right-wing, some people accused us of being too left-wing, and we ourselves couldn't really define what we were standing for at that general election. That's changing. We know what we stand for with Kemi as leader, but it will take a very long time to turn this ship around. In saying that, I do predict over the next couple of years we'll start to see gains so that we can be in a position when the next general election comes to seriously, incredibly say that a vote for the Conservatives is a vote to put Kemi Badenoch in Downing Street, and I think that'd be a very good thing for the country.
We're a long way off from a general election, but would you still rule out any kind of partnership whatsoever with Reform? Can you see that ever happening?
Look, I'm campaigning for a Conservative Party majority at that next election. I'm campaigning for Kemi Badenoch to be Prime Minister, and anything short of that would be a disappointment in my eyes.
So you're not completely ruling it out? I mean, her language seems to be softening a little bit.
Look, it's far too early to talk about coalitions or deals. We don't know what the situation's going to be 3 years out, probably 3 years out from that next general election. I want to see a Conservative majority in Parliament. I want to see Kemi Badenoch as Prime Minister. I think that'd be in the best interest of the country.
What do you think about this sort of new era of multi-party politics? Is it something you're very disappointed about?
Well, obviously, I'd like to see a return to the era when the Conservative Party was hoovering up plus 45 to 50% of the vote in repeated elections, but we're no longer in that period, and we've got to get used to that.
How do you fight in that? How do you fight in this new world that we're in?
By winning the battle of ideas and by standing up for what people believe in, by defining what we, much more clearly, what we stand for. I think that we cannot rely anymore on people continuing just to vote through loyalty for the same party that they've always voted for, as was the case in years gone by. We've got to go out there, take the fight to these other parties, take our arguments and our vision for the future to the country and win in that battle of ideas. And I believe that we will do that. We will do that next time around. But we're at the very beginning of this process. It's not even been 2 years since that general... It feels like a very long time given everything that's happened, but it hasn't even been 2 years since that general election defeat. Kemi is just beginning to change the party, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
OK. Thank you for coming in
in
the early hours.
Yes.
Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland, Andrew Bennett. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do stay with us on Vote 2026. We'll keep going through the results for you and plenty more analysis as well. Back in a couple of minutes. Hello again, welcome back to Vote 2026. Results coming in. We just heard from the Labour MP for Hartlepool, where Reform UK took all 12 seats that were up for grabs. He's called for Sir Keir Starmer to go. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is here. Sam, give us an overview.
10 councils, 159 seats. Let's look at the headline results. Here they are. And you can see Reform UK, there's no other word for it. They're winning at the moment, early days, but they've picked up 104 seats. Of course, they weren't really standing last time. So that's up 104. It's just the fact they saw it go up to 105. Results coming in the whole time. The biggest losers, well, that's the Labour Party, because you can see, although they picked up 12, they're down 78. Liberal Democrats 24, Tories on 15, Green on 6. A lot of the green areas with green potential counting later. Now, I want to show you a graphic that you haven't seen yet. It's just looking at the seats and who different councils have won from 105 there. All 105 seats are new seats for Reform. You've got the Liberal Democrats up 3 and losing 1. But here's the big one. 12 seats held by the Labour Party, down 78. And you can see it's no coincidence that the size of the Labour bar and the size of the Reform bar are not that different, suggesting that we do have this phenomena of voters switching direct from the Labour Party to Reform. That's a presumption on the basis of the sheer numbers that are making a direct switch. Here's another statistic, early statistic, but it's quite an important one. Last year, Labour hung on to about 34% of the seats that they contested. Right now, Jonathan, just 12% of the seats that they had, they are winning. That is far and away at the worst end of expectations. If you put it through polling projections, Stephen Fisher, he thought that the worst result would be 15%. It's even lower than that. 12 out of 100 seats being contested by the Labour Party they've hung on to. That is nothing short of a disaster, and I think that is going to be one of the things, one of the metrics that actually causes the Prime Minister the most pain later this morning.
Sam, thank you. Let's put that question to Justice Minister Jake Richards. Thanks for coming in. I mean, what do you make of that? Only winning 12% of the seats contested. I mean, that's appalling, isn't it?
Well, early days. At the bottom of Sam's chart, it said, I think, only 170-odd seats of over 5,000 have been counted. But look, this is no doubt this is going to be a difficult night. We've already lost some really good Labour councillors who work really hard for their communities. And then no doubt we'll lose more as the night progresses. And yes, look, the Labour Party needs to listen. The government, I'm a member of the government, needs to listen to what people are telling us. And when I've been knocking on doors earlier today in Barnsley and in Sheffield, people are really hungry for change. They want that change. They voted for change in 2024 for a Labour government. They voted for change, actually, in the past, whether it be in 2016 when people voted for Brexit in lots of the areas that are voting today, and they haven't felt it yet. Now, I'm really
they're voting for it again, aren't they, to reform?
Well, it looks like Reform are going to have a decent night in many of these parts of the countries. But look, I'm really proud of some of the things the government has done in the first 20 months. We weren't going to turn around the country straight away. It does take time. But look, these results will just add fuel to our desire to go further and faster and make sure we deliver that change over the next 3 years.
And they'll also add fuel to calls for Sir Keir Starmer to go. Labour MP for Hartlepool, where Reform UK took all the seats up for grabs, has said he should go. Jonathan Brash, whose wife, Pamela Hargreaves, was the leader of Hartlepool Council, she's lost her seat. He says the Prime Minister should set out a timetable for his departure on Friday.
Well, I think Jonathan's already sought for the Prime Minister to do that previously. Look, I think it's a time for calm heads. We saw what happened when governments start chopping and changing Prime Ministers, and it ended pretty terribly for the Conservatives. I don't think that's the right approach. And look, we just need to see how the results go over the next 24, 36 hours. But I think if you step back and if you look at what's happening in the Middle East, if you think about the unstable world we live in, the notion that now is the time to turn in on ourselves as a political party and have some kind of internal contest, I think, is for the birds. We need to get behind the Prime Minister. This isn't just about the Prime Minister. We're a team.
Your full support?
Absolutely, because look,
no
some of the challenges that we face as a government are pretty existential for the Labour Party and indeed for the country. And this is a team effort, and that means the whole Labour movement, the whole Labour Party, and indeed the whole Labour government have to come together, unite, and meet those challenges for the British people.
What about all this talk of a breakdown in cabinet discipline? Ed Miliband on the front of today's Times. Is that true? Is that correct?
Well, no, because Ed Miliband's already said that that's not true. I'm afraid there is quite a lot of tittle-tattle, gossip, rumours going around Westminster. Lots of people are employed on the back of that.
step in Ed Miliband's team have not said the Times story is untrue.
Well, Ed Miliband's spokesperson...
No, I just think factually it's quite important.
Ed Miliband's spokesperson has come out and said that the account that's been given is something that they don't think is correct. Ed Miliband has come out tonight and said he's 100% behind the Prime Minister. That's his public statement. I know that he supports the Prime Minister.
Sorry, Sam. I'm just wondering about the tone that people are taking tonight. I mean, pretty much every single phrase on my bingo card I think you've just uttered: further and faster, pride, early days, get behind the Prime Minister, need to come together and unite. I think I've been in this studio for all of the last 6 local election specials, regardless of the party, of the governing party. The person sitting in that seat said exactly those phrases on this night every year, and we saw what happened to them. What I'm not hearing from you is contrition, the word sorry, and a sense that anything needs to change. Is that because you don't feel sorry and you don't think things need to change?
No, look, we absolutely have to improve our performance as a government. That's for all of us to do. Mistakes have been made in the first 20 months, absolutely. But we have to come together now. And some of the big challenges, this isn't a new phenomenon that we're seeing tonight. The rise of populism that we are seeing from the left and the right, we're seeing across Europe and indeed the developed world. This isn't something new that's come out of nowhere. We as a Labour Party and a Labour movement have to meet those challenges. We have to keep calm heads, we have to unite and meet those challenges, and I think we will. And look, next week we've got a King's Speech where we'll be setting out a legislative programme to try and meet issues around energy security, the migration challenge we're facing. There's a lot more work to do, but I don't accept your criticism of my answers so far because we are listening. We accept that where mistakes have been made, but we're determined to make it right.
Many people will say, though, that you got that huge majority a couple of years ago and you've simply squandered it. You've had all this time to get it right.
Look, I don't accept that. We've made some really important development. Look, in the last few weeks, the Renters' Rights Act has finally gone through Parliament, giving renters new protections. The Employment Rights Act, rebalancing the balance to protect working people, offer them more protections. A lot of the work that we're doing, the manifesto commitments we made, has only just come to fruition. People will start feeling that in their pockets, in their lives, as we progress. But I am impatient as well. I want us to go further and faster on ensuring people feel secure in their work, in their finances as well, and in their communities. There's a lot more to do, but I don't accept that in the first 20 months we haven't made important progress.
Why do you think it's been so badly communicated then? Because that message, it just isn't landing with the public, as we're seeing from the results tonight. It feels to many people in this country that they don't know what Sir Keir Starmer stands for, and if he knows what he stands for, he doesn't communicate it.
Well, I think people, understandably, you know, I was in Barnsley and Sheffield today, knocking on doors, speaking to residents there. They're still really struggling. The cost of living is biting. What's happened in the Middle East is only making that more acute. And so, understandably, people aren't saying, well, look, thank you for everything you've done. We get that. We have made important steps in trying to help people with their energy bills, increasing the national minimum wage, lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. But I completely get it that the vast majority of your viewers, indeed the British public, are still really struggling. They're working harder than ever and finding life tough. So we've got a lot more work to do. And look, the results today just underline and give us more hunger to go out there and deliver that and to help working people in the months and years ahead.
Have you got better people at communicating? Andy Burnham, for example, would he be a better person at communicating?
I think it would be a huge mistake for anyone to assume that we just need to change the figurehead of this. These are huge questions facing Western democracies across the world. This is not a new phenomenon, as I said earlier. And the idea that this is about one person is a massive mistake. This is a challenge for the whole of the Labour Party, the whole of progressive politics and the Labour movement. We've got to come together to deal with that, because the worst thing we can do, what the Conservatives did, is start fighting one another, because then you won't meet the challenges of the British people. That's when you let down the British people, and that's how you lose elections and general elections.
And just finally, will the Prime Minister lead Labour into the next general election?
Yes, absolutely. Look, he was elected 20 months ago with a big majority, as you said, and it's right that the public, I think, will expect him to serve that full term. OK, all right, we'll leave it there. Justice Minister Jake Richards, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you. We're going to take you to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's in Basildon in Essex for us. John, there's some movement there, I believe.
Indeed there is, yes. You'll see that I've moved down to the floor in front of the podium. we are about to get our first result here. It's the St Martin's ward in Basildon, and the significance of that is it's been won by the leader of the Reform UK group, that is Sam Jeannot. I don't know if we can pull the camera around. He is the gentleman with his back to us with the Colombo-style raincoat on. He obviously is being told the result now by the returning officer. The returning officer is Gary Jones, who is the chief executive of Basildon Council. About 5 or 10 minutes ago, Mr Jones told us we'd get this declaration in 5 minutes, but we're still waiting. Not quite sure what the hold-up is. What I'm hoping to do, and what I've arranged, hopefully, with Mr Jeannot, is that as soon as the declaration is made, he will come and talk to Sky News. Now, he is, I think I can fairly say, I've only met him the first time this evening, an extrovert character. He's a jeweller, bit of a diamond geezer. Reminds me a bit of Ray Winstone, who, of course, is an Essex man, I think I'm right in saying. But he is confident that he's won a landslide in his ward. He's also confident that Reform UK are going to sweep the board here and win all 14 of the seats that are up for grabs. Now, Labour is defending 6, the Conservatives 4, a couple of independents as well. But what we've learned this evening in the last hour or two is that throughout Essex, the Tories are taking a beating. Jonathan, you've been talking about Labour's dreadful night around the north of England in particular, but here in Essex, the Tories really seem to be suffering. Now, I think we might be about to get the declaration. There you can see Mr. Is that thumbs up? Looks like thumbs up. This is Mr. Jeannot. I'll just step out so you can get a good look at him. Have you won, sir? He says, who knows, we're going to find out in a second. I can tell you this guy's a character. He is a character. Here we go. This is the returning officer, Gary Jones, who's Chief Executive of Basildon Council. So this is Gary Jones going to announce this. This is the St Martin's ward in Basildon. It's our first result tonight. And as you can see, there's a Labour candidate there. Looks like a Green candidate. Not quite sure which party the guy in the red T-shirt is. But that's Mr Jeannot, who's won in the raincoat.
Good evening. Welcome to the Basildon Sporting Village here in Basildon for the election of Borough Councillor for St Martin's Ward. I, Gary Jones, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Elizabeth Atkinson, Labour Party candidate, 1,133 votes. Andrew Buxton, Independent Trade Union and Socialist candidate, 53 votes. Sam Jeannot, Reform UK, Changing Politics for Good, 1,280 votes. Eleanor Louise Matthewman, for the Green Party candidate, 316 votes. Roy Deepak for the Conservative Party, 351 votes. The number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 3. Writing a mark by which a voter can be identified, 0. Being unmarked, 15. There is 1 vacant seat in St Martin's. The electorate is 9,667. The turnout for St Martin's was 3,151. That is a percentage of 32.3%. I do hereby declare that Sam Jeannot is hereby elected.
So Mr Jeannot polled 1,280 votes, I think that is, and Labour were only actually not that far behind on 1,133. Hopefully Mr Jeannot is going to come. My colleague Caitlin Brennan is bringing him to the microphone. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It wasn't quite the landslide that you were predicting.
No, it wasn't, but the residents of Basildon and St Martin's come out today and they voted. Compared to the previous by-election, it's an increase of nearly 800 voters. It's clear that people want change, and today they've decided Reform UK for St Martin's.
And what do you think, what are you predicting is going to happen when the other results are declared here in Basildon?
If I'm not delivering 14 out of 14 seats for Reform UK tonight, then I've done a bad job. So I'm expecting to deliver 14 out of 14 tonight.
And you're pretty sure that's going to happen, are you?
The only thing that we can be sure of in life is death, taxes and Labour ruining our lives. So not quite guaranteed, but it's looking very, very good out on the floor at the moment.
Have you been paying any attention to what's happening elsewhere in Essex and the rest of the UK?
I have been keeping an eye, but we've been paying attention to Basildon first and foremost. And but yeah, I can see there's some good results coming out of Brentwood and whatnot.
I was going to say, it looks as though the rest of Essex, Reform UK, is going to do pretty well as well. And you seem to be taking more, would it be fair to say you're taking more votes off the Conservatives than you are from Labour?
Absolutely not. We are taking the votes from the silent majority, those that have not voted in 10, 15, 20 years' time, for 10, 20 years. And we're bringing them out to vote because they want change, and this is what we're going to deliver.
But I mean, the Labour candidate wasn't that far behind. She, Elizabeth Atkinson, 1,133, you were 1,280.
Correct.
So Labour ran you fairly close.
They did, and Elizabeth, I mean, she's a fantastic woman. I really enjoyed campaigning against her, same as with the by-election last year. But again, the residents have spoken, and whether it be 1 vote, 10 votes or 100 votes, Reform UK is standing in, and they are elected in Basildon and in St Martin's.
Thank you very much. We may talk later if you do succeed in getting all 14. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that is Sam Jeannot, beg his pardon. A character, as you can see, an extrovert. What a prediction. He says they're going to win all 14 here in Basildon. Well, we'll see. We'll be back, obviously, when we've got some more results for you.
OK, John, thank you very much for that. Well, the chairman of Reform UK, David Bull, is here with perfect timing, saying only 3 things matter in life, says Sam Jeannot: death, taxes and Labour ruining our lives. He's hoping for a clean sweep in Basildon. What's your reaction to
I mean, Sam's such a character. I know him really well. I've spent the last 10 months going around the country. I have seen 30,000 people. I've been building this party from the ground up, not the top down. It is extraordinary. People like Sam are real people. You know, that's what I'm seeing around the country. People are sick and tired of what is going on. The two-party politics, I think, is dead and buried. And what you're seeing is people coming out and saying, right, I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to stand. I believe our community needs to be stronger. As you know, our maxim is family, community, country. It is extraordinary. I have never seen anything like this in my life. And it doesn't matter where I go. If I'm in the Isle of Wight or Hull or Liverpool or Scotland or Wales, something seismic is happening.
Well, and it is early days, we keep saying that, Reform seem to be taking plenty of votes from the Tories as well as Labour.
That's right, and so certainly in that red wall, look at Wigan, 2 out of 3, Hartlepool, all of them, 12 out of 12, and in Redditch, 8 out of 9. You know, that red wall is certainly turning turquoise. Am I surprised by that? Absolutely not, because when I've been doing those meetings up there in pubs and village halls and working men's clubs, not at all. That is exactly what I expected to happen. And then you've got the estuary as well. So you're seeing there Essex, that's prime territory for us, as is Kent. Even as far up as Suffolk, where I live, that is really Tory territory. But what you're seeing is people saying, well, hang on a minute, you haven't delivered for us. We're going to try something different. And then in terms of the Labour vote, you know, if you're a plumber, a carpenter, electrician, you can see how difficult this government has made things for you, with the employer national insurance being raised, the farmers who are in outright rebellion over what is going on. They have literally attacked every single person in this country. And, you know, it's coming home to roost.
How many seats do you think Well, I mean, predictions are always a dangerous thing, especially this time in the morning. But what are we talking about?
So, I mean, I said, and being bullish, I said, look, if we win 1,000 seats, I'll be really pleased with that. But actually, if you look at those polls, the way this is going, could it be higher? Yes, I think it could be higher. I don't want to really put a number on it because I don't want to jinx it. But all the indications are that we're doing well. What is interesting is that we're not just taking Tory votes, we're taking Labour votes. When you look at who's voting for us, certainly I've been saying about half of Labour voters are now coming to us. 40% of our vote did not go to university and 60% of our vote are young, well, relatively young, so they're under the age of 50. So you've got older people saying they don't recognise the country and younger people saying there is no future in this country.
Yeah. We've only got a minute left because we're approaching the top of the hour. How concerned are you about these reports of a £5 million gift to Nigel Farage?
I'm not. He hasn't done anything wrong.
Do you think you should be concerned?
No, it doesn't come up on the doorstep. This is before Nigel was an MP. We believe that he hasn't done anything wrong. It's up to the independent standards body to investigate that. If they want to do that, that's fine.
Should he have referred himself to, do you think?
No, because he doesn't believe he's done anything wrong.
Do you not think that some people in this country will see £5 million being given by a Reform Party donor as a gift is dodgy or fishy?
I don't think so, but also we have to... So just in terms of the donations we're getting, the majority actually comes from people giving £10, £50, whatever. But also then you have to look at the Labour Party. Their money comes from unions. So politics is expensive. And, you know, in terms of that, Chris Harborne decided he wanted to give a gift. Nigel is the most high-profile politician, I think, in this country. He has a serious threat over his head, as many of us do, and this was to pay for his private security.
OK. David Ball, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Plenty more after this short break. Stay with us. Vote 2026. They are the elections promising to change the face of British politics. Millions of votes, thousands of seats, 3 nations. This is Vote 2026. Overnight counting is underway in 46 of more than 100 local authorities in England, up for grabs, and the first results are in. Nigel Farage's Reform UK sees early gains as the party seeks to turn popularity in the opinion polls into real power. With the polls predicting big losses for Labour and leadership contenders circling, can Sir Keir Starmer survive? And there are questions too for the Conservative leadership, with significant losses also expected for Kemi Badenoch's party. Hello there, thank you very much for joining us at this early hour. I'm Jonathan Samuels with a Vote 2026 special programme. Tens of millions of ballots have been cast in elections right across England, Scotland and Wales. Right now we're focusing on the English councils declaring their results overnight, and so far we have seen early gains for Reform. Well, as the counting goes on, the polls are predicting a dire night for Labour, which would leave the Prime Minister's leadership in question. Here with me in the studio, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. So, Sam, we're seeing a real surge for Reform, and largely at the expense of Labour, but Tory too.
That's right. Just after 3 o'clock, 14 councils have counted. 237 seats are declared. This is the state of the parties at the moment. We're looking at the seats that have changed hands at the moment, and there's one clear winner. It's partly a result of the type of seats that have counted so far, but it is Reform. And Reform didn't really contest many places last time when these elections were held, so all 140 seats that the Reform UK party has won are new to them. They weren't defending any because they weren't around then. The Labour Party, 22. That's all they've got because they have lost the vast bulk, 99 seats. Tories down a little bit, minus 36. Greens, plus 8. Liberal Democrats, -1. Quite a lot of the more metropolitan areas come a little bit later in this. We don't have that let. I'm going to pick one council to show you in detail so you can see the pattern here in the northeast. That's Hartlepool. Look at this. Of those seats that are contested, those wards contested, all 12 have gone to Reform UK. 0 won by Labour, 0 the Conservatives, 0 by others. So a clean sweep there of the seats, the 12 seats of the 36 that are up in that council that's in thirds. Let's just look at the tally of councils rather than seats. Here you can see that the Labour Party has lost 3 councils, and down here they've gone to no overall control. You can see that. Now, here's really, for me, possibly the most damaging chart of the night when it comes to the Labour Party. And look at this. This is the number of seats that Labour were trying to hold on to, that they had last time, that they were defending today. Labour have only held on to 12% of the seats that they were contesting, that they held. 88% of them were lost. That is a worse loss rate than last year when they lost 34%. They only hang on to 34%. They lost 66%. So just 12% of the seats Labour were contesting have they managed to hang on to. That is worse, I can tell you, than the most pessimistic projections from pollsters and political scientists ahead of this set of elections. We're going to keep an eye on this because it is quite early on. There's only 125 of just over 5,000 seats, but that is the picture that we're getting. It's not going to be pleasant in Downing Street when they see that.
OK, Sam, thank you very much for that. Let's bring in our political panel. Still with us, former Conservative Chancellor Nadhim Zahawi, who's now member of Reform UK, of course, and the Labour peer, Baroness Ayesha Hazarika. Ayesha, let's start on that figure, shall we? Labour only held on to 12% of the seats they've contested so far. I mean, that is pretty poor, isn't it?
It's terrible. I mean, there's no spinning it. It's terrible. There was a lot of expectation management being done, but I think a lot of people think it's actually going to be worse than they were expecting. Now, we're still very early into this process, so let's not make any completely big sort of sweeping definitive comments, but it looks like it's going to be a terrible evening for the Labour Party, that the Labour Party is going to lose so many councillors who, as we've discussed before, are the connective tissue of any party. That will make it very difficult as well, you know, campaigning for the general election. I think we're also, if you zoom out away from Labour, it's a terrible night for the Tories as well. I think the public are fed up with, they have been fed up with the Conservative Party. They're also not impressed with the Labour Party. And look, you know, there's an undeniable rise of reform. You can't deny that. Now, I think in terms of where this goes for the Labour Party, there's going to be a lot of anger. There's going to be a lot of emotion. There's going to be a lot of fear in the Labour Party as well, for MPs thinking, well, what's coming down the track for me in terms of the general election? Of course, there's going to be big questions about the Prime Minister, leadership. He's making a big speech on Monday. What are we going to see? Another reset? Is he going to say sorry? You know, we've got this King's Speech coming up. You know, it's going to be a very febrile time. And I think the big question that all parts of the Labour Party are going to be asking themselves over the weekend, it's going to be two big questions. Do we want to be like the Tory Party and keep having this revolving door of leaders? Or the other risk is, do we want to be like the Democrats in America and stick with somebody who you know is not doing well, as in Joe Biden wasn't doing well, then Kamala Harris wasn't doing, you know, that's, I think, they're the big existential questions that Labour people are going to be thinking about. I honestly don't have the answer to that, because I think more of the same is just madness. Yeah. But on the other hand, there is not an obvious candidate waiting in the wings. There's not somebody who's ready. He's got, you know, he or she's got a team behind them. They've got a set of policies that would materially change the direction of travel. So I don't know what that answer is.
Can I just ask a very quick one? Aisha, do you think that there's ever a world in which you would think that Keir Starmer has to go? You clearly don't think that that's the case at the moment, but I put it to you, I cannot see you ever calling for him to stand down. Is there any universe in which that's the case?
I think we'll have to wait and see. I think we'll have to wait and see what happens. We'll have to wait and see what happens, where things go. Well, let's see. Listen, Sam, we don't know what... You are brilliant, but you are not Mystic Meg. You do not know all the results right now. I don't think anything will happen soon, and I don't think it should happen soon. But if it looks likely that the next Prime Minister of this country is going to be Nigel Farage, I think the party may have to ask itself some really difficult questions, and that includes myself.
Which brings you very nicely in.
Yeah, well, I can try and help Aisha a little bit. But, look, I think it's catastrophic for Labour. You know, you've got Hartlepool, all seats have been won by us at Reform. Wigan down to Redditch, to Essex, to Kent, and maybe even Suffolk. It's catastrophic. I think Keir Starmer is a dead man walking. I think that Kemi's going backwards, and she's going to have to look in the mirror and ask herself, you know, why are we going backwards when, you know, she's been written up as sort of doing better personally. Genuinely, I think the nation is in a place that they are absolutely fed up with the uni parties, that both parties have failed. Labour, you know, the speed of failure has been the real shock, i.e. under 2 years. And I think the nation is ready for reform, and you're seeing it tonight. That is exactly what's happening. I think there'll be a lot of Conservatives who will be thinking about voting for Nigel Farage as a general election now, because they can see us being able to challenge for Scotland, for Wales, for those northern seats, for the East Midlands, West Midlands, and, of course, all the way down to the Thames Estuary. That's a good place for us to be. But also, we have to be humble and be able to continue to focus on the things that are causing people pain, cost of living and, of course, migration, including unskilled labour. That's putting huge pressure on public services. I can't see where Keir Starmer goes from here. This is, you know, the problem now is tomorrow there'll be lots of bloodletting, right? All those councillors that are losing tonight and tomorrow will be on the phone to their MPs. I hope the MPs will be calling them first, Labour MPs, and they will be feeling terrible. The thing that puzzles me is a Prime Minister who's in so much trouble chooses to go to Armenia instead of campaigning. And then his campaign message during this...
Well, he's doing well. The global stage is where he's performing,
Hold on a second. Just hear me out, right? What was his campaign message in this final week of campaigning? It was Iran, right? He thought it was a clever idea, whoever was in his comms team, that they put out a video about Iran.
But to be fair...
it just shows you how out of touch Keir Starmer is. He's completely out of touch.
To be fair to his team, generally, the public is actually supportive of the fact that he didn't rush to get involved in this.
I don't disagree with you.
Because the whole country is going to pay a heavy price.
I don't disagree with you, right? But you are super smart, right? We're in a cost of living crisis, right? We're in a crisis where people can see that our borders are just completely porous and out of control, right? An energy problem, and he chooses to tell people that, by the way, Iran is the issue. You know that doesn't work.
Part of the cost of living
crisis. It's going to be a huge part of the cost of living crisis.
Except until you look at what happened in the Treasury under Rachel Reeves, where we are an outlier, right? The Iran war is affecting every country in the world. Why is it that Italy can borrow at lower rates than the UK? Because we have had terrible economic management by the Chancellor.
And we've had terrible economic management for a long time, particularly under your former party.
I don't disagree with you, which is why that brand is trashed.
If the Iran war had not happened, and don't take my word for it, you can listen to people like David Smith, who's a very good economics editor at the Sunday Times, we were on course for inflation to be coming down and to potentially have 2 cuts in interest rates over the summer.
We're still an outlier. We're borrowing over 5%, right? Where every other comparable country is borrowing at lower...
Iran, the conflict in Iran, which was basically started by your boss's mate, Donald Trump, is going to wreak absolute economic havoc on this country.
I genuinely think you are brilliant at reading the political environment, the atmosphere, right? Surely to God, if you were in that room, you'd be saying, Keir, don't go to Armenia, right? Get out there, tell people, right, that you're going to fix the cost of living crisis. You're going to push back on Ed Miliband on his mad net zero stuff, right? And you're going to tell people, I feel your pain. Because that's how we're going to win back the Labour heartland. Right?
In the same way that Nigel Farage...
You would not be saying to him, lead on Iran.
No, listen, there's lots of different things I would have done, but I'm not advising the Labour Party. But one thing which I do... I just think...
That was actually agreeing with me for a second.
Slightly just gone on the wrong gotcha.
I don't think so.
Right.
I don't
and there's no denying that the cost of living crisis is a huge issue. By the way, there will be a lot of people... Reform's doing well in very, very deprived areas, and there'll be a lot of people going, I cannot believe that Nigel Farage can just take a £5 million donation and Richard Tice can sort of not pay all his tax properly.
They're voting. We're living in a democracy.
Sure, but I'm just saying, if you're talking about the cost of living crisis, just be honest about the massive disparity between the lives that you all lead at the top of Reform and the lives that a lot of your... No, it's true.
Aisha, that's such a cheap shot.
But when it comes to Iran, the reality is this conflict with Iran, the history books, I think, will prove this will be one of the most consequential economic conflicts of our generation. The effects will be felt for a very, very long time.
And we should not be an outlier, right? Rachel Reeves could have made a difference where we can borrow at much lower costs at the moment where we are... Ask Mohammed Al-Arain, one of the most accomplished economists, cares about this country deeply, right? You look at all his comments, he's like, the UK, because of Rachel Reeves, is an outlier.
Listen,
we're getting killed in the markets.
I am not saying that everything has been perfect by this government, but really, honestly, given that you were in the last Conservative government, I would sit out the conversation on economic competency.
I will take that on every day of the week. I think my track record speaks for itself.
Given Liz Truss,
my track record speaks for itself.
Given Liz Truss, I just think that is on thin ground. I'm not saying that everything has been perfect at all.
I hear you.
At all.
I'm enjoying this immensely, but we will continue.
I feel your pain. Right? Continue. You can't bring yourself to say that Keir has been crap and rubbish and he's a dead man walking, and you're trying very hard to make an argument. By the way, if I were him, I'd promote you into his cabinet. Right? Very few of them are making the argument on his behalf.
All right, OK. Listen, we'll thank you both very much for the moment. We're going to leave it there because we're going to go to our correspondents who are in key areas that will help decide these elections. Alex Rogers is in Duckenfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester. Speak to her in a moment. First, our chief political correspondent, John Craig in Basildon in Essex. Events have been moving quickly, John. Reform doing incredibly well. Are they looking at having a clean sweep?
Well, that's what the leader of the Reform group, Sam Genet, told me in a colourful interview, I think you could call it, a few moments ago after he'd won his seat. Now, he was claiming he was going to win by a landslide, but it didn't turn out that way. The numbers was, this is Mr Genet, he got 1,280. Labour's candidate, Elizabeth Atkinson, was not that far behind on 1,133. The Tory was way behind on 351. Green 316. But he is boasting that they're going to win all 14. So we've agreed to talk again. Let's see if he's right about that. But clearly, Reform are having a good night here. But it seems to be that second place for Labour suggests, and the poor showing for the Conservatives, it seems to be the Tories that are taking a battering in Essex rather than Labour. Now, let me bring you a bit of news from elsewhere in Essex. Castle Point, that's the parliamentary constituency of Rebecca Harris, the Tory chief whip. Reform have won 4 out of 5 results declared so far. Reform have won 2 seats in Southend. The Greens have also won 2 seats in Southend. I've mentioned before the Tory leader in Rochford has lost her seat. Rochford, we think, has gone to no overall control. 4 Reform gains in Brentwood. Just down the road from here, that's Alex Burghart's parliamentary seat. And the Tories are very gloomy about Essex County Council. Some of the boroughs are counting their votes for the County Council tonight, although we won't know the full outcome of the County Council election until tomorrow. But there are signs that the Tories are losing seats to Reform there. So that's the picture here. I mean, Reform are a pretty cock-a-hoop here. I mean, OK, so Mr Genet did not win by the landslide that he claimed. He's not a modest chap. He's an extrovert character. He is really... He's claiming they're going to sweep the board here. We'll see. It's impossible they might. But I have to say, I've spoken to 1 or 2 people in the hall here who say, not sure about that, may not happen. Nevertheless, it's going to be a good night for Reform here. Just to recap, so at the moment, before tonight, it was out of 42 councillors, Labour 16, Conservatives 13, and Reform had just had 2. Well, that is going to change, and what Reform are obviously hoping and are pretty confident about is that they will be the biggest party. They will not control the council. They will not have an absolute majority on the council because, of course, they're only electing 14 of the 42 councillors, a third, tonight. So we're getting on with the counting here. We're making some progress. We're going to get some more results shortly. One other fact to tell you about. In Mr Genet's ward, which was the St Martin's ward in Basildon, turnout was 33%. In some of the others, it's been as high as 41%. Now, the Reform UK are claiming it's... In fact, Mr Genet did in his interview that it is people who haven't voted previously who are turning out to vote. So that may well be true. But, as I say, in one ward, turnout 41. A few of the others, 36, 37%. Pretty high turnouts for local government elections. And that, clearly, is benefiting Reform UK.
We love your factoids, John. As always, thank you very much. And let's go to our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, who is in Duckenfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester. How are things looking where you are, Alex?
Well, Labour has just lost control of this council. That's after a swathe of wards went to Reform UK. I'm joined by Labour's council leader, Eleanor Willis, just now. Eleanor, were you expecting it to go over control? Were you expecting the result to be this bad tonight?
think it's fair to say we've got some really great community councillors in Tameside with lots of presence and passion. So I absolutely, wholeheartedly believe that the people of Tameside would see that and reflect that in their votes this evening.
Why do you think then it has been so bad for Labour?
I think certainly that's something that we'll have to reflect as a party over the next few days. I think for me, as leader in Tameside, we've had a lot of positive things happen on a local level over the last year and a half. We've invested in town centre regeneration. We've brought forward 2 hours free parking. There's lots of things on a local level that have been very, very positive. So I think nationally as a party, we need to go away and reflect the feelings of the public. I think for me, I just want to pay a huge tribute to the hard-working councillors that have left this community this evening with over a collective, over hundreds of years' worth of experience and expertise that I feel Tameside is worse off for losing, actually.
Is there any way you think your party can bounce back from this locally?
Yeah. 100%. I think heart and passion and drive. I think one thing that we will always be is stronger together. We've seen lots of division throughout our communities throughout this campaign, and irrespective of tonight's votes, I think people want to feel safe, strong, united, and we'll continue to deliver that here in Tameside.
Do you blame Keir Starmer for what's happened here tonight?
I don't land blame anywhere. I think there's a collective responsibility, and I think that we all need to reflect on what the country's saying. We all need to get better at communicating what we actually do, what we actually deliver, so that people don't risk losing it. I mean, my main concern here as leader of Tameside is the progress that's going to get slowed down in our community. After 14 years of austerity, we're just starting to see investment back in our authority. We're just starting to move things forward, and unfortunately, having the split decision-making that we'll now see on this council, we will see significant lag in progress. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eleanor Wills there. So obviously been a devastating night for Labour. Lots of people speaking to on the ground were expecting it to be tough, but not for it to go into no overall control, which is what we've seen just happen here tonight.
OK, Alex, many thanks. Well, let's bring in Justice Minister Sarah Sackman. Good to see you this morning. I mean, just listening to that and watching that must be devastating. They weren't expecting it to be that bad, but so it's come to pass for Labour.
It's very tough. You just heard from the leader of Tameside Council there just how tough, and it's particularly difficult on all those hard-working councillors who, as she said, are trying to drive forward progress and delivery on the ground. And there's no doubt that the voters have just delivered a very, very difficult message to the Labour Party.
Yeah, it's early days, but that message is being felt in Hartlepool, in Essex, in Kent. So far, Labour have only held on to 12% of the seats contested, which is far worse than even the most pessimistic projections. Where's it all gone wrong?
Well, look, it's early in the evening and we've still got a lot of results to come, but I'm not shying away from the fact that the early results are very difficult. They're a bitter pill to swallow. I think what it shows is that the electorate, wherever they are in the country, are frustrated at the pace of change. They want to see us deliver change in their lives, on the cost of living more quickly. They also want to see a message of hope. And I think it's that frustration at the lack of hope and at the lack of the pace of delivery that are meaning that they're turning to other parties. But I think you've got to put this in context as well. Midterms, local elections are very often a free hit at the government because people think, look, I've got nothing to lose. It's just a local election. And so I think we've both got to take the lessons from this, but I think it's too early to read too much into it as well.
No, sure, no. But I'll push back a little bit, because turnout is higher than people expected, because people are angry, as you say, they want change, and they're coming out to vote for it, but they're not voting your way. And when you say they're frustrated with the speed of change, they're utterly fed up to the point where they are going in droves to reform.
Look, I think part of it is that as a party, we've been in power nationally for less than 2 years. We've started to put in place some of the building blocks that mean that people will feel change in their lives, whether that's lifting almost 500,000 children out of poverty, whether it's investing in the clean energy of the future. But it takes time for people to feel that in their pockets. And also, we have a job of work to do to explain to people that things are going to get better, and that we've got a plan to deliver that, and we've got to get better.
Yeah, but you had a landslide. Sorry, you had a landslide majority, and you've had 2 years. Let me tell you what the Labour MP for Hartlepool has said tonight, where Reform UK took all 12 seats up for grabs. He's called for Sir Keir Starmer to go. Jonathan Brash, this is, who you'll know has done something similar before. His wife, leader of Hartlepool Council, has lost her seat. Surely the buck stops with the Prime Minister, and he does need to go. Would you agree with Jonathan Brash?
Jonathan Brash was making these calls even before tonight. I don't agree with him. I believe in this idea that, look, you've got to go with a plan, not with a mood. We won a landslide victory on a promise of change. We have to embody that change. We have to embody the need to modernise our public services, to be on people's side, to change the status quo, whether it's on the economy or the balance of power in this country. We're beginning to do that with a new generation of workers' rights, renters' rights, with investment in clean technology. But that does take time. And I know these are a difficult set of results. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But we've got to make the case for bringing the country together around that programme of change, and to do the hard yards of delivery, which at the end of the day, I don't believe that Reform or other populist parties are serious about. Easy slogans, easy TikToks, that's easy to do. The difficulty of delivering in a challenging economic environment, that's the job of government, that's the job of the Labour Party today.
OK, Sam Coates is here with us in the studio. Let me bring him in.
Sarah Sackman, I'm just curious by your response to this. What you seem to be saying is it's not a case of, certainly not a case of changing leader. It doesn't even seem to be a case of changing policy. What the public really want, because they haven't got the message, is more of the same, just better communicated. Is that what you're telling the country?
I think we do need to tell a better story. I think we need to have a unifying message that galvanises our communities, whether we're talking about Essex, Stockport, Cornwall, London.
Nothing more profound than that. You don't think it's anything more profound than that? A little bit of a tweak to the comms, maybe a slightly louder megaphone, more of the same, just a bit harder, and everyone will be happy.
Hang on. I think we do need a galvanising message. I think we need to be proudly progressive. I think people want to see leadership and a clear sense of direction. There's also a context to this, which is not only are these a local set of elections, but we have some pretty challenging global headwinds, 2 major global conflicts, which are having economic repercussions. We have to be realistic and honest with the public about that, but we have to offer leadership in that. And we've begun to make the investment in clean energy, in bringing NHS waiting lists down, in delivering that new generation of workers' and renters' rights. Those renters' rights came into force a week ago. Let's give this a chance to work, but let's also heed the message that voters are sending us, that they want us to give them that leadership and to go further and to listen to what their fundamental concerns are around the cost of living, their everyday lives. So I'm not saying that we should not reflect on this set of results. Of course we should. But we also need to show that we trust in our plan and that we are offering that sense of direction that I think the country badly needs.
So, just finally, does that mean you think that Keir Starmer should lead the party into the next general election?
Look, I think that the country is fed up of the psychodrama of a revolving door of prime ministers. If you look at neighbouring countries like France, like Italy, long known for places that replace their prime ministers and leaders, they've not done so anything like what we've seen over the past few years of one Conservative Prime Minister after another. I don't think that's what the country's asking for. I think.
So is that a yes? Is that a yes or a maybe?
I'm saying we need to go with the plan and not with the mood. People want stability and they want leadership.
So will he lead the Labour Party into the next general election?
I expect so, yes.
Expect so. OK, all right, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your time, Justice Minister Sarah Sackman.
Thank you.
And I'm joined in the studio now by the Lib Dems Women and Equalities spokesperson, Marie Goldman. Nice to see you. Thank you very much for coming in at this ungodly hour. It's good to see you. The Lib Dems have gained Stockport. You must be pleased about.
Yeah, this is a fabulous result for us, you know, and it's been down to the great team that's been there, and we've shown that we can really take the fight to reform. We have held them off and we've gained control of Stockport. That's such a great result. And we've worked really hard for that, and it's fabulous to see that the voters have put their trust in us.
Yeah, just looking at the results there on screen. Where else are you hopeful of making gains?
Well, we have held control of Eastleigh, I'm hearing, which is great news. So places that we already control, we're still doing really well there. I hear there are good results coming in other places as well. I'd look out, maybe have a look at Portsmouth, see what's happening there. We're not quite sure what's going to happen, but let's keep an eye on it. So there are other places where we think we can do really well, where we can certainly make progress, even if we don't take control. And it's what we're seeing is voters saying that they have had enough of the divisive politics of the right, and they're fed up of, you know, some of the crazy plans on the left, and they're looking for sensible politics, people who actually want to get things done. And Liberal Democrats get stuck into our local communities. Kemi Badenoch kind of had a bit of a jibe at us a little while ago, saying that we're people who get stuck into our community and fix the church roof. Well, yes, because that's actually sometimes what needs to be done. We are deeply embedded in our local communities, and the voters are rewarding us for that because they see what we do when they have good Liberal Democrat councillors working hard for them every single day. OK, I can bring you some more good news from Eastleigh. I think we can just bring that slide up. There you are. Lib Dems hold on to Eastleigh. I suppose many people will question whether the Lib Dems are the party of, we don't really know what you stand for, but we can't stand the look of any of the others, so we'll just put a cross in your box. Well, look, I wouldn't deny that sometimes there are people who are voting for us because they don't like the other parties, and it'd be foolish to say that that wasn't the case. But on the other hand, where they see hard-working Liberal Democrat councillors and candidates and people who are stuck into their communities, they are turning to us because they like what they see. We are on track to make our 8th successive year of election gains. Now, that doesn't happen by accident. That doesn't happen just because people don't like the other guys. It's because they like what they see from us as well. So we're really pleased to be continuing to make gains. Yeah, sometimes it isn't maybe sexy politics, but it's certainly something that the voters are voting for.
It's
and
not
that's
so
what
much sexy politics, is it? It's more about this new world of multi-party politics where we see the Greens having this huge momentum, where we see Reform doing incredibly well. And I just wonder if maybe the Lib Dems are a party of the past.
But also where you see the Liberal Democrats doing really well as well, right? Because,
well,
you know,
slowly but surely, tortoise effect.
Well, maybe, but they still win the race, you know, in the proverb, right? So let's not discount that. Look, in last May's local elections, we did better than the Labour and the Conservatives. We run more councils than the Conservatives. In council by-elections over the past year, we have won more than Labour, the Conservatives and the Greens put together. So that's not to be sniffed at. You know, we are the party that is most trusted, according to opinion polls, to run local government.
Well, but according to opinion polls, 51% of Lib Dem voters only think you're doing well. Only 51%. That's the More in Common poll recently. I mean, that's not great, is it?
Well, the only poll that really matters, as we've seen, is the one that happens in the ballot box. Now, lots of opinion polls say all sorts of different things. It's what happens in the ballot box on polling day that really matters. As an example of that, there are lots of polls that can get stuff wrong. So in the general election, for example, we have the exit polls. For example, you know, always announce just after 10 o'clock, you know, when the polls close. That exit poll in the general election, so the day of the general election, that exit poll said that I was going to not win in Chelmsford, that it was going to stay Conservative. And yet I won with a 4,700 and something majority. Exit polls can be wrong, polls can be wrong. The only one that really matters is the one in the ballot box.
OK, we take the warning. Do you worry these elections have become a bit about Labour, they've become a lot about Reform, they've become about Zach Polanski, all the rest of it, and actually what they're not about is local issues and focusing on local issues that really matter to people, because that's something that the Lib Dems clearly care passionately about, local issues. But has all that been lost, do you think, in everything else that's going on, the bigger picture, when people go and vote?
There is a danger that we get sucked into the divisive politics, you know, and I know that voters hate it. And certainly where we are talking about local communities, when we're putting out leaflets, when we're talking to voters on the doorstep, that's what they like and that's why they're voting for us, and we're seeing it in the results.
Also on issues as well, do you feel sometimes the Lib Dems are a bit wishy-washy? They're not clear enough, they're not communicating well enough compared to perhaps some of the other parties. For example, on the EU, the Lib Dems have got a 4-stage plan to rejoin the EU. The Greens are very clear about it. We're going back in. Why can't you say the same?
So let me be very clear. The Liberal Democrats want to be put back in the EU. We've always said this. But we know that it's more complicated than just saying we're going to go back in the EU. And that's why we've got proper policies about how to get us back to where we need to be. We need a better relationship with Europe. The problem is that the way the Labour Party is doing it at the moment is just complete nonsense. They're sticking to the very hard red lines that were put in place by Theresa May. And there's no reason for that. It's going to make it much harder for us. And we're actually stifling economic growth in this country because of that. So we really need some clear plans. That's what we've set out. We are a party that has proper policies. It's not just kind of populist rhetoric that's coming out of us. We have properly thought through policies. I think actually the voters really like that when they get down to it. They really like to understand that we're properly thinking things through and we have a proper plan. Look, it's really easy to say some really populist things, but actually that's not how you get the job done.
But on the other hand, you've also been portrayed as the Gales party, haven't you? Where there's a Gales bakery is where your voters are. Is that a party for everyone? Those posh bakeries in expensive parts of the country?
Well, I mean, I quite like Gales, so I'm not going to complain about the fact that they did move into Chelmsford after I got elected. So it doesn't always work it does not always the other way around. But you know, there isn't a Gales everywhere. But I think that's a bit of a simplistic way of looking at it. You know, I'm very happy to have some very nice bakeries. Thank you very much.
All right. OK, you can go and celebrate your success. Maybe with a latte or something. Marie Goldman, thank you very much for coming in. We appreciate it. Nice to see you. Nigel Farage has been speaking to reporters at Reform UK's HQ in Westminster. We can tell you what he said. I think what you're witnessing is an historic change in British politics. Forget left-right. There is no more left-right. It is gone. It is out of the window. It's finished. As you can see, we are scoring stunning percentages in traditional old Labour areas. He goes on. What you'll see tomorrow is the same pattern repeated across the south when we win Essex by an extraordinary margin and Norfolk by an extraordinary margin. The words there of Nigel Farage in the last few minutes. Sam Coates is still with us. And Nigel Farage actually has a point, doesn't he, given the results that have come in so far?
Let's see why he's able to say that. And it's because of this, the results. We're going to take you, first of all, to the seats. And you can see that Reform UK, Nigel Farage's party, has won 166 seats. It's lost none because it didn't contest any last time. So every single seat is a win because it wasn't around last time. You just heard about the successes of the Liberal Democrats. Actually, they're only net up 1 because they've lost 5 but put on 6. So a bit more of a mixed picture than perhaps you just heard. The big losers of tonight, well, the Labour Party have 32 seats because they've lost 120. Also not doing brilliantly, Tories of 28, they are down 47. They put on just 3. Greens, 115, they are on 22. Now, I want to show you something you haven't seen yet before tonight. And it's a map comparing the seats won tonight in certain areas with the seats won last time those wards were contested. So a lot of the councils are only up in thirds. But let's see how that third of council seats has changed since the last time. Let's look at Wigan. And here it is. This is the wards contested in 2023. And you can see in this Greater Manchester area, woof, look at that, almost all red with one bit of Conservative. And what do we see now? This is just the wards that are being contested in Wigan, which is only a third of them. But look at that. Pretty much everything apart from that one has gone to Reform UK. Let's look at Redditch. And again, it's the same pattern. There you had Labour in the north of the constituency, of the council. You've got Conservative Blue in the south. And again, just an absolute wipeout. Those wards that are being contested, and again, this is another council which is up in thirds. So the thirds that were contested yesterday, it's the same. And let's look at it again in Hartlepool in the north east. In 2022, you still had the effects of the vaccine bounce pretty clearly with some strong Labour strongholds there. and every single one of the wards that was contested yesterday has gone to Reform. So I think those three maps tell you about the scale of the change, why Nigel Farage is able to claim victory on a scale he wasn't expecting. I think just the colour simplicity of comparing these results with the last time those wards were contested shows you why this currently is Reform's strong night.
Really interesting, quite stark, some of those images, Sam. Thank you very much. Nadeem and Aisha are in the studio with me. You were just out of the studio, Nadeem, when we reported what Nigel Farage has said in the last few moments. I don't know if you heard. He said, I think what you're witnessing is an historic change in British politics. Forget left-right. There is no more left-right. It's gone, it's out of the window, it's finished. You'd agree, presumably.
He's right. We were discussing it half an hour ago, that this is an historic night. I think, if I recall correctly, earlier tonight, Aisha was talking about, where Labour went wrong, which is, not to tack left or right, but to try and find a way through towards delivery. I think it's going to be very difficult for Keir Starmer because, you get that sort of first 100 days where you really need to prove yourself, and I think the loss of confidence of his backbenchers and his cabinet in him means he's in a very difficult place. But Nigel's right. We're winning all over the country. You've just shown Hartlepool and Wigan and Redditch and Kent and Essex. Everywhere. And tomorrow you'll see it in Scotland and Wales. We might not win, but we'll certainly probably be the official opposition in Scotland, and we'll play quite close in Wales. The nation wants the country back, and they want Britain not to be broken. And I think the only serious national politician who is able to articulate a set of policies that absolutely chime with where the people are at, where they're feeling pain, the cost of living, on mass migration, on illegal migration, on the mad net zero stuff that Ed Miliband is still promoting, even though even Norway is investing in hydrocarbons, yet we would just not even countenance the idea of investment in our North Sea and our great assets, is what led to this disaster for Labour. And I think the other problem is, for my old party, the Conservative Party, they're going backwards. They will not have the activist base on the ground to be able to run as a serious national party.
It's interesting hearing Nadeem talk about the only person who could communicate what Britain needs at the moment is Nigel Farage. Is that a big part of the problem here, that Sir Keir Starmer just hasn't been able to communicate what he believes in, what he thinks, the direction of travel to this country?
Well, look, I think communication has been a big problem that this new Labour government has faced. I think there have been some mistakes along the way. But, if you believed everything that was said about Keir Starmer and the government, you would think that nothing good at all had happened. And that's just not true. There are important things that have been happening. A huge amount of investment's gone into the NHS. We're starting to see waiting lists come down. I do a lot of work on violence against women and girls. There's been some incredibly strong legislation that's just gone through. In fact, it was a Conservative peer, Gabby Burton, that helped draft some of this legislation cracking down on online pornography. There are good things that are happening, but those messages are not getting out there. Now, there's a number of reasons for that. First of all,
I'm just going to pause there. Labour have just lost Exeter to no overall control.
God, well... There we go.
It is catastrophic.
Yes, it's bad. To be fair, Exeter's, it's not great, but look, there have been lots of problems. Communication is definitely one part of it, but communications is the bit at the end of the pipeline. A lot of it goes back in terms of what is it that the question that the Labour Party has to search its soul about is who is the party for and what does it stand for? And I do stand by what I said earlier. I don't think politics should be a transactional triangulation of, hey, do you just chase Reform or do you just chase Greens? I think you have to look at every single bit of the public realm and think, right, what is the right thing to do for the country? And to be absolutely fair, some of the problems that this country faces are not quick fixes. And if your party does win, you will face the same problems, and you know this, having been a cabinet minister in the past. There's lots of problems that this country face which are deep and they're structural. You can't just come in and wave a magic wand and they'll get fixed. But there are really big questions that the Prime Minister team, but also the whole of the Labour Party is going to have to ask itself this weekend in terms of what is our vision for the country and what do we really want to achieve? Can't do everything. You can't. You have to focus on certain things. And to have a confidence in terms of what the story is.
Will it, though?
I don't...
Because
yeah.
I just want to know what you thought of our little interview with Sarah Sackman. Because what I took away from that was that the ungrateful public just hadn't heard about all the great things that this government was doing, and it just needed to turn up the volume a little bit more and wait and be a bit more patient for the wonderful things that Labour is delivering. And whilst I'm sure you would jump in and say, you know, we haven't made enough of the good things that you would say that they've done, that's the go-to point. There is a rather, I put it to you, a rather large wing of the Labour Party that wants to crawl back in under its tortoise shell, just go, if only they understood, we'll communicate a bit better, on we go, and that maybe nothing changes.
Well, as I said earlier, the communications is just the last bit of a process, and it's
Like that to Sarah Sackman.
Well, I mean, Sarah Sackman, to be fair, is a government minister. She has got to stick to the lines that she is. She's not going to come on.
Isn't that the problem, right?
But you hang on. Let me finish. Let me have my, and then you can listen. Sarah Sackman is a government minister. She's given a set of lines. She's got to stick to that. I can be a bit more, honest about there is deep frustration in the Labour Party right now about all of those things that you have said. And we know this for a long time. There's big questions about what is the direction of travel? What is it that we are trying to achieve? And I think you ask a fair question, Sam, which is, if after all of this, and look, the night is young, let's see where we get. We're only talking about reform. Let's see how the Greens do as well. But if nothing changes and it is just more of the same, then that is not tenable either in terms of, I understand the resistance to let's just change the leader and rip everything up. I don't actually think, even if you did change the leader, anyone has done the deep thinking about what would you actually do differently to what Keir Starmer has been doing. And I'm afraid it's not just the Prime Minister that's got to think about this. The whole of the Labour Party's got to think about where does it want to go? And to your point, are we just going to have more of the same, another reset, just saying, it's all fine, it's all the public's fault, the public needs to be more patient. The public are sick of being patient. The public are having a really hard time. A lot of the public feel exhausted, they feel burnt out, they feel financially on the edge, they feel incredibly anxious about everything that's happening, and they did want change. So I think it isn't right to just say, blame the media or blame the comms or just blame the public. The government and Keir Starmer and all the ministers and everybody and the whole Labour Party's got to do better. There's no denying that.
OK, thank you very much, both of you. We'll have time for plenty more discussion shortly. Right now, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go away. A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them. It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results,
the analysis,
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
Sky News has been given exclusive data showing every Palestinian who has been killed in Gaza since the war began. Our analysis of this pattern in the killings suggests that entire families were wiped out in their homes or shelters. The data and forensics team is a multi-skilled unit dedicated to providing transparent journalism from Sky News.
We located footage of the aid drop to a tent camp in central Gaza.
These airdrops are falling in extremely populated areas.
We combine traditional reporting with advanced analysis of satellite imagery, social media, and other open source information. And this is just one of the strikes and incidents we've been able to geolocate across Gaza.
Sky News has found Nazi speeches and marching music have been used as background sound on tens of thousands of TikTok videos as far-right groups try and spread their message.
Sky News has seen 72,000 posts used in this way. There's no evidence yet of foul play at Heathrow. It shows weaknesses that enemies could take advantage of. Elon Musk says it is, quote, a viper's nest of radical left Marxists who hate America. Supporters say it saves lives and projects American power and influence.
I think we would generally be called far right, sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references?
Right. Well, why wouldn't I?
Its founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
We followed a social media trail that led us to Bristol, where a confrontation between protesters erupted into a full-scale riot.
Here it really is pitched battle skirmishes, hurling missiles, throwing punches.
I'm Tom Cheshire, Sky's data and forensics correspondent.
Hello again, welcome back to Vote 2026. Breaking news in the last couple of minutes. Labour have lost Tameside in Greater Manchester to no overall control. Let's get the numbers with Sam.
We heard about other Greater Manchester councils. Now, Tameside, Labour can no longer hang on and be the largest party in this council. Look at the results. It's Greater Manchester. Labour only winning one seat, losing 14 of the seats that are on offer. And who were the winners? Again, in this Greater Manchester area, 15 of the seats go to Reform UK. And basically, the other parties are not on the scoreboard at all. So an incredibly dramatic result. You can see the straight switch with Labour losing the seats, Reform picking them up. I think this will be, nigh on a disaster. And again, what you're not seeing is the halo effect of Andy Burnham, who is, of course, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, having any effect here to the benefit of Labour. When you look at what's happening here or in Wigan, where he lives and where he used to represent, there is just no evidence there in what we have seen of him helping the Labour brand in a way that he hopes to potentially help the Labour brand, potentially from number 10 in future.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. Our political correspondent Alex Rogers is in Duckinfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester. Let's go to Alex for reaction to that breaking news, Alex.
Yes, so this was not the result that lots of Labour voices expected. They knew there was going to be a bad night. They did not expect it to go to no overall control. This has been a bloodbath in Angela Rayner's backyard. This council had been led by Labour since 1979, but throughout the night we were just seeing Reform pick up ward after ward after ward. Labour only won one in an area called St Peter's, and even then there were cries of fake by opponents, and that was a hotly contested seat. And there are definitely questions for Keir Starmer now and his leadership. Councillors that I've been speaking to and senior Labour figures in the North West say it's national politics that have cost councillors, hard-working councillors, their seats. One source I was speaking to, I asked him, should Keir Starmer go now? And all they could do was give a wry smile and say, what do you think? So big repercussions in the North West. Could this spur supporters of Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham to get them to move against the Prime Minister? It's just been such a difficult night for Labour, and I think emotions are running so high, and it leaves Keir Starmer with serious questions to answer about his leadership.
OK, Alex, we'll leave you to gather more reaction. Thank you very much for the moment. Sam, earlier you showed us a graph which said that Labour have only held on to about 12%, I think, of seats that are contested, which is pretty shocking. What's that same graph saying now?
Michael Thrasher has just updated the calculation, and at 3:50 a.m, here it is. Labour are now holding on to 13% of the seats that they are contesting. It's a disastrous result. It's way down on this time last year. The amount that Labour is ceding to its opponents is accelerating. This, I think, is probably the hardest statistic for number 10 to swallow.
OK, thank you. Aisha and Nadine are still here. We're just approaching the top of the hour, so we've only got 2 or 3 minutes. Nadine, just reflect on what we've seen so far this evening.
This is catastrophic. I mean, it is, you know, we had the first slide that Sam put up where, you know, where each party is predicted to be and where disaster for Labour goes sort of from red to dark crimson to just dark. I think we're heading into that territory. And, I mean, just picking up on what Aisha was saying earlier, part of the problem for the previous Conservative government and this Labour government is, ministers going on television and basically saying to the public, look, you don't understand. Everything is a bit complex. And I've looked at the detail and it really is complex. But that's what
you said when you were in government.
I just said that, Aisha. Yeah. I just said exactly that, and I apologised for it when I moved across to reform. The nation pays the Prime Minister to lead and find solutions for these things. On the illegal migration, he had a solution with the offshore processing in Rwanda. He cancelled it on the night of winning that election 2 years ago almost. Really, I thought was a terrible mistake, including Alistair Campbell, by the way, on the night. We both agreed on one thing, that was a problem for Starmer, because if he doesn't deal with it, the sense of fairness of the public... people... I was talking to someone the other day who's just moved back, 3 children, living in one of the shires, couldn't get his children to any of the local schools other than the lowest performing school because all the places have been taken by the heavy migration that's moved into the country. The Conservative government was to blame for that. Labour didn't do much about it either. Couldn't get a GP appointment for 7 weeks when the government promises it'd be 3 weeks. And he was beginning to move towards reform because, actually, we're paid to deliver solutions, to go to the country and say, by the way, the 2 million illegal people here, we will absolutely deport them. Zia will deliver on that.
It's very easy. It's very easy saying one thing when you're in. All I would say is, and again, take it from somebody who was in government. It's very easy to say stuff in opposition. It is much more difficult to deliver when you're actually in power.
But you
so
can't
what you
deliver.
shouldn't. Well, you guys didn't.
Hold on a second.
You didn't on immigration.
I don't disagree with you.
You've just really gone big on immigration.
No, I didn't disagree with you. But listen, I delivered the fastest and most successful rollout.
We're not
of the
talking about the vaccine.
Right?
We're talking about immigration.
Hold on a second.
We're talking about immigration.
We delivered, I think, one of the best send-offs for her late Majesty, like organising the Olympic Games in 12 days.
We're not talking about the You've just gone on and on about immigration.
You can make things work.
You've just gone on about immigration.
So sorry. Listen, we will continue this discussion. We've got lots to say. Continue this discussion in a couple of minutes' time. Don't go away. This is Vote 2026. Dozens of local authorities in England are due to declare before breakfast, and the results so far paint a clear picture. Reform UK sees big gains, with Nigel Farage claiming an historic change in British politics. Labour suffers big losses, prompting more questions about Sir Keir Starmer's leadership. And questions too for the Conservatives, with significant losses for Kemi Badenoch's party. Hello there, I'm Jonathan Samuels with a Vote 2026 special programme. The story of the night so far. Reform have made big gains in the English local elections, with Labour bearing the brunt and the Tories suffering too. Well, it was all cheers in Basildon as Reform snatched the win for the St Martin's ward.
80 votes.
Sam Journey is the first councillor to be elected there. He spoke to our chief political correspondent John Craig after the result was announced.
If I'm not delivering 14 out of 14 seats for Reform UK tonight, then I've done a bad job. So I'm expecting to deliver 14 out of 14 tonight.
And you're pretty sure that's going to happen, are you?
The only thing that we can be sure of in life is death, taxes and Labour ruining our lives. So not quite guaranteed, but it's looking very, very good out on the floor at the moment.
Well, in Greater Manchester, Labour has lost Tameside Council to Reform after holding it for 47 years. But Labour's Eleanor Wills wasn't pinning all the blame on the government.
I think there's a collective responsibility, and I think that we all need to reflect on what the country's saying. We all need to get better at communicating what we actually do, what we actually deliver, so that people don't risk losing it.
The Conservatives are also losing seats. The Shadow Scotland Secretary, Andrew Bowie, told me why he believes the major parties are ceding ground.
I think Kemi's got a hell of a lot more than Nigel Farage has in terms of her commitment, her passion, her intellectual view of where she wants to take the party and indeed the country. But there is a general feeling of dissatisfaction and disillusionment with the established political parties out there in the country. A real disgruntlement with the state of the country, and Nigel Farage, as the populist campaigner that he is capitalising on that.
Well, Nigel Farage says the results mark an historic change in British politics and that traditional left and right is now out of the window. Here with me in the studio is our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, there is a real theme emerging tonight.
Absolutely. Let's take you through the main results as we have them. Here we have 408 seats counted out of just over 5,000. Let's look at the picture. And we've got a milestone, which is Reform UK have now breached the 200-seat mark. They're on 212. Now, they don't lose any seats because they didn't contest any last time round. All of this is wins for the first time. The Liberal Democrats actually completely evens. They've won 8 seats, they've lost 8 seats. That can't be said of the Labour Party. They are clearly the biggest loser of tonight's election results, 147 seats down. Look, you can see pretty much the scale of the wins by Reform, scale of the losses by Labour are not that dissimilar. Add those and the Tory losses, which are pretty substantial, and you can see a pattern emerging. A little bit of a few wins for the Green Party, but if I'm being honest, we haven't really counted in many of the areas that could be stronger for the Green Party. This, I think, tells the story of how painful it is for Keir Starmer's Downing Street for Labour. Labour is contesting thousands of seats up and down the country, but only holding on to 13% of them. The other 87%, they're losing. That's an incredible figure. And it's worse, a lot worse than last year, where they lost 66% of them and only held on to 34%. And just look, take Tameside, for instance, which has just gone no overall control. You can see Reform picking up 18 of the seats, Labour just getting 1. Greater Manchester, the area overseen by Andy Burnham. But no, this is a rout for Labour. Now, just before I go, I want to give you a few maps because that puts the picture pretty stark. Now, these are just the seats being contested this year in this election compared to the last time those seats were up, because all these councils are up in thirds. In 2023, Look at all this red in Wigan. Again, Greater Manchester, just a little hint of blue, a little bit of no overall control. But whoosh, look at this. In 2026, yesterday, it was a complete wipeout for all the other parties, and Reform UK completely claiming victory. It's pretty much the same story in Redditch. Labour in the north, Tories in the south, but now completely a rout again by Reform UK. And once again, the third of seats that were up in Hartlepool, pretty significant area in British politics in recent years, Peter Mandelson's old stomping ground. Keir Starmer nearly resigned in 2021 when he didn't win in Hartlepool. Used to be Tory the last time these wards were contested in the outer bits, Labour hanging on in the inner wards. All of it going to Reform. And I think you can see that this is the challenge that the Labour Party now face, because these areas, I think you call them red wall, traditional working class Labour heartlands, now not at all sticking with the party that that many of those people and their forefathers supported for tens and tens of years, for decades and decades. This is an existential challenge for the Labour Party. The question is, Jonathan, how do they deal with it? OK, well, let's put that question to our panel. Nadeem Zahawi, Reform member and former Conservative Chancellor, is here still with us. Aisha Hazarika, Labour peer and former Labour advisor. Existential is how Sam put it. Is that right, do you think, for the Labour Party?
Well, I think there will be a lot of Labour people asking themselves this question. I think what is very, very difficult, and we have to wait for all the results to come in. Labour is absolutely losing votes to Reform and to the right, but as the night will go on, it will be very interesting to see if Labour loses, lots of votes to the Greens as well. And I think the seductive thing is, right, do you just tack to the left or to the right? And I think it's much more nuanced and complicated than that. And I just hope that the party and Number 10 doesn't rush into kind of like a knee-jerk reshuffle or something like that in terms of we just have to shore up what's known as the kind of soft left, or I can already see people doing op-eds and, tweeting things saying, right, at this point in the morning, this is a sign we have to go to the right or go to the left. And it really isn't that simplistic anymore. I don't think that's how people view themselves in terms of I'm a right-wing person or a left-wing person. They're looking at whether a party is chiming with their main concerns, and their big three concerns at the moment are cost of living, NHS and immigration. They're like the top three sort of concerns. Does this party, do they chime with me? Do they speak a language that I understand? And they're the things that the Labour Party's got to really think about, because if things keep going the way they are, we're staring down the barrel. I know Nadeem will be very pleased about this, but we are seriously looking at the prospect of Nigel Farage becoming Prime Minister, and that is something that every single Labour person is going to have to think about very seriously. I mean,
I know we keep saying it, but it is early days. But are you surprised at the scale of the change?
Well, I was quite sure that there was going to be quite a difficult night, and I think there's been a lot of expectation management. But I think it has been really tough for this new Labour government. And, to be fair to them, they did inherit a big mess, but also they have made mistakes. It's also a very difficult climate in which to do politics at the moment. Everything is changing. And rightly so. Sam just talked in his kind of bit there about people don't have these historical family allegiances to the big two parties. And that's good in a way, right? It isn't right that you just have a stranglehold on somebody because their granddad voted Labour, 40 years ago, whatever. But that means that you as a party have to adapt. Voters are impatient, they're transactional, they want to see results quickly, they live in a very fast-paced social media world as well. And the heritage parties, which are Labour and the Conservative Party, have got to do better, and the Labour Party's got to do better and kind of understand this new world.
Sorry, go on.
I mean, you said if it carries on this way, it's going to... I mean, July 2024, right? Then we get to 2025, and the first real test, and Labour are losing 2/3 of the seats they were contesting, right? May 2026... you're losing 87%, right, of the seats you're contesting. How much worse can it get before Labour wakes up and says, you know what, enough, he's the most unpopular Prime Minister in history?
But hang on a minute.
Where did you draw the line?
We're talking about... You're talking about what you would like the Labour Party to do.
I'm just asking a question. You're saying if it carries on this way, what is beyond 87%? You lose, what, 100%? You lose every single councillor?
Well, hang on. What you do is you wait till the next general election, which is...
Sorry, Sam.
May I just jump in with a point that is sort of in defence of Aisha's side of the argument, although it might not feel like it. We're talking about Keir Starmer's unpopularity. The truth is that on the day of the general election, 51% of the public didn't think he'd make a good leader. And there's always been a paradox about him, which is he's been unpopular all the way through, but nevertheless, people have been able to give him a chance. He has dropped in popularity yet further from that, but he was never in a commanding position. People don't necessarily want popular leaders. They are prepared to vote for leaders.
I don't disagree.
For a range
the argument that
of
we made tomorrow is that, and you know this, Sam, Keir's always lagged behind his party. And people like Andy Burnham and Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner, we're making the argument that if we replace him, the new leader may not lag behind their party. That's the real sort of... The balance that will be going through people, the backbenchers' minds is...
The problem is, the brutal truth is that actually no candidate other than Andy Burnham has even the slightest net positive amongst the public. And I'm a witness to 2 Andy Burnham leadership contests, and I can tell you that at the end of an Andy Burnham leadership contest, like the one we saw in 2010 and the one we saw in 2015, you wouldn't necessarily bank on it being the same then. It is far from clear to me that Labour is going to have that discussion immediately because they can see that there aren't many good alternatives, and that's one of the things that's going to hold back that discussion.
What was it he said? I don't care about the bond markets?
Well,
just make it worse.
Well, but hang on, you've just made this big full frontal argument going, ditch your leader now.
No,
right?
no, I didn't. I didn't. I said what we're going. No, I said what we're going through people's minds in the Labour Party.
They will be.
Right, will be that he lags behind the party.
But you're also looking at a situation. We've just been talking about Tameside, right? That is a place where you've got Angela Rayner, you've got Andy Burnham, you've got Lucy Powell. And Labour's still losing there. The idea that there's like a panacea just waiting there in one person or one group of thinking, the reality is even if you did manage to wave a magic wand, magic Andy Burnham into Parliament, magic up a leadership contest, whatever, a lot of the fundamental questions will still exist. And by the way, and I know this from my listeners on Times Radio, we'd have this discussion a lot about, you know, is it time to get rid of Keir Starmer? I get lots of listeners messaging going, hang on a minute, if you just change your leader, I didn't vote for the person you put in, whether it's Angela Rayner or Andy Burnham or Wes Streeting. Well, and you can't have a general election. You can't have a general election unless, you know, the Prime Minister grants it, because that's the way our politics is. So, and that is a question as well. It's very easy to just say get rid. And by the way, look, I don't know what's going to happen. But the idea that you just parachute somebody in and everything will be OK, well, we know from what the Conservatives did, that doesn't always work,
but
right?
Isn't that what is going to happen over the next few months? Like you say, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen on Monday that Keir Starmer goes. But we're going to see the characters we've been talking about emerge, and maybe they're going to emerge with some really strong ideas, some really big solutions, and then the electorate will go, yes, let's get rid of Keir Starmer because Andy Burnham believes in X, Y, Z, or Angela Rayner is going to do this,
well, let's see if that happens, OK? Let's see if that happens. And right now, it doesn't feel like there is a candidate that has, a massive amount of... One candidate has a huge amount of support and anyone that has, like, a fully formed plan. If there is a contest, and there may well be, I guarantee you we will all be sat around this table again going, this is unbelievable. This government has got all these problems and they've just turned inwards and they're having like this massive, distracting leadership contest. And let's say there is a change of leader. They will probably get a honeymoon period of about 5 minutes before it'll be like, well, hang on a minute, I didn't vote for this person. I didn't vote for this person. I didn't... This wasn't in the manifesto.
What would you prefer? A clear-cut contest or this sort of, you know, backroom briefings and backstabbing and briefing papers and...
Well, you know...
Which one do you prefer as a loyal party member of the Labour Party?
Listen, I am a very independent-minded...
Because they've been doing it throughout the campaign, right? Throughout the campaign,
there's never been a time in Westminster where people don't go up and brief the press. Of course they do. Oh, come on.
Please don't ever stop that.
Come on. I would prefer that we had a better government and they were doing a better job. That's what I would prefer.
Under Keir Starmer?
Yes, under Keir Starmer.
Jonathan, shall I just interrupt there? I'm going to just take you to one result on the screen behind me, if we could press the magic button, because we've just had the North East Lincolnshire result, and it's just another one of these whoppers. The story is very, very clear, and here it is. Up in North East Lincolnshire, where 42 seats in the council, 15 being contested, every result in, and look at this, it's just a clean sweep for Reform. Again, 14 seats won, 14 seats contested. Only the Liberal Democrats winning one. It's the only other, 0 for Labour, 0 for the Tories, 0 for other parties. The problem now we've got, or that Labour has got, is that we have such stark results. And we're going to be analysing the voting patterns, the shares of the vote in the coming hours to see whether there are any sorts of nuances in this debate. But Labour has a problem, and it's a big problem, which is the debate for the last 6 months inside the Labour Party is how did it abandon the kind of its progressive wing, its soft left wing? But with all of the results tonight that show a massive switch direct from Labour to Reform, it seems, these seats going all the way over, it seems as if Labour may have started to neglect voters who abandon the Labour Party for Reform. It's a big challenge. How does Keir Starmer do that? Does he look like he's pivoting again? Does he lean back into Shabana Mahmood's migration proposals? You can feel the tussle. One of the reasons I think I was told that that speech on Monday is a little bit content light, even if it's got to be ambitious, is because the question is, what's the question we're trying to answer?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And listen, and there is going to be, obviously, there's going to be a big, big discussion now about, chasing Reform. And Shabana Mahmood, there's been talk of, does she get reshuffled out? I mean, this will definitely show her up. But let's also just think, let's zone out. We don't have all the results coming in from, areas where the Greens might do well. Scotland, Labour doesn't look like it's, going to do particularly well. In Scotland, we'll have to wait for the results. If the SNP win again, they're not a sort of, anti-immigration party. If Plaid win in Wales, they're not an anti-immigration party. So it's not as kind of clear-cut as just saying, right, just completely become obsessed with immigration. That is the way to get out of this. As I said earlier, this stuff is much more complicated.
So what you're saying is that at the moment it seems Labour are bleeding to the left and the right, but rather than just sort of swinging everything in one direction or the other, you need to look at every policy, every department independently and see where the mood of the public is, what they want to see, and then you shape it. But that isn't something that is a quick fix.
It isn't a quick fix, and none of this is a quick fix, which is difficult.
But just looking at that slide that Sam just put up, I mean, look at that North East Lincolnshire for the Conservative Party. This is catastrophic for Kemi and for the Conservative Party. And that's why I say to you, tonight is a historic night where Reform can truly lay claim to be the only national party that can go to places where none of the two main parties, the uni parties, can claim.
Well, let's wait till the end of the night. Let's wait to the end of the night.
But look at that. I mean, that is incredible.
Yeah, sure. But you can't say that Reform speaks for everybody because it's just not true. I mean, there's a lot of people who are very anti-Reform.
Let's take your photo, look.
And, and also, well, I know, but I just think, just be careful of not being too hubristic and overconfident.
I've been saying we should be humble
you're not being humble. You're not. You've basically been saying you speak for everybody. There's a lot of people who don't, like, for example, Reform...
Don't take out your frustration on me.
I'm not.
Right?
Listen,
you are.
Can I just jump in with that?
I just feel like you can't say that you're for everybody when one of your policies you want to put deportation centres into areas that don't vote Reform and punish Green voters. That's not speaking for everybody.
Yeah, but if Green Party chooses to have open borders, right, and everyone can come in, if Green voters vote for that, then Zia's right. Yeah, but
that's not you're speaking for everybody, and that's proof that not everybody sort of agrees.
We're setting out our stall. People make a choice. They've made a choice tonight.
Sam,
in one ward in North East Lincolnshire, you had the Tory share of the vote drop from 51.7% to just 8.2%. So that's a total drop in the percentage share of 43.4%. That's very, very painful. And yet, these are just the wards that were contested last time in 2022 and updated for 2026. And you can see, again, the pain, I think, that Labour and the Tories are experiencing tonight. It's a little bit less for the Tories. I'm just going to take you back just to remind you what that looks like in a chart form, because 14 seats won by Reform, none by the Tories, but they are this time the biggest losers. The Tories lost 9, Labour lost 4, so sort of 2-1 defeats for Conservatives and Labour to Reform. So it's a very painful picture, but part of a pattern that feels unignorable in the debate that we're going to have in the next 48 hours about the future direction of the country's politics.
Sam, we're going to go to our correspondents in a moment. Just before we do, a quick look at the state of the parties.
Let's do. Yes, we can do. Let me get it up here. Here it is. Right. It takes a second, but here we go. Reform UK, 227 seats, pretty much at the expense of Labour, which is down 159. The other big losers today, not quite as much, but still pretty significant. Tories on 77. Lib Dems, even Stevens on 70. And the Greens, they've taken 36 seats, up 24. We're at kind of almost a tenth of the seats have been counted now at this point, just after 20 past 4 in the morning. But the pattern is clear. There is one big winner at the moment. To be honest, we haven't had the areas yet where the Greens might do well. So this picture could evolve a little bit, but this is the pattern that I think Number 10 and Conservative HQ will be waking up to in an hour or two.
OK, great. Sam, thank you very much for that. Well, we are going to go to our correspondents who are out and about at Counts. Alex Rogers is in Duckenfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester. But first, our chief political correspondent, John Craig, in Basildon in Essex. Summarise where things are tonight, John.
Well, let me bring some good news to cheer up the Tories on this dreadful night for them, certainly here in Essex. They have had a good result in Harlow. They have won all 10 of the seats that have declared so far, made 5 gains from Labour, as 1 left. Labour have lost 5 to the Tories. So a good night for the Conservatives in Harlow, the new town in Essex, represented from 2010 to 2024 by Robert Halfon, a popular MP, Select Committee Chair, Minister for Education. He stood down at the election. Labour won the parliamentary seat in 2024, but the Tories have just delivered a heavy defeat to Labour tonight. Labour have still got seats on the council because they weren't electing all of them, but Tories have won 10 out of 11, 5 gains from Labour in Harlow. It's a different picture, however, elsewhere, because the Tories, it's all pretty gloomy. Let me tell you first of all about Brentwood. That stays no overall control. That's the constituency of Alex Burghardt. Tories lost 5 of the 8 they defended. Reform won 7. 5 from the Conservatives, 1 from the Lib Dems, 1 from Labour. The Liberal Democrats held their other seat. The Liberal Democrats are 4 short of an overall majority there. Then let me take you to Rochford on the road to Southend. There we've got Reform have won 13. Reform have won 13 of the 15 seats there. A very good night for the Reform UK in Rochford. And lastly, Colchester remains no overall control. I think the Liberal Democrats short of a majority there. What's happening here is that I think we're about to get the 8th result out of 14 here, and they've won all the first 7. They've won one of the wards where there was a 41% turnout, very high for local government, by a majority of almost 1,000, and 7 out of 7 so far. So they are on course to achieve what the group leader Sam Genet claimed, that they'd win all 14. So they're halfway there, and is that a win for... No, we haven't got the Reform. I can't bring her the 8th yet, but 7 out of 14 so far. 7 out of 7.
OK, John, keep listening for us, if you would. Let's go to Alex Rogers in Duckenfield in Tameside. Alex, a bit earlier, you described the situation there as a bloodbath.
That's right, Jonathan. That's how it feels for Labour at the moment. The night began with Reform saying it was too close to call. It was neck and neck, but that changed very, very quickly. And very early on, it became apparent that Reform were going to do incredibly well here. In the end, they ended up taking 18 of the 19 wards that Labour were defending. Labour only managed to hold on to one ward called St Peter's. Just a few moments ago, I was speaking to Rob Barrowcliffe. He's the chair of Reform in Tameside, and he was just outlining why he thinks his party did so well. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
I'm just so happy for our candidates. They are great people, competent people, and they put the work in. So I'd say they got the result that they deserved, and hopefully they put the work in to not let the people of Tameside down. The people of Tameside feel let down after 48 years of Labour control. So, yeah, now the real work starts.
And he was saying that this night exceeded his expectations, but that the real work starts now. And that's where I guess Reform have scrutiny on them. Can they perform well in this council, and can they govern on this council? And there are also big questions for Labour tonight. Definitely figures here blaming the national picture and blaming Keir Starmer. Some saying that he should stay on because he is the elected leader of the Labour Party. Others saying he is responsible for that bloodbath that we've seen tonight and that he must go.
OK, Alex, as they stack up the chairs and clear up behind you, we will leave it there. Thank you very much. Just hearing in the last few moments from the Green Party leader, Zach Polanski, saying Sir Keir Starmer should listen to the people and go after dire early local election results for Labour. Speaking to the Green Party a little later this hour. Do stay with us. You're watching Vote 2026. Plenty more analysis in a couple of minutes' time. Hello again, welcome back. Just gone 4:30 in the morning. I admire your stamina. Well done for keeping up. We've cracked open the chocolate, haven't we? Here we are. We're on the chocolate. It's that time of night. Sam Coates is here. Sam, hugely fascinating few hours. Massive gains for reform at the expense of Labour, but also the Tories.
Yeah, I admire our stamina, actually. Right, let's look at the results, because, as you say, we're now at the business end of the morning and it's getting fascinating. Here is all the seats. What's changed hands? Reform, the clear winner, 232. All of them gains because they didn't contest these seats last time round. 72 seats won by the Liberal Democrats. They've won 11, lost 10, so pretty much even Stevens. There's only losses for Labour. Look at this. The biggest losers of the night, minus 162. We're at almost a tenth of the way through seats being counted. 5 wins for the Tories. They've picked up 63, but they're down 80. They're the other losers, about half the losses of Labour, but still pretty bad. I'm not sure that Kemi Badenoch can claim that she's making progress compared to when she came in, and the Greens starting to be the winners. We're just starting to get the areas counted where the Greens might do well, so I would expect that to increase. Here is the figure that I think is potentially the most deadly for Downing Street. This is the loss rate. So after 113 seats declared out of the 5,000, so still early days, Labour is only hanging on to 13% of the seats it's contesting. The other 87% of seats that it was holding, that it was defending, they have lost. That is a bigger rate of losses. In other words, things are going worse than last year, where they hung on to 34% of the seats and lost 66. So things seem to be going backwards. Let's just look at a couple of examples of some of the results that we've had recently. This tells you the pattern overall. Here we have a Yorkshire council, Houghton. 41% of the vote goes to has gone to the Reform UK, and you've got that pretty much all at the expense of the Labour Party, down 34%, Tories down 12%. That, if we look at Houghton over time, you can just see how Labour was really the dominant force in this council all the way back to 1973. But here, this is today's result, just in one line, and you can see Reform UK squeezing out Labour. The Greens doing well as well there. So you get a sense of just how much the political landscape is changing in council terms compared to recent history. The question is, does that have a read across for other bits of our politics?
Sam, thank you very much. Let's bring in our panel once again, Nadeem and Aisha. One thing we haven't talked about at all, we haven't even touched on it this evening, is the Greens and the rise of the Greens. We're going to be speaking to a member of the Greens shortly, Jenny Jones. Nadeem, what do you make of this sort of resurgence, this momentum that we're seeing?
Well, it was interesting because obviously with Gorton and Denton, Zach Polanski was able to weaponise the Islamist vote. And if you look at the numbers there for their win in that by-election. But it feels like that the sort of the exposure to scrutiny has taken some of the sheen off the Greens on their sort of open border policy, lack of economic understanding and policy. I had that car crash interview with Rory Stewart and Alistair Campbell, where he couldn't tell the difference between the deficit and the debt, and said that I hadn't learnt my lines yet. I know he was an aspiring actor at some stage. But it'd be interesting to see. We haven't seen any of the sort of areas where we think the Greens might do well.
Yeah.
But I suspect a lot of people who were equally unhappy with Labour on that sort of hard left flank have probably stayed away, would be my instinct.
I just want to pick up something you said. I don't think it's fair to say that all Muslim people who voted for the Greens are Islamists. I just think that's really not
I didn't say that. I said
but
weaponised the Islamist
vote. But the Islamist vote, I think that is unfair because a lot of Muslim people are allowed to vote for who they want.
I don't disagree with you.
Doesn't mean
Aisha.
that. I just think Islamist is a bit You know, it's like...
It's exactly what happened, though.
I really disagree. A lot of people voted because of cost of living concerns and things like that. Muslim people have got the same concerns. Yes, there are other issues they care about, but actually when you poll a lot of Muslim people and you speak to a lot of Muslim people, they can hold different thoughts in their head at the same time. And cost of living and NHS and all of those things were big issues, as well as, yes, I just think got to be... Anyway, that's my opinion on that. But in terms of the Greens, I'm going to be really interested to see how the Greens do, particularly in London. You know, I live in Lambeth. The Greens have been, you know, fighting that seat really hard. There's lots of councils, Hackney, Keir Starmer's own council, Camden. It's going to be very interesting to see if Zap Plansky still has that momentum behind him, because he certainly has got off to a very good start as leader of the Green Party. So many people joining the Green Party. In some way, he's been described as a kind of left-wing Farage in terms of his social media game. But he has faced, rightly so, a lot of scrutiny, particularly over the issue of his candidates making anti-Semitic comments. I mean, that is scrutiny, and that, you know, merits scrutiny. That's a very serious thing. So it's going to be interesting to see. We've obviously spent a lot of time talking about how reform is harming the Labour Party. It is going to be interesting to see what damage the Green Party is doing to the Labour Party, because that will inform all those difficult conversations that have to happen in Downing Street as the Prime Minister and his speechwriters prepare to make this speech on Monday.
What do you think that speech will contain? I mean, it's very difficult to know, isn't it, which direction he can go in after what could be an absolutely disastrous 24, 48 hours?
I think what he shouldn't do is jump in and make huge sweeping assumptions about what's just happened at these set of elections. In the same way, after Gorton and Denton, the first thing was said that, you know, all Greens are extremists. That's just not... It's just not true. It's just not true. And so I think, you know, a bit of calm reflection. But as I said earlier, I think the speech he needs to make is owning this and owning the fact that tonight and the weekend is going to be a pretty bad set of results for Labour. I think he's got to own it. I think he's got to apologise. I think he's got to apologise to all the councillors and their families and acknowledge the scale of the defeat. I don't want to hear any of this, it's just a flesh wound, it's just midterm blues, this stuff kind of happens. This is a really, really big issue for the Labour Party, and I want to see some humility, I want to see some honesty, and I think and ownership, and I think that would do him a lot of good.
Yeah, we don't hear that enough from politicians, do we? Honesty, ownership and apology. You know, we don't hear politicians ever admit when they're wrong, or very rarely. I mean, to Keir Starmer's credit, he did when it came to Mandelson.
Yeah, but even that, you know, again, you know, I referred to it earlier, but when Sam Coates interviewed him, he sounded like a robot rather than a Prime Minister who was human. He kept repeating the same sentence over and over again when it was very clear that either the information that was given to him was inaccurate or he was lying. And so that was problematic for him. I think I agree with Aisha. It needs to be a huge mea culpa and then set a date for the general election. Because that's what we well,
I think we can all say that's not going to happen.
Honestly,
but there is sort of a problem. There is sort of a problem, though, isn't there?
The nation wants it.
You want it.
No, the nation wants it.
There is a problem, though, isn't there? That if they do change their leader, it's another, I don't know, 2.5 years, is it, till we have to have another election, and then you've got the public thinking, well, hang on a minute, yet another Prime Minister I haven't voted for.
That is a really, really big factor. And also, if there is a new Prime Minister, there'll presumably be a new Chancellor. There'll be a big cabinet reshuffle as well. There'll be lots of policy moves away from the manifesto. Legitimately, a lot of people say, well, hang on a minute, I didn't vote for this Prime Minister, I didn't vote for this stuff in this manifesto. And then that whoever takes over will face a lot of calls saying have a general election. But that person will still command a big majority in the House of Commons, so they won't have to have one.
Can I go one step further? And I fear I will annoy you, Nadeem. But I would say...
He used to do it regularly when I was a minister.
I'm going to keep going. Old habits die hard. I do not think, on the basis of tonight or the polling that we're seeing, that you have any idea who's going to win the next election. I look at actually quite a number of parties, 5, 6 parties, bunched quite close together in most of the polls. Yeah, Reform are in the lead, but not by an absolutely storming amount. if the national voting intention polls for Westminster continue along the same trend, I can tell you I'm not putting any money on any result anyway, but I'm not putting theoretical money on any result because I can see any combination. It's not clear to me whether parties to the right or parties to the left will come out on top, and it's certainly not clear to me who is likely to be Prime Minister, which is a long way round of saying, as it stands now, even with these results tonight, I think that you could even end up with a Labour Prime Minister at the next general election. Nothing is certain in politics. And I think anybody who thinks that this set of results that we're seeing means that the next general election is predetermined, I would say
of course
there are far too many uncertainties.
Absolutely right. I completely agree with you. We're so far out from a general election. The only thing I would say is what the results will do tonight, in my view, is that there'll be those who were thinking about voting for reform and still voted Conservative, who will now see that reform can win a general election, that reform can field thousands of candidates in local elections and do incredibly well, and then hopefully we'll see the results from Wales and Scotland, where we can hold the SNP feet to the fire and expose their lack of policy. Maybe we win in Wales and demonstrate good governance, good delivery. That will, Sam, maybe, just maybe, bring more people who would have thinking about voting reform, whether from Labour, from the Greens, or from the Conservatives, over to us.
There could also be a counterfactual to that as well. You're right, you could make a lot of people think, actually, give it a go. But you could also make a lot of people think, this election, this local election, was a chance to voice our absolute dissatisfaction, and lots of people coming out, obviously, to vote enthusiastically for reform. It could have the effect on other people who really don't want a reform government and they don't want a reform MP to do tactical voting and hold their nose and potentially vote for Labour or whoever it is to block the reform candidate. That happened at the Caerphilly by-election, so that is also a possibility. So I wouldn't just... it's just not in the bag for you. I know you're very confident tonight.
No, not at all.
Listen, you've been quite confident tonight.
Absolutely
And I get it,
not.
you're having a good night. I hear you.
Aisha,
enjoy it.
Stop it.
Enjoy it,
Behave
but...
yourself, because I'm the one who's saying
don't...
we should be humble and we should focus on delivery. There is nothing wrong with saying that. We've had a good night. It's a historic night for our country, where the uni-parties have effectively no longer able to take for granted the public, the nation, the voters, right? That is not it being in any way presumptuous that we're going to win in the general election.
That it's in the bag and that everybody loves reform, that everyone loves reform.
Listen, I know you're disappointed tonight and you're going through a lot of pain, but don't start putting words in my mouth about being presumptuous. Not at all.
That's a good point for me to step in. Thank you both very much. We've had another result. Lib Dems hold on to Richmond upon Thames, which isn't necessarily a huge surprise.
No, but look at these numbers, because I have to say these are the Liberal Democrats in Richmond, in West London. They have gone up 6 seats. But look at this. This is the bit that's actually caught my eye. Greens have gone down 5. Now, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a night where maybe, if anything, the Greens won off the Liberal Democrats, but that doesn't seem to be the pattern in this West London seat. Conservatives on 0. Once upon a time, they might have done quite well in that area. Let's just look at very quickly a couple of other councils in London. Early days, 28 out of the 70 seats counted in Ealing. Labour down 4, Lib Dems up 4, Greens up 3, Tories down 3. So not a huge difference there. I mean, Westminster, where 50 of the 54 seats, you've got Labour down to Tories up to. So what does that tell us? The 2 seats in London, so Ealing in West London, Westminster, where we are broadcasting to you live from, really not substantial change. But I think it's that Richmond result in London that suggests that things aren't quite what I was expecting for the Greens.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. Don't even think about going to bed. We've got the Greens coming up next. A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them. It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results
the analysis
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
Sky News has been given exclusive data showing every Palestinian who has been killed in Gaza since the war began. Our analysis of this pattern in the killings suggests that entire families were wiped out in their homes or shelters. The data and forensics team is a multi-skilled unit dedicated to providing transparent journalism from Sky News.
We located footage of the aid drop to a tent camp in central Gaza.
These airdrops are falling in extremely populated areas.
We combine traditional reporting with advanced analysis of satellite imagery, social media, and other open source information. Now, this is just one of the strikes and incidents we've been able to geolocate across Gaza.
Sky News has found Nazi speeches and marching music have been used as background sound on tens of thousands of TikTok videos as far-right groups try and spread their message.
Sky News has seen 72,000 posts used in this way. There's no evidence yet of foul play at Heathrow. It shows weaknesses that enemies could take advantage of. Elon Musk says it is, quote, a viper's nest of radical left Marxists who hate America. Supporters say it saves lives and projects American power and influence.
I think we would generally be called far right, sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references? Right. Well, why wouldn't I?
Its founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
We followed a social media trail that led us to Bristol, where a confrontation between protesters erupted into a full-scale riot.
Here it really is pitched battle skirmishes, hurling missiles, throwing punches.
I'm Tom Cheshire, Sky's data and forensics correspondent.
Hello again, welcome back to Vote 2026. We're joined in the studio by Green Peer Baroness Jenny Jones, very on brand with the outfit this evening. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming in at this very early hour. Where are you hoping to make gains?
I think when the London results come in, we might see... I mean, we've made gains already anyway. I think our vote as well is up, which it may not always translate into seats, but it is very healthy for the next election and for by-elections. I think the London results are going to be quite good for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's early days and not a huge amount of movement so far. Let's just have a look at the picture in Richmond upon Thames. I think we can perhaps bring that in. We got that result a short time ago. Unsurprisingly, it has stayed with the Lib Dems. No surprise there. What is perhaps a bit more surprising, and this is something that Sam pointed out to us, is that the Greens have lost 5 seats there. You'd sort of be expecting the Greens to be making some inroads, given the momentum that we're seeing at the moment in the party. Are you a bit disappointed by that?
Well, the momentum sort of ebbs and flows, I'm afraid. Yeah, I am disappointed that we've lost 5 seats. I think it's a loss to Richmond, but at the same time, we are gaining in other places. I think Exeter is doing quite well, for example.
How many seats would you be really happy with? What would be a really good result?
I have been told to display cautious optimism, but I just go crazy if we got 200 more councillors than we had yesterday. But obviously that's not cautious, is it?
How do the Greens maintain the momentum that we've seen of late if you do fall a bit short? If the results are good but not amazing, how do you maintain that excitement about the party that perhaps we've seen of late?
I think it does depend a lot on our MPs, unfortunately, and obviously our 2 members in the House of Lords. I think that we have to stand up, and the leadership, Zach and Rachel and Martin, have to stand up and make sure that we are explaining all our policies and how good they are for people and planet.
How do you feel about Zach Plansky?
I think he's done the most amazing job actually selling our message. And it's going to be very interesting to see how it develops over the next year or 2.
Are you worried about events over the last week or two? Some of the high-profile mistakes he's made, some of the reports that have come out that perhaps have taken the shine off his leadership?
Well, I think his mistakes don't really mount up to the Mandelson scandal or taking £5 million off a dodgy donor. I think that the Green Party's come under huge scrutiny and huge attacks in the past few weeks, and Zach has borne the brunt of them, and it's very tough to do that. However, it's for us to understand that the more prominent we are, the more attacks and the more scrutiny we're going to have. And I think we are learning very, very fast how to cope with that.
There are nerves, though, aren't there, amongst many that the party is becoming brasher, more left-wing, more combative, using stronger rhetoric on issues like the Middle East and policing and the like. Are you worried, as someone who's been in the Green Party for a long time, are you worried about that direction? Is there any part of you that is nervous about it?
I think that we have always had two sort of areas to our policies. And the first is for planet. And we talk about the environment, we talk about nature, we talk about actually human survival, actually, on our planet. But we also talk about lifting people out of poverty. We talk about social issues. That's always been a sort of twin track for us.
But you're a protest movement?
I protest all the time. And you talked about our becoming combative. I've been combative since I joined the party in 1988, so I don't think that's new.
Can I put it slightly differently? In 2019, the Green Party stood against Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party. Now, at this election, in places like Lewisham, you're absorbing the people that you fought politically then. There has been a shift, hasn't there? And it would be silly to pretend that there hasn't in the type of party that you are.
I don't think the party's changed. I think that some of our people are different from the average Green, say. But you know, we can help them learn about all the other issues that are important.
But the people that you're importing are fundamentally different in their in the kind of politics that they came into politics to espouse, and denying that feels a bit odd to everybody because they can see that essentially the Green Party is sort of absorbing a lot of the Corbyn party end of the Labour Party that's now just outside its borders.
In less than a year, we've gone from 60,000 members to 230,000. There are bound to be people in there who, have different points of view and so on. But essentially, our policies are governed by the majority of people in the Green Party. We have a very democratic system, so our policies will always be voted on and fully debated. I don't see any difference in our direction. We are talking about slightly different things, but these have always been on our agenda. And I've always talked about lifting people out of poverty. I've also talked about environmental issues. These are really something that we all care about.
You don't think the words of one Green councillor in Norfolk saying the party has moved away to dogma and ideology, we're looking on in horror. You disagree clearly with that, with the former deputy leader, Amelia Womack, saying we need to focus on the issues that matter to people's lives, not get dragged into the culture wars. I mean, there is a concern, isn't there, out there? Would you acknowledge that from some?
Well, of course, but being dragged into culture wars is something that happens when you're in politics, and I'm afraid we've got to deal with it. And I think we've had some really bad publicity over the past few weeks, and I think we've actually survived. And there have been some, there's been a handful of people who've given us problems and so on, but we are dealing with it, and we're learning very fast how to deal with it.
Is the problem the publicity or the problem? I mean, there's an element of the Green Party which is kind of just blame the media, which is one of the sort of defining kind of traits of a populist party. You hear it from Reform UK as well. It seems quite easy to blame the media.
Well, that's not completely fair. I would say that it's good to have extra scrutiny. That is what politics is about, and this election is clearly an exercise in democratic process, isn't it? You know, if you vote, if you convince people, they vote for you. But it's the media has been quite nasty, and they've been attacking the only Jewish leader of a national party very, very hard. Some of the cartoons that have come out with the anti-Semitic tropes are absolutely astonishing, and I think the right-wing media does owe us an apology in some ways. It's been inappropriate.
Is it wrong for them to highlight for instance, things that your candidates have said?
No, I don't think it's wrong for them to highlight that. We ought to know about it. That's good, and people should know about it. But I do think the way that they have...
Because rather than dwelling on the fact that actually maybe the media have highlighted some of the things that perhaps your vetting hadn't come up with, that there is an instinct just to go after the people who are putting this on the front page.
No. What I'm talking about is the way that they depict our leader, Zach Polansky, a Jewish leader. They have... there's been several cartoons, I'm sure you've seen them, where he is depicted in a very anti-Semitic way. That's deeply unhealthy in the media.
I'm talking about the pivot that you're doing right now, which is when I ask about what you say are the valid and concerning things that are said and being raised in the media, you then pivot to a different set of coverage in the media about the leader specifically.
But you asked me about the media, and I'm telling you, some of the media, it's absolutely fair enough. We have to be under scrutiny. But other aspects of it are deeply, deeply worrisome. And are you telling me to keep it short?
No, you carry on. Sorry, you carry on.
Yeah, you can try. No, I think that it's an amazing experience for somebody like me who's been in the party for so long, since 1988, to actually have this degree of interest in what we're saying. I just hope the media also talks about all the green stuff, that's all of our green policies that are so amazing, and that we're putting into effect on some councils.
And is the fact that we're not talking about your green stuff our fault or your fault?
Perhaps a bit of both, perhaps. I mean, I talk green stuff, green policies all the time. And if you look at the councils that we run at the moment, Bristol's a really good example, OK? This year, between something like April and September, last year, between April and September, Bristol Council built more houses than ever before. And they were good houses, and they're actually well insulated, and they're in the right place, and they're not crushing toads and killing bats. You know, we are doing what people need, and we are conflating the two real big problems we have, which is the environment and poverty.
OK, we must leave it there. We're approaching 5 o'clock. Baroness Jenny Jones, thank you very much for coming in. Nice to see you. Do stay with us when we come back. Plenty more analysis. Just to let you know as well, the Green Party leader, Zach Polansky, has said in the last few minutes that Keir Starmer should listen to the people and go after dire early local election results for Labour. As the Greens said, they felt bullish about their prospects, as we've been hearing in London boroughs, which will be counted later on today. Do stay with us. Vote 2026 continues in a couple of minutes. This is Vote 2026. Dozens of local authorities in England declare their election results, and the picture so far is clear. Reform UK sees big gains, with Nigel Farage claiming an historic change in British politics. Labour suffers big losses, prompting more questions about Sir Keir Starmer's leadership. And questions too for the Conservatives, with significant losses for Kemi Badenoch's party. Hello there, good morning. I'm Jonathan Samuels with a Vote 2026 special programme. The story of the night so far. Reform have made big gains in the English local elections, with Labour bearing the brunt and the Tories suffering too. Well, let's take a look at the state of the parties as things stand right now. Bring it in for you there. Reform on 263 seats. Lib Dems there on 139, Labour on 90. But if you look at the change, Reform up 263, obviously starting at 0. Lib Dems gaining 70, but look at that number of losses for Labour, down 186. We've got a panel of experts in the studio, chatting to them in a moment. But first, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Talk me through that then. Sam, where have we got to? 5 hours into our programme, 7 hours into counting. Clearly, a small percentage of the counting is taking place overnight. We'll get a much bigger picture of the state of play tomorrow, but nonetheless, a very clear narrative is coming through.
Well, why don't I talk you through the numbers? So if we bring back onto the screen the graphic that we looked at briefly, we can chat through the headlines. So, the big winner of this evening, and there is no kind of doubt because the numbers are so stark, is Reform UK. They've won 263 seats. They weren't defending any. These are all new gains because they weren't bluntly in existence pretty much last time. This set of councils, this set of seats were up. The big losers of tonight, that line in red, the Labour Party, they are down 186 seats. They are now on 90, but it's that losses figure, I think, that's critical. We think, our calculations by Michael Thrasher, that Labour is only hanging on to 13% of the vote of the seats that it was contesting, so absolutely dire for them. Also having a difficult night is the Conservatives. They're down 87 on 89 seats, and then we have the Conservatives. So Conservatives down. Interesting, the Liberal Democrats basically unchanged. This is a pretty apocalyptic result from what we've seen. The maps show that Reform UK is wiping out entire councils, winning them ward by ward across all sorts of areas of the North East, including parts where you would expect Labour to at least manage to keep a toehold. I'm thinking of places like Wigan, in Greater Manchester. We were just talking about Tameside in Greater Manchester, areas where even the great Labour white hope, Andy Burnham, might have thought to be able to improve the Labour brand. There is not much evidence of that. Instead, there is just challenge after challenge. We haven't really got to the stage of the evening where we see Green gained in any significant numbers. One council in West London, Richmond, it appears that the Greens actually lost 5 seats to the Liberal Democrats. That's a bit of a surprise, a little bit of unpicking to see whether that's representative of anything else. But I think that Nigel Farage has come out and declared this part of a revolution. And the real question is, where does this leave Keir Starmer as we're now into the early hours of Friday morning? Because from everything I can see, there is not a delegation about to knock on Number 10's door, but the kind of scale of defeats that Labour councillors are enduring up and down England, because we've only had the English votes, is really painful and seismic, and an emotional spasm may yet prompt some action against the Prime Minister, even though we've had a parade of ministers through the night saying they wanted to stay.
And Sam, just talk to me briefly about the Tories as well, because a pretty bruising night for them as well so far.
Yeah, you have seen in parts of Essex, for instance, a significant switch from Tories to Reform. In many senses, the spread of councils has made that picture more dramatic for Labour, but in areas where there are Tory strongholds, you are also seeing some areas of Tory wipeout, again, to Reform. This is the second year in a row where we have properly entered multi-party politics, where both Labour and the Conservatives have really struggled against this relatively new insurgent force on the, new kid on the political block. The question is, how do they react? And can they react in any kind of way against this sort of light blue tidal wave?
OK, we'll get the thoughts of our panel in a moment. But first of all, let's take you through some of the key moments so far.
Reform UK, changing politics for good, 1,280 votes.
OK.
It was all cheers in Basildon as Reform snatched the win for the St Martin's ward. Sam Journay was Reform's first councillor to be elected there. He spoke to our chief political correspondent John Craig after the result was announced.
If I'm not delivering 14 out of 14 seats for Reform UK tonight, then I've done a bad job. So I'm expecting to deliver 14 out of 14 tonight.
And you're pretty sure that's going to happen, are you?
The only thing that we can be sure of in life is death, taxes and Labour ruining our lives. So not quite guaranteed, but it's looking very, very good out on the floor at the moment.
And in Greater Manchester, Labour lost Tameside Council after holding it for 47 years. Labour's Eleanor Wills refused to pin all the blame on the party's leadership.
I think there's a collective responsibility, and I think that we all need to reflect on what the country's saying. We all need to get better at communicating what we actually do, what we actually deliver, so that people don't risk losing it.
Well, as we were saying, the Conservatives are also losing seats. The Shadow Scotland Secretary Andrew Bowie told me why he believes the major parties are ceding ground.
I think Kemi's got a hell of a lot more than Nigel Farage has in terms of her commitment, her passion, her intellectual view of where she wants to take the party and indeed the country. But there is a general feeling of dissatisfaction and disillusionment with the established political parties out there in the country. A real disgruntlement with the state of the country, and Nigel Farage, as the populist campaigner that he is capitalising on that.
Well, Reform UK's leader, Nigel Farage, says the results mark an historic change in British politics and that traditional left and right are now out of the window. Well, let's bring in our panel of experts. Former Conservative Chancellor Nadhim Zahawi, who's now member of Reform UK, and the Labour peer, Baroness Ayesha Hazarika. Great to see you both again. Thanks for sticking with us into the early hours. Ayesha, apocalyptic is the word that Sam used. Is that fair, do you think, to say that for Labour?
Well, as we sit here in the wee hours, it's a really grim night for the Labour Party. It's been a terrible evening. Let's see where we get to when, all the results are declared. And I'm very interested to see how the Greens do. So obviously, right now, the conversation is rightly dominated by Reform, but I will also be interested to see how the Greens do and, of course, what happens in Scotland and Wales. But it has been a terrible... I'm not going to, do a comical alley and try and kind of spin a line on this. It's been a grim night for Labour, and I think... over the next couple of days, I think Sam's right. I don't think, that the men and the women in grey suits are going to go and see Keir Starmer, but what there will be is a feeling of emotion, real raw emotion for the losses of really good Labour colleagues, councillors, historic councils that Labour have always held, the sort of foot soldiers, the connective tissue of a political party. There's going to be a lot of anger as well, directed at the Prime Minister and the Downing Street operation. There's also going to be a lot of fear in terms of Labour MPs thinking what is coming down the track. And there'll be a bit of panic as well in terms of what do we do? How do we interpret these results? What do we do? Do we stick with the Prime Minister? Do we go in a completely different direction? Do we go left? Do we go right? There's going to be a maelstrom of emotion. So it's going to be a very difficult, challenging period for the Labour Party. I personally think we shouldn't deny reality and we shouldn't tell ourselves kind of comforting lies in terms of this is just usual and this is fine and everything's okay, this is just a flesh wound, this stuff happens. I think we have to be honest about the scale of the defeat. I think there has to be a kind of a moment of honesty and self-awareness and self-reflection. But in terms of what the easy answer is, I don't have that.
Many people say the easy answer is Starmageddon. It's time for him to go.
But again, we've sort of gone through quite a few of these arguments tonight. I don't think it is that easy because, A, I don't think he will want to go. There's a lot of people who just don't want to do that. It's not in the culture and the history and the psychology of the Labour Party. And from a democratic point of view, as we saw from the Conservative Party, you know, it's one thing to change a leader. It doesn't mean that necessarily that helps the country or the party. But having said all that, there will be other people who are thinking, well, maybe this is existential for the Labour Party and maybe we are looking at a Nigel Farage-led government and something needs to be done. These will be the conversations that need to be had. But it is difficult. There's no easy, here's a glib answer, here's a glib... There isn't anyone waiting to save the Labour Party. The Labour Party's got to save itself, either by getting better or changing goals, whatever that is, that's going to be a decision for the Labour Party. But there isn't an easy solution and there isn't an easy person just waiting to come and ride to the rescue. That is the reality.
Yeah, we'll perhaps get into the detail of that a bit later. As for reform, Nadeem, bloodbath in Tameside, Wigan, a complete wipeout, Hartlepool, a sea of reform. I mean, we were told that you thought it was going to be a good night. It's turning out to be that and more, isn't it?
It is. It's an historic night in many ways because... You know, I've debated many Labour and Conservative politicians who kept sort of almost in denial about what we've been saying, which is this is really the end of the uniparty system, that Labour and the Conservatives taking the voters for granted is over. But we had to prove it. We had to find the candidates, you know, deliver the policies, run a strong campaign. All these things are credit to the team and, of course, our activists on the ground, you know, delivering the leaflets, knocking on doors. Hundreds of thousands of doors were knocked on during this campaign. And the proof of the pudding is in the results that are coming through. So I think my advice to Labour is, rather than obsessing about Nigel Farage, the reason people have voted reform is the policies that we've put forward chime with what they see in their communities, in their family, in their areas. You know, services not working properly, you can't get the kids to the right school because schools are overwhelmed by mass migration, the cost of living, all these things.
Is it the policies?
Yes.
Is it the policies? Or is it they're looking at the alternatives and just seeing that those parties are all at sea, whether it's the Tories or Labour, and they're holding their nose and voting?
I don't think that's enough. Genuinely, not what we're seeing. I mean, if you look at the numbers, for Labour to be losing 87% of their councillors is catastrophic. And it can't just be because Keir Starmer's really, really crap. Right? It's because people in Wigan, in North East Lincolnshire, where the Conservatives have taken for granted for many, many years, people have said, hold on a second, right? What is Nigel and Zia and Rob Jenrick and Suella and Richard Tice, what are they offering? What are they saying? You know, how will Zia deal with the 2 million illegals in our country? How will we control our borders? What are we doing on net zero and the madness of the sort of not using our own assets like oil and gas and having to import it, LNG from Qatar and elsewhere around the world, not helping the carbon footprint of the world.
I genuinely do not
all
think
this
net
stuff
zero is the thing that's coming up on the doorstep.
It is cost of living.
It is cost of living.
It is immigration. It is mass migration.
NHS and immigration.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that it is a historic night. We remain humble and focused on the task ahead. That's what you'll hear from Nigel. That's what you'll hear from Richard. That's what you'll hear from Zia, from Rob, and from Suella, from all of us. That ultimately we have to deliver, right? And we now have an opportunity to demonstrate that we can govern and govern well. And that's the difference between us and the uniparties. It became farcical for the Conservative Party and now Labour, I mean, breaking all records in sort of 18 months, reaching a stage where you're so unpopular is pretty extraordinary, where everything is just too difficult. Yet the nation watches and sees people who just don't feel their pain.
Well, we're going to go to our correspondents around the country in a moment. Just have the final word for a moment.
All I'd say is, look, there is a lot of pain out there. Labour didn't just come in and create all of this mess. There was historic, difficult issues going on, and of course Nadeem admitted he was very much part of that. And if Reform does win the next election, and that is a long way away, if they do win power, they will also find that you cannot just come in and words don't count for anything if you can't actually deliver on the ground. And fixing things is far more difficult than just slagging everything off.
OK, all right, we'll leave it there for the moment. We'll come back to you both shortly. Let's go to some of the key areas deciding these elections. Our correspondent Alex Rogers is in Duckenfield in Tameside, that's in Greater Manchester. But first, our chief political correspondent John Craig is in Basildon. How are things looking, John?
13 results in and just one more to go. So in any second now, any minute now anyway, we're going to learn how many gains Reform have made. Well, as we speak, it's 11 out of 13. You'll remember that when I spoke to the leader of the Reform group, that's Sam Junet, he said, if I don't get 14 out of 14, I'll have done a bad job. Well, he hasn't quite made that. It's 11 out of 13 so far. We've just had the results, number 13, which was a Reform gain from an independent who was previously the councillor. So, a very good night here for Reform. Probably they're going to end up with 12 out of 14. And that pattern has been repeated throughout the county of Essex because Reform have made big gains in other councils, Brentwood, for example, Rochford, and also some others. And Essex County Council's worth a mention. Some of the boroughs are counting today and they'll continue tomorrow. But on Essex County Council, 78 councillors there. 29 have declared so far. Reform have gained 22 on Essex County Council. Tories are down 18. Labour down 1. The one result that's bucked the trend is Harlow, where the Conservatives have defeated Labour in 5 wards, and they've won all 10 seats being contested tonight. So that is, I suppose, the exception that proves the rule. I mean, throughout the county of Essex, it really has been a very good night for Reform. But what's different in Essex from elsewhere in the country, particularly in the north of England, is that the Reform UK's gains are largely at the expense of the Conservatives, not Labour. And, for example, in some of the wards here, Labour have been a fairly decent second. For example, in Saint Genet's own ward, a Labour candidate was only a couple of thousand behind him. We've seen some really high turnouts too, certainly in Basildon. Some wards 51, 52%, and some 45, 46%. That's very high for a local government. Now, Reform UK say that people who haven't voted previously have come out to vote for them. Queues outside the polling stations, we've been told. So a very good night for Reform here. They were always pretty optimistic here. There will be other counts tomorrow, of course, where Reform will hope to make similar gains. Thurrock is one. That's a council that was held by UKIP back in the days when UKIP was the Nigel Farage's party. But here we are. The last declaration is imminent. And I think that the returning officer, that's Gary Jones, will give us the final numbers. I'm just looking. The leader of the Reform group, a very jaunty Sam Junet, is chatting to his supporters. I think some council officials as well. I can't see the returning officer. He's over talking to his staff, actually. Gary Jones, he's the chief executive of the council. He's been very good-natured throughout the evening, very helpful to Sky News and others. So I'm not quite sure what we're waiting for now, but any second now. My colleague Caitlin Brennan has gone up to ask the returning officer, what's the hold-up? And I don't know whether Caitlin has got news for us. What's the hold-up, Caitlin? very, very soon, we're told. Caitlin Brennan, our brilliant producer, who has been brilliant all evening, has just been chatting to the returning officer. Very, very soon, he's told her. So I don't know whether you want to go to Alex up in Tameside and then come back to us. Obviously, we will bring you that result as soon as we get it. We're very close.
All right, John, we will come back to you as soon as it happens. Thanks for the moment. And Alex Rogers is in Duckenfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester. And seismic result there, Alex. Labour have held that seat for many years and now no overall control.
That's right, Jonathan. Until tonight, Labour had held this council since 1978, but now it has gone no overall control. That's because Reform really swept across the board, totally victorious tonight. They took 18 of the 19 wards that Labour was defending. Earlier this evening, I spoke to Rob Barrowcliffe. He's the chair of Reform in Tameside. He was outlining why he thinks his party did so well tonight. I think we can take a listen to what he had to say.
I'm just so happy for our candidates. They are great people, competent people, and they put the work in. So I'd say they got the result that they deserved, and hopefully they put the work in to not let the people of Tameside down. The people of Tameside feel let down after 48 years of Labour control. So, yeah, now the real work starts.
Reform ecstatic, but Labour the opposite. The whole night really was dominated by really glum faces from Labour councillors. They are really blaming the national picture here for the losses that they've endured, and real questions for Sir Keir Starmer and his leadership. I was talking to one senior figure. I asked them, do you think it's time for Keir Starmer to go? They gave me a smile and they said, what do you think? So a real moment of jeopardy for Keir Starmer. Maybe this is the moment that Andy Burnham or Angela Rayner, big figures here in the North-West, put in a challenge. There's a lot of speculation around that tonight. So, yeah, big questions for Keir Starmer. Will he be able to fend off that leadership challenge? There's lots of fingers of blame pointing, and they're all pointing in his direction.
OK, Alex, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. The counting still continues, of course, through the night. We can show you the count in Westminster, I believe, which is where many of the London boroughs are being counted. We've seen the Lib Dems hold on to Richmond upon Thames in West London, also Sutton as well. But the story of the night is one of huge gains by Reform. Tameside, Wigan, Redditch, Hartlepool, North East Lincolnshire, Basildon, all seeing a huge success for Reform UK. Do stay with us, plenty more analysis after this short break. You're watching Vote 2026. If you're just joining us, it's 5:25 in the morning. Welcome. We can show you the state of things as they stand. Let's show you the state of the parties. If you've been up all night, by the way, congratulations. Thank you for your stamina and sticking with us. This is how things look. As you can see, a huge night for reform. Up 275 seats coming from a standing start, of course. The Conservatives have had a bruising night, losing 96 councillors. But look at that. Labour, so far, losing 203 councillors. And we're only a few hours in. Let's go back to John Craig, who's in Basildon in Essex. John, a bit of movement?
Jonathan, we just had the final result here, the 14th, and it's gone to the Conservatives. So Reform have ended up with 11 gains, and I think I'm right in saying 10 from the Conservatives and 1 from an independent, and Conservatives have got 3. Now, my maths suggests that the makeup of the council is now going to be Labour 12, Conservatives 12, Reform 11. It was previously Labour 16, Conservatives 13, and Reform only 2. Well, let's talk to the leader of the victorious Reform UK group. That is Sam Genet. Congratulations. You did say earlier this evening that if you didn't get all 14, you wouldn't have done a good job.
No, and I haven't done a good job because we needed 14 out of 14. But you know what? I'm over the moon with what we've done. 11 seats for Reform UK in Basildon is an incredible achievement. The volunteers, the candidates and now councillors done a wonderful job, and we're going to build on this. As the local elections in Basildon are done on a thirds basis, this time next year we're coming back for the other 14 and we will take the administration.
No overall control, obviously. What's this going to mean for the voters of Basildon, the fact that you've now got, I think it's 11? I mean, some people would say no overall control, it's all a bit messy, might be a bit indecisive and not work very well. What would you say? What difference are you going to make now?
I think we have to make it very clear. Basildon Labour have ruined our borough. They've ruined our town. Councillor Gavin Callaghan has disgraced the Labour Party tonight by leaving after just 2 election results. I'm sorry to say, well, I'm actually very happy to say to Basildon residents, Gavin Callaghan is gone. He will no longer be the leader of this administration. Change is coming, and whether Reform UK have a part of the administration, that is for conversations down the line. But what I will say is that Basildon have voted for change. Basildon and Billericay have voted for change, and that is what we're going to deliver.
You've just been quite rude about the Labour leader. Looking at the maths, are you going to join with the Conservatives running the council?
The thing that we're focusing on at the moment is celebrating our 11 seats that we won tonight. There's no conversations to be had with the Conservatives at the moment. If they wish to approach us, that's down to them. They have the most seats. We are simply the 3rd biggest party in Basildon. So if they want to join with Reform, that's down to them. But at the moment, we're going to enjoy our morning and the next couple of weeks as we settle in the council.
And what would you like to happen, though?
What would I like? Well, the most important thing, I think what residents would like to see is Labour are thrown out. They are sacked off. It's time. It's the end of the road for Gavin Callaghan in local politics. I know there's the Essex County Council elections tomorrow, but the skullduggery and the shambles that this council has been through over the last 10 months, it's come to an end.
Well, he's not here to defend himself. But
okay.
I know that's because he's left. But but I come back to the point. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the last few days. Kemi Badenoch's been asked about it. Reform's leaders nationally have been asked about it. I mean, looking at the maths, you're going to have to do some sort of deal or come to some sort of arrangement with the Tories. You're obviously not going to with Labour.
Well, that's not necessarily true. There are at least 5 or 6 independent councillors that still sit on the council as well. They could form an administration. So I think that's the conversation best to have with the leader of the Conservative Party rather than myself this morning.
What is your... I mean, you've seen the results throughout Essex, big gains in quite a few of the other councils. I think it's you've made gains, I think, in Brentwood, in Rochford, elsewhere. The only one you haven't done so well in is Harlow. The Tories have done remarkably well there. Okay. But what do you think the results that you've had here and others have had, what do you think it says about your party's progress in local government and what you can achieve in local government? I mean, there have been criticism of some Reform UK councils over the past year or so, putting up putting up council tax, closing care homes, all sorts of criticism. What do you think you're going to do now to sort of, if you like, convince voters that you can be good at running a council?
I think for too long, too many councils have done things under the hood. They've hidden it away in private meetings. Residents want us to be open and transparent, and that is what we're going to do. That is what we're going to deliver. We're going to do it with integrity, honesty, and trust. And I think that's, if you start there, I think that we've got big gains to have moving forward.
And what do you think these results say about reform's prospects nationally? I mean, I know the general election's a long way off, but I mean, for example, the Basildon and Billericay seat. I think you actually lost. I think you lost both of the Billericay wards, didn't you? Or one of them, certainly. What does it mean in terms of looking ahead to elections for Parliament, whenever that comes, whenever that general election comes?
I think if we have to take into consideration the amount of residents that make up the Basildon and Billericay constituency, only 18% of that particular number is from Billericay. So, as you can see tonight, we've had a barnstorming win in Basildon, and I expect over the next year, maybe over the next 2 years, the residents of Billericay will finally trust us to deliver what we're going to deliver in Basildon.
I'm told that James McMurdoch campaigned for you and your fellow councillors. Would you like to see him back in Reform UK?
I think that's a question to ask Nigel Farage, our leader. I think James McMurdoch is he's someone that I had on my campaign during my first by-election. I found him to be a really, really good guy. But of course, that is my personal belief. In regards to whether he returns to Reform UK, again, that's a question for Nigel Farage, our leader.
You're quite an extrovert character, aren't you? I mean, you remind me of you're a bit of a Ray Winstone character, aren't you? I mean, I know you're a jeweller. Are you a diamond geezer?
Well, if you're calling me a diamond geezer, then I'll take that. I'll take that.
Now, why, last question, very quickly, why, when we're indoors, are you wearing a raincoat like Columbo in the detective series?
Well, you know what? I thought I'd come super smart tonight, and you know what? It goes nice with the blue trousers, right? So.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you
well
so much.
11 gains. Thank you very much. I'll let you celebrate with your supporters.
Up the reform. Thank you very much.
Up the reform. Sounds like a West Ham fan, doesn't he?
John, you are our diamond geezer. Thank you very much. John Craig there in Basildon. Much appreciated. We're just hearing from Nigel Farage suggesting Reform UK is on course for a general election victory after taking council seats from Labour. We're going to be speaking to a top pollster after the break. Luke Tyrrell for more in comment. Don't go away. Hello again, you're watching Sky News. It's a Vote 2026 special. If you're just waking up, sticking the telly on, wondering what the state of play is, well, we can show you straight away. This is the state of the parties as things stand, and the headline really is a huge few hours for Reform UK. They are creeping towards gaining 300 councillors, but look at Labour losing 227 seats. What are we, just a few hours in? But also a real bruising for the Conservative Party, down 104 councillors. Well, I've been joined by the UK Director of More in Common, Luke Trill. Great to see you, Luke. When you look at those numbers, what's going through your mind?
Well, I think we're seeing the death of two-party politics in real time. The Conservatives and Labour, you know, not even holding on to half of the seats that they are contesting. And I guess, you know, the way I'd sum it up is what you're seeing from the electorate is a rebellion against the status quo. We've been doing focus groups right around the country in the run-up to these elections. Very different areas, voters going in very different directions. The one thing they have in common is they say, we're not happy with the status quo. It's not working for us. We want something different. We had the Tories. That didn't work. We've had 2 years of Labour. We're not happy with that. We want something new.
And it is very early days, but are you surprised at the scale of Reform's success, or is it what you expected?
I think particularly in some of those northern councils, just the size of the swings has been jaw-dropping. You know, places, you know, some of the wards in Halton, for instance, where you were seeing 50-point swings from Labour to Reform. I mean, that is extraordinary. Look at somewhere like Wigan, you know, where Lisa Nandy, the Culture Secretary, has her seat. Labour didn't win a single seat. Reform won all bar one, I think, of the seats in Wigan. You know, this is extraordinary, and I think we've sort of become used to living in unusual times, but just the scale of what we're seeing, and the Conservatives as well, you know, losing seats to Reform UK, they're clearly not yet back on the up, and we're going to have a very different political map by the time all the votes are counted.
Yeah, talking of which, what does all this mean for the Prime Minister, do you think? What's your polling saying on that front?
Well, look, I mean, the Prime Minister is very unpopular. His approval rating is -45. When we talk to people in focus groups, it's almost as if he's become to sort of embody that frustration with the status quo. People don't think, I think in particular the repeated U-turns have left people thinking that actually he doesn't have the strength to deliver the change that the country needs. And I do think that window for him to reset or reconnect with the electorate is narrowing very quickly.
And do you think the success of Reform UK is down to Nigel Farage and his popularity and his personality, or do you think it's that people are fed up with all the other choices?
I think it's a bit of both. Look, there's no doubt Nigel Farage has a particular appeal to some Reform voters, but most of the people that we speak to basically say, you look, I'm not sure Reform will work, but we may as well roll the dice. And we're in that era of roll the dice politics because people basically don't think it can get any worse. And it's not just Reform benefiting from that, of course, the Greens as well. You know, you speak to young graduates who say, I thought I'd done the right thing. I went to university, I got a good job, but I can't get on the housing ladder. I'm saddled with student debt. And they're attracted to what Zach Polanski's offering. So those two, I guess, insurgent parties really benefiting from that mentality of, can it get any worse? Let's just give someone else a shot.
Anything you have learned in the last few hours about the Greens and the Lib Dems, how they're doing?
Well, you know, the Liberal Democrats are kind of doing what Liberal Democrats do, right? Every local election, they're steadily creeping up. You know, they won Stockport. If you look actually at South West London, and it's basically a one-party Liberal Democrat state there. They've almost swept out the entire opposition. So, you know, that they're doing what they do. And I think the Greens as well, really demonstrating, and I think we'll see this a lot more once more of the London results come in, that they are a serious threat to Labour's left flank. You know, that Polanski momentum, that enthusiasm is translating into real votes.
And Luke, a lot of people will be waking up this morning wondering how this all translates into a general election. We're still a long way off from a general election. How do we quantify that? How do we work that out?
Well, it's difficult, right? Because, people often use local elections to give the government a bit of a kicking. You can't read across. It's a different group of people who turn out. Turnout in local elections is lower. But later on in the day, you'll be getting the national equivalent vote. And what that looks to do is, if the whole country were voting, what would it have looked like? What would the percentages have looked like? And the best thing to do is benchmark that against last year. And what you should be able to see is, are Reform making more progress than they did last year? Where are the Greens? How badly are the two main parties doing? And I think that's the best throw forward. But look, we live in volatile times. Reform just took all of the seats up for election in Hartlepool. Tories reduced to 0. 5 years ago, there was a blimp of Boris Johnson in Hartlepool when they won that by-election, which just goes to show quite how volatile politics is.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? Luke, great to get your thoughts. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again in the next few days. Luke Tyrrell from More in Common. Thank you very much. Coming up in a moment, Sam Coates, my right-hand man, is going to be speaking to me all about the numbers. We're going to do a deep dive, crunch all the data that's come in so far as Labour suffer big losses as Reform surges in England's local elections. Do stay with us. A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them.
It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results,
the analysis,
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
Sky News has been given exclusive data showing every Palestinian who has been killed in Gaza since the war began. Our analysis of this pattern in the killings suggests that entire families were wiped out in their homes or shelters. The data and forensics team is a multi-skilled unit dedicated to providing transparent journalism from Sky News.
We located footage of the aid drop to a tent camp in central Gaza.
These airdrops are falling in extremely populated areas.
We combine traditional reporting with advanced analysis of satellite imagery, social media, and other open source information. And this is just one of the strikes and incidents we've been able to geolocate across Gaza.
Sky News has found Nazi speeches and marching music have been used as background sound on tens of thousands of TikTok videos as far-right groups try and spread their message.
Sky News has seen 72,000 posts used in this way. There's no evidence yet of foul play at Heathrow. It shows weaknesses that enemies could take advantage of. Elon Musk says it is, quote, a viper's nest of radical left Marxists who hate America. Supporters say it saves lives and projects American power and influence.
I think we would generally be called far-right, sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references? Right. Well, why wouldn't I?
Its founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
We followed a social media trail that led us to Bristol, where a confrontation between protesters erupted into a full-scale riot.
Here it really is pitched battle skirmishes, hurling missiles, throwing punches.
I'm Tom Cheshire, Sky's data and forensics correspondent.
Hello again, you're watching Vote 2026. We'll speak to our panel of experts in just a moment. First, let's bring you in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates.
First thing this morning, 1,000 seats counted. What do the results look like? Well, it's pretty stark. Look at this. You can see the clear winner from the overnight results. Reform UK on 300 gains. They didn't contest any seats at the last local elections that were based around these seats, so every single one again. The big losers overnight, the Labour Party. They have lost 227 seats. So you can see a lot of Reform's gains come from Labour losses. The Tories also having a bad night, 162 seats overall, 23 gains, but losses of 134. At almost 6 o'clock in the morning, the Greens have got 33 gains. We largely haven't seen Green stronghold counting, so that's perhaps where there is some scope for them to do a bit better. Lib Dems are on 219. But you want to compare how the Labour Party is doing, maybe to last year. So let's look at this. And this figure has bounced around through the night, but this is the number of seats that Labour is defending that they managed to hold on to. And you can see last year they lost 66% of the seats that they defended. And this year, as of 6 o'clock, with some way through 326 seats counted, 66% again. So they are doing exactly the same percentage. They're holding on to exactly the same percentage as last year. There'll be a little bit of relief earlier in the night. This figure was dramatically worse, but I think there will be some relief that figure is not worse than it is here. Now let's look at the Tory comparative figure. Well, last year they lost 68% of the seats that they held. Actually, the Tories are holding on to a little bit of a higher percentage. 44% is what they're losing, meaning that they're holding on to 56. So you do have some signs of improvement for the Conservative Party. But the map around the country is still grim, particularly for Labour, but for the Tories as well, because the big winner is Reform. Look at Hartlepool, a significant area in our politics. Peter Mandelson's old stomping ground. The parliamentary seat loss for Labour in 2021 almost triggered Keir Starmer's departure as Labour leader. And here we have Reform basically picking up all the seats there. 12 seats, 7 from the Labour Party, 4 from the Tories. Maybe if you look at how the seats that contested this year compared to last time they were up in map form, and you get a really stark picture. So last time, in 2022, lots of blue Conservatives in the more urban areas, Labour red. This time, it's very, very stark. And you can see Reform UK just completely taking control. But just look around all sorts of areas that were once the red wall. This is Greater Manchester. Wigan, Lisa Nandy's seat, not too far away from Angela Rayner's seat. You can see also this is sort of Andy Burnham's heartland. Red in 2023, but an absolute wipeout and Reform taking all the spoils this time round. It's the same in Redditch in Worcestershire. Just look at the blue on the right compared to the colours there. And you can see how the vote shares have changed. And look, Reform UK gaining 37% at the expense of both the Tory party and the Labour Party. Now, in the early hours of the morning, we just started to get the first few results in London. Let's look at there, because that gives us some clues about how the Greens are doing. And you can see Labour losing in Ealing 9 seats, but the Lib Dems performing strongly, as well as the Greens. The Tories down 3. In Westminster, just before 6 o'clock, pretty much even Stevens. You can see Labour losing 9, the Tories gaining 9. So no sign of an insurgent party there. Look at Richmond upon Thames. That's a slightly curious result that we're puzzling over. It's still a Liberal Democrat hold council, but the Liberal Democrats are up 6. And here's the weird thing, it's at the expense of the Greens. Bit strange in this West London seat. You might have thought that the Greens might do better, but here's a seat where the Greens have put on added some support, and that's Oxford. Labour have lost Oxford to no overall control. Greens put on 5 seats at the expense of Labour that went down. So I'm suggesting the Greens might have hoped to do even better, but nevertheless they have swiped that council from Labour majority control. It's a bleak night for Labour. It's quite a bleak night for the Conservatives. How that figure of how many seats the Labour Party continue to hold on to and defend successfully bounces up and down will play a big role in determining Keir Starmer's future.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. Let's speak to Aisha Hazarika and Nadeem Zahawi, who've been with us all through the morning. When you look at that, Aisha, it paints a very grim picture, doesn't it, for Labour?
It does, but, you know, it's obviously not great results for Labour at all, but it is interesting just seeing a little bit of recalibration with those stats that Sam took us through, and I will want to wait to see till we get to about 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, because I am really interested to see how the Greens do and how Labour does in some of these big councils in London. I think that's going to be quite instructive as well, because I think what is going to be very difficult to do is quickly jump to a conclusion in terms of what lessons should be learned from these. Clearly, Reform is having a really, really good night. But can you just extrapolate, oh, Labour's lost a lot of seats to Reform, to go, right, we've got to now just make immigration like the absolute #1 priority policy that Labour does. I think it's going to be more complicated and more nuanced than that. And I think it would be a mistake for anybody, particularly Labour strategists, just to jump to an early conclusion. I think we have to wait and see. But it's going to be a really difficult, not just weekend, it's going to be a difficult time for the Labour Party, particularly for those councillors and their families who worked really hard and lost their seats.
Yeah, and we've been discussing this a lot over the last few hours, but for people who are just joining us now, looking at these results, many of them will be thinking, well, what does this mean for the Prime Minister? We've been hearing rumours that maybe he's not going to be PM forever. Do you think...
No one is.
Do you think his days are numbered, or do you think he will be here for a few more months, maybe into the next general election?
I think he'll be around for a bit longer. I cannot see a big... I could be wrong, but I can't see a big coup taking place in the immediate future, just because I don't think there's, one candidate that's ready to go. I don't think they command the support of the Parliamentary Labour Party or the party. It's not in the DNA of the Labour Party, and Keir Starmer, I think, will really dig in. But that doesn't mean that everything's all great and there's nothing to see here and it's just a flesh wound and these are just midterm blues and let's carry on, keep calm and carry on. I think these results are really bad for Labour and there's got to be a lot of self-reflection and honestly, I think what people would really want to see out of this, instead of, coming out and just spinning the same old lines that there's nothing to see, actually just being honest about the scale of the defeat. I'm not saying that there's no easy answers, but I think that at least would buy not a huge amount of respect, but a little bit of, at least they're being honest about what's going on.
Nadeem, things obviously are changing. At one point over the last few hours, Labour were only holding on to 13% of the seats that they were contesting. Now, of course, that number has gone up quite dramatically. So we know things are changing and they're going to change over the next 24, 48 hours. But as things stand, this has been pretty remarkable, hasn't it, for your party?
No doubt. I think it's a historic night. I think you just heard from the pollsters, from Luke Trill, that the two-party system is pretty much over. We've been saying that the uni-party system is finished, that the Conservatives and Labour can no longer take the electorate for granted. And I think we've proved it tonight, and you'll see that playing out for the rest of the day and tomorrow. The numbers will move around. I think, honestly, Keir Starmer's got to look in the mirror and decide that, what has the country said to me? Well, the country's saying, we need a general election. If he is honourable enough, then he would say he either steps aside and have a general election or otherwise.
The country is not asking for a general election.
They are. We stood on a platform that said, vote reform, get Starmer out, and look at what we've been able to achieve.
Well, let's just wait.
We stood on a platform that we will deal with
You've been around politics for a long time.
I hear you.
Nadeem, you've been around politics for a long time, and, you and I get on well. I think you're a very, smart guy. Come on, let's be within the realms of reality. Reform are having a really good night, right? There's no denying that. But let's not be off to the wacky races where you're like, yeah, we're going to have a general election now. That's not going to happen because the way the parliamentary maths is that Labour, whatever you think of Keir Starmer, whatever you think of these results, he's still going to have a big majority. And whether he stays or goes, it's not going to be a general election.
I actually think that big Labour parliamentary majority, because he's mismanaged it, is holding him hostage now.
Sure, but there's not going to be a general election anytime soon.
It depends whether the cabinet panics. It depends whether you've got NEC elections in July. If
the cabinet are not going to vote for having an election,
that Andy Burnham's going to get his people on the NEC, then Starmer might be gone by the end of the year.
I'm very good on the criminology of the Labour Party. Yeah. There is going to be fear, anger,
and loathing,
confusion, panic. Absolutely. I'm not saying that's something, but your argument that there's going to be a general election soon just does not pass the smell test.
Well, there you are.
Let's see what happens next.
The other issue is that a general election doesn't have to happen, does it, for a long time? Is it 2.5 years? I'm not quite sure what it is.
2029.
Do you think your party can keep this momentum going? Because there has been a suggestion that the polls aren't what they were and maybe the shine has come off slightly. Clearly, tonight's results could prove that to be very wrong. But local elections are one thing, a general election is something else. Can you keep that momentum going?
Absolutely. I think what you will see, what we've been able to demonstrate, is the ability to field thousands of candidates. Don't forget, about 4.5 million voters actually were able to vote in these elections because Reform and Nigel Farage challenged the government. You know, the government wanted those councils, including some Conservative councils, didn't want to have an election and were going to kick the can down the road. And because we challenged the government, they relented and they allowed the elections to go ahead, rightly so. So I think what you're beginning to see is a serious party with thousands of councillors, a serious team with policies that absolutely chime with where the nation is at on cost of living, on immigration, on the madness of net zero that Edi Miliband's been putting more pressure on business and on energy bills for families. I'm absolutely convinced that the only way we get rid of Starmer's government is to vote Reform. OK,
Nadeem, Aisha, thank you both very much. We are approaching 6 o'clock. You've been watching Vote 26. Plenty more analysis to come. As Nigel Farage suggests, Reform UK is on course for a general election victory after taking council seats from Labour in the early results so far. Stay with us. It's 6 o'clock. You're watching Vote 2026. Dozens of local authorities in England declare their election results, and a clear picture is emerging. Reform UK sees big gains, with Nigel Farage claiming an historic change in British politics. Labour suffers big losses, prompting more questions about Sir Keir Starmer's leadership. And questions too for the Conservatives, with significant losses for Kemi Badenoch's party. Hello, a very good morning. I'm Jonathan Samuels with a Vote 2026 special programme. Throughout the night, we've been watching the results of local elections in England come in, and the clear story emerging is that Reform have made big gains, with Labour bearing the brunt and the Tories suffering too. We'll talk to our panel of experts in just a moment. First, let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, talk us through the last few hours.
Well, Jonathan, at 6 o'clock, we've got about 1,000 seats in. So we've got a pretty good handle on what's going on. Let's look at the overall results. And here we have the clear lead for Reform UK. There it is, 321 gains. To be honest, they weren't defending any seats. They weren't really in the game at this set of elections last time around. Here is the bad news for Labour. They're on 219 seats, but they were on a lot more because they've lost 235. They are by far and away the biggest losers of the night. The Tories also losers on down 146, leaving them with 194. We haven't yet seen any kind of green surge. They're up a little bit on 48, but I think a lot of the green heartlands, frankly, are yet to come. The Liberal Democrats up 52. They've also lost 13. So let's look at the loss rate. Now, this is the proportion of seats that Labour are defending that they have gone on to win and lose. So they have basically kept about a third of them, lost 66%. And if you compare that to last year, it's pretty much even Stevens. Last year, everyone thought that the local elections were pretty much a disaster. I think they'll think that again. If you look at this, it shows where Michael Thrasher, Sky's election analyst, thinks this sits. He's projecting the results that we've got at the moment and on a dotted line to where he thinks will end up on the gauge. And you can see we're not in good, we're not in OK, we're not in bad, we are quite far into terrible. He thinks that on the current trend, we are just short of the 2,000 loss mark. So that is a pretty bad result. That is Michael Thrasher's prediction, 1,864 losses, and that is his prediction as of 5:45 this morning, with 428 seats declared. Let's look at the Tories now. Last year, they held on to just about 32% of their seats. They lost 68% of them. Actually, it looks from this as if the Tories are doing a little bit better. They've managed to lose 44%, hanging on just over 60%. So slightly better. Let's look at Michael Thrasher's projection for them. And they're not in good territory. They're not in OK. They're just on the cusp of OK and bad. The overall total, minus 599. So Michael has looked at 291 seats declared. This is his projection, the dotted line through from where we are at the moment to where he thinks we'll end up at 5:45 a.m. And he thinks that we are somewhere between OK and bad. I have to say, I think the Tories would take that because that's an improvement on last year. But all over the what we would have called the red wall, Labour, one-time Labour heartlands, what you have seen is Reform UK winning. And here we are in Hartlepool. Hartlepool, pretty important place in British politics. Lord Mandelson's old stomping ground. Keir Starmer nearly resigned when Labour didn't win that seat in 2021. And look, you've got losses by Labour and the Conservatives, 7 losses and 4 losses respectively, and Reform picking up 12 seats. Now, that means that Labour have lost the council to no overall control, but that's partly because not all seats were up. What I want to show you is what that looks like visually. Just the seats that were up compared to the last time they were up. And look at this. So in 2022, you could see more rural seats, all Conservative, Labour, closer in the more urban areas. But look at this. In 2026, absolutely all Reform UK light blue. It's quite the picture. And then you go to other bits of the red wall and the north of England, and it's pretty similar. Look at this. Greater Manchester, Wigan, home to Lisa Nandy, not that far from Angela Rayner, part of Andy Burnham's empire. Red in 2023, Reform UK blue. And what about Worcestershire? Redditch, look at this. You can see the same picture again. Labour North, Tory South, that was in 2024, Now, in 2026, it's a completely different story, just one ward that is Labour. And you can see the vote shares that lie beneath that. And you can see, again, Reform UK up 37 percentage points at the expense, on a basis of about 2-1, Tories and Labour. Now, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. We've got a little bit of information about London. Ealing, so we can see there that Labour are down 13, Greens up 5, so for that West London seat. But the Lib Dems also doing quite strongly in Ealing as well. So that's a Labour hole, so they'll be pretty pleased about that. Westminster still counting at time of speaking. You can see the Tories up 9, Labour down 9. So, you know, potentially we could see some change there. But look at this in Richmond. This one caught my eye because this is a Lib Dem hole. That's the big picture. And, you know, in the overall scheme of things, not a huge number of change of seats. Lib Dems up 6, but the Greens down 5. It's a bit curious. I would have thought that Greens might be doing better at the expense of the Liberal Democrats, but that doesn't seem to be the picture there. But one place where the Greens have done quite well, that's Oxford. They've gained 5 seats in Oxford. Labour have lost 5 seats. Some suggesting that maybe the Greens could have done even better than that. But Labour have lost the council to overall control. So the picture all round, well, terrible is the word that Michael Thrasher would use for where we are at the moment for Labour results. The dotted line takes you to almost 2,000 council seats losses. I think the overall picture for Keir Starmer is bleak. Undisputably, one winner, that's Reform UK.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. Also hearing in the last few minutes, Labour has lost control of South West London's Wandsworth Council, gone to no overall control. Well, let's take you through some of the key moments so far.
Reform UK, changing politics for good, 1,280 votes.
As you can see, it was all cheers in Basildon a short time ago as Reform snatched the win for the St Martin's ward, the first of 11 seats gained on the council. While in Greater Manchester, Labour lost Tameside Council after holding it for 47 years. But Labour's Eleanor Wills refused to pin all the blame on the party's leadership.
I think there's a collective responsibility, and I think that we all need to reflect on what the country's saying. We all need to get better at communicating what we actually do, what we actually deliver, so that people don't risk losing it.
The Conservatives are also losing seats, as we heard from Sam. The Shadow Scotland Secretary, Andrew Bowie, told me why he believes the major parties are ceding ground.
I think Kemi's got a hell of a lot more than Nigel Farage has in terms of her commitment, her passion, her intellectual view of where she wants to take the party and indeed the country. But there is a general feeling of dissatisfaction and disillusionment with the established political parties out there in the country right now. Real disgruntlement with the state of the country, and Nigel Farage, as the populist campaigner that he is capitalising on that.
Reform's leader, Nigel Farage, says the results mark an historic change in British politics and that traditional left and right are now out of the window. The party's deputy leader, Richard Tice, told me Labour is suffering a seismic collapse.
What we are witnessing is that the red wall of the Midlands and the North is being repainted a much brighter, more optimistic turquoise wall. And that will be the big news of the next 18 to 24 hours.
Meanwhile, the Justice Minister, Sarah Sackman, conceded it has been a tough night, but she attempted to downplay the significance for the Prime Minister's leadership.
The early results are very difficult. They're a bitter pill to swallow. But I think you've got to put this in context as well. Midterms, local elections are very often a free hit at the government because people think, look, I've got nothing to lose. It's just a local election.
Let's bring in our panel. They've been with us all night. Former Conservative Chancellor Nadeem Zahawi, who's now a member of Reform UK, of course, and the Labour peer Baroness Ayesha Hazarika. Well done for keeping going. This is great. Still taking a coffee. Nadeem, a turquoise wall is how Richard Tice described events that are happening right now and maybe over the next 24 hours as well.
Yeah, and I think, look, we are, I would say, humbled by the response from the nation. I think, I hope We're going to see some really good results from Wales and from Scotland, and of course the rest of England as the day goes by. The uniparty grip, arrogance of taking the electorate for granted is over. It's done. I think we now, as Nigel has said, begin to prepare for a general election as a party. We don't know when it will happen. Labour will go through all sorts of panic and plotting and people thinking that it should be Wes Streeting or it should be Angela Rayner with Andy Burnham. It's chaos. Starmer is paralysed. He will not be able to do much about it, and it will end in tears.
And taking votes from not only Labour, but the Tories as well. Yeah. They're having a battering.
Well, if you believe the Thrasher forecast, Labour are in terrible territory, just shy of 2,000 councillors. And as Aisha quite rightly reminded us, at the very start of this evening, councillors and their families, who are the ones who go out and knock on doors and deliver leaflets and are there for the leadership when they need them, they must be very disappointed because they've watched this whole campaign has been dominated by plotting and briefing and, rather than focusing on what they need to do, which is get their house in order, they've done the opposite. And, of course, it's bad for the Conservatives. If they lose 600 councillors, whatever Kemi does, when she wants to lead her troops forward on whatever strategy she comes up with, ultimately, when she looks around her, there are no troops. Because, again, those 600 councillors...
Because they've all deserted, like you.
Well, no, some of them have lost their seats, sadly, tonight, and I hope many of them will think about putting the country ahead of party and actually voting for a leader and a party that can get rid of Keir Starmer in this government as soon as possible. We stood on a campaign of family, community and country, and, of course, getting rid of Starmer if you come out and vote, and the nation's come out and voted. And in some areas, the turnout is really encouraging. And so it is a turquoise wall that I hope we now focus on delivering for.
Yeah, the turnout has been good for midterm local elections. The words that we've been hearing, Aisha, tonight, words like apocalyptic, existential, are they fair, do you think?
Well, I would probably... Look, it's not been a great night for Labour, far from it. But all I would just urge is, I suppose...
That's the understatement of the century.
It's just a tiny bit of restraint and, in terms of the hyperbole, just let's see where we get to. Because, we started off the evening, I understand we started early and it was like, oh, my goodness, we've lost, 80-something% seats. Now it's like 6... Let's just see where we are tomorrow when the final count is. Then we can make a cool-headed, evidence-based assessment. But it's not looking great for Labour. We know that from certainly... And I think Labour does have to confront that. We'll see what's happening with the Greens, but certainly Labour is losing a lot of seats to Reform, particularly those kind of red wall heartlands, and that is something that Labour's going to have to think about. It's also going to have to assess the damage done on the left of politics in terms of the Greens. And I think there is going to be a lot of hurt and pain and anger and panic and fear this weekend. I do not see a big kind of coup taking place. I just don't see that happening. Because I don't think there is the organisation. I don't think there is a candidate. I don't think there's a plan. I don't think there's a stomach or the appetite or the psychology for it. Now the Prime Minister's definitely going to sort of dig in. But
so why
there's
were they
going
briefing?
to be... But hang on.
Wes has a whole team round him, ready to go.
Lots of people briefed lots
Andy
of things.
was ready to go.
People briefed out that you were denied a peerage and that's why you went to Reform.
That's not true.
Well, exactly. People brief things that aren't true. It's people. You can't believe everything you read in the papers. But there is going to have to be a lot... the worst thing that Labour could do is not acknowledge the fact that this has been a difficult step. If it is just business as usual, let's just carry on, nothing to see here, I think that is really problematic because what we are seeing is a huge amount of enthusiasm for Reform. You cannot deny that. And let's see where we get to with the Greens. And the Labour Party, from the top strategist at Downing Street and the Prime Minister, right down to backbench MPs, are going to have to think really carefully about, you know, how to sort of navigate this in the future. They can't just do more of the same, carry on nothing. You know, there has to be some proper reflection.
OK, great. Hold that thought. We will come back to you shortly. We're just going to go and join our chief political correspondent, John Craig. He's in Basildon in Essex, where it has been a remarkable night for reform, John.
Well, they hope to win all 14 of the seats being contested here. In the end, they won 11. The Tories held on to 3, but major gains for reform. They were absolutely cock-a-hoop. And, of course, it's been a great night for them here. A bruising night for Labour as well. A lot of the Labour councillors and activists left the hall about halfway through the evening when they realised what a terrible night they were having. But the leader of the reform group here, a colourful character, I think I can call him, Sam Junet. He was absolutely cock-a-hoop about the Reform UK's performance here when I spoke to him after all the results were in.
I'm over the moon with what we've done. 11 seats for Reform UK in Basildon is an incredible achievement. The volunteers, the candidates and now councillors done a wonderful job, and we're going to build on this. As the local elections in Basildon are done on a thirds basis, this time next year we're coming back for the other 14 and we will take the administration.
And obviously a very confident Reform group leader there. Elsewhere in Essex, Reform also made big gains, for example, on Brentwood Council, Rochford and Essex County Council. Now, some of the boroughs inside Essex were counting their county council votes today, and the Reform UK have made huge gains there, mostly at the expense of the Conservatives. So that could well be a gain for Reform UK tomorrow. Others, like Thurrock, perhaps tomorrow, may provide gains for the Reform UK. However, there was one piece of good news for the Tories in Essex, because they won all their seats on Harlow Council, 10 of them being contested today, and they defeated 5 Labour, had 5 gains from Labour. And I know it's not in Essex, but you mentioned Westminster in London. I've had a message from a Conservative source in Westminster saying it's looking good for the Conservatives taking back control of Westminster, along with Wandsworth, former flagship Tory councils. Looks like both of those have fallen. I can remember going back to 1990. I know you hate history lessons, but in 1990, when the Tories had a terrible night and they won Westminster and Wandsworth, and Kenneth Baker, the then Conservative Party chairman, spun it as a great night for the Tories. Well, I wonder if Kemi Badenoch will do the same thing.
We love your history lessons, John. What are you talking about? John Craig in Basildon, thank you very much for that. As John was saying, Labour has lost control of Wandsworth Council. That's in south-west London. Sam is here. You've been looking into a bit more detail at the numbers.
That's right. Now, when it comes to Wandsworth and when it comes to Westminster, what we've got is, Jonathan, is an upset in the narrative, because this isn't what we've been talking about all night. Look at this. Labour, yes, have lost Wandsworth Council to no overall control. But who've they lost it to? Oh, well, it's because of gains by the Tories. We've been talking about Reform UK gains all night. Well, this is actually an upset in the way that we think about London politics, because we've got, and I think the Tories will be pretty happy about this, signs of Tories taking back, well, I mean, frankly, one of the most famous councils, stretching back 30 years, Wandsworth Council. So I think that's a pretty big moment for them. And then another target, which is 2 seats away from potentially, we've got, what have we got? 9 seats left to count. But we're very close to the Tories getting the magic number of 28 seats and taking Westminster, where we're broadcasting to you from live. They've won 9 seats, again, at the expense of the Labour Party, down 9. And so this is a bit of an upset. I think what's been going on in London will bear quite close scrutiny, but it suggests that far from being a dead duck, the Conservative brand in London, at least, perhaps amongst more urban and sort of that demographic, is doing just a little bit better than many were anticipating. The final result I want to show you here is Richmond. Their Lib Dem hold. We've got all the results in. The Liberal Democrats up 6 at the expense of Greens, and the Tories down 1. Liberal Democrat hold. I think it'll be a bit of an inquest into what is going on in Richmond, affluent part of West London. Doesn't seem to have been attractive for the Greens, where they lost seats. So a little bit of a different picture there in London. We get results for about the next couple of hours, and then there's a break, and counting restarts at about lunchtime.
Yeah, Sam, a couple more results just coming in, actually. Reform have achieved a majority in Newcastle under Lyme, so Reform gaining that from the Conservatives. And also, this is an interesting one as well, Southampton, Labour losing to no overall control.
Southampton bitterly fought, always is. There's a mayoralty there as well. Let's see what happens. You can see the figures on the screen. Labour lost 10 seats, Reform the biggest winners, Tories down 4, Green plus 4. So Tories and Labour the biggest losers, and Reform and Green the biggest winners.
OK, it's just gone 6:20. Plenty more analysis and results after this short break.
I'm Adam Parsons, Sky's Middle East correspondent. We've just entered Gaza. The vista out there is complete destruction. I'll always remember going into Gaza City during the war. All around us was destruction and the sounds of battle. What you see a lot of here are military machines, soldiers, devastation and destruction. What you see very little of are the locals, the Gazans, the people who used to live here, the ghosts of this town. I witnessed the scars of the October the 7th attacks, burnt out homes, bullet holes in walls and bloodstains on the floor.
People were murdered. You have the black flag, you have the yellow flag, people were kidnapped.
Inside this convoy, prisoners released by Israel in exchange for their hostages.
The Israelis insist that many of these prisoners are terrorists, but here the Palestinians consider them a blend of freedom fighters and political prisoners.
There were tears and there was defiance. This land has been farmed for hundreds of years, but now it's a scene of conflict. Israeli settlers have come to this area to seize land.
They've taken the land that I inherited from my father, and my father inherited from his father.
What would happen if you entered it?
Oh, we'll be shot.
This is a place where the past is cherished, but the future is feared. These are the settlers in waiting, keen to start a new life, to annex Gaza for Israel.
The least we can do is just kick them out of our land.
Gaza, which is just 2 miles in that direction, is under attack again. Sky News, get the full story first.
A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them.
It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results,
the analysis,
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
Hello again, welcome back. You're watching Vote 2026 on Sky News. You may be wondering why we haven't talked a lot about Wales or Scotland in the last few hours, and that's because voting in the Scottish Parliament, in the Welsh Senedd, doesn't start until 9 a.m. Counting, sorry, I should say, doesn't start until 9 a.m. So those results will be coming through during the rest of the day. But Sam, you have been looking into the prospects there, haven't you, for all the parties?
That's right. You can see the odd dot in England of results, but nothing in the Scottish Parliament or in the Welsh Senedd. That's all coming up later today. For me, there's one big point about Scottish and Welsh politics and its relationship with Westminster. We are very used to, and indeed, the separate parliaments in Wales and Scotland were created in order to great different ecosystems, political ecosystems. They weren't all meant to be tethered to Westminster. But I want to show you this. This is how people in Scotland said that they would vote for the Holyrood in the Holyrood elections. And look over time. This light yellow is the SNP, this red line is Labour, and you can see the Tories. And there's a very clear picture here. What happens is that the SNP have been in power for a long time. They go through a lot of turbulence. Of course, they've been through 3 leaders in a handful of years. And Labour benefits all the way through 2021, 2022, 2023, until it gets to midway through 2024. That's the peak of its support, and it overtakes the SNP. And what happens then? Labour gets into power in Westminster. And at that point, you can ski down Labour's figures. Almost immediately, Keir Starmer walks into the big black door in number 10. Down, down, down goes Labour's polling results. I think at this point, Anas Sarwar thought he could be the first minister. Now, we think there's very little chance of that happening. So what's going on in Scotland looks to be directly correlated with the woes of Keir Starmer's government in Westminster. Now I want you to look at this, because it's a very similar pattern in Wales. Yes, again, of course, there has never been a Welsh Senate where Labour has not been in power. But is that about to change later today? You can see Labour topping the poll back in 2021, and it started to decline. And then there was the 2024 general election, and the rate of decline increased, and it's now down in the doldrums. Again, linked to what's going on in Westminster. And it's all quite remarkable. If you just zip back up to Scotland, again, look, the SNP have been in power. They've been the biggest party since 2007. They've had the First Minister all the way back there. Sometimes it's been a minority government. In 2011, it was a majority government. In 2021, they governed initially with the help of the Greens. And you would have thought, after 4 consecutive terms in government, the 5th would be very hard to achieve. But it looks as if John Swinney, the new leader of the SNP, I think has been around Scottish politics for a long time, could just be out to snatch that unprecedented 5th term. The Scottish system never designed to allow the SNP into power. Now they're about to cement the SNP's government in Holyrood for the 5th consecutive time.
Sam, thank you very much to Nadeem and Aisha. Nadeem, what are your thoughts about Wales and Scotland from Reform's point of view?
Look, I think that a good result for us would be to become the official opposition in Scotland and to be within touching distance of winning the Senate in Wales. I think if I were Anas Sarwar, and he was probably the first serious heavyweight Labour politician to come out and call for Keir Starmer to step aside. He hasn't changed his mind throughout the campaign. I suspect, if he comes third in these elections, he's going to be pretty mightily cheesed off, putting it mildly, and will probably be one of the big voices to push, if not for a replacement, but at least a date when Keir Starmer leaves number 10, and to get him to commit to that. So I suspect he's probably already talking to Ed Miliband and others about that, because it just feels like a massive body blow to Anas's ambitions. I know Anas well. He's a very talented politician, very smart politician, and he very clearly came out and said, Keir Starmer has to go. And I agree with that. I've been saying it all night. I know Aisha is in denial about Keir Starmer having to go, but let's see what happens. But I mean, Wales will be a great opportunity for us if we win to be able to form a government and to demonstrate that we can govern. Dan Thomas has done a great job in the campaign. I think we've got a very clear manifesto dealing with things like the cost of living, that welfare and social housing should be for Welsh electors. Getting rid of the blanket 20-mile-per-hour speed limit is very popular. So, look, let's see what happens. But I'm optimistic.
Well, look, I'm going to be very interested in the results in Scotland and Wales, particularly Scotland. That's where I'm from. And I do really feel for Anas Sarwar because he is head and shoulders above any leader of the Labour Party we've had in Scotland for a long time. He's very articulate, he's very presentable, he's very smart. And I think...
And there is a correlation, isn't there, between his woes and...
Oh, absolutely, and absolutely. And you can see, in fact, just before the elections, the general election, there was a very significant by-election, the Rutherglen and Hamilton by-election, where Labour only had one MP in Scotland for a long time. They got a second MP, Michael Shanks, and it was felt that Anas was, really doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And then, of course, Labour did very well in terms of getting about 30 Labour MPs. And it felt like, at that point, it was almost like even SNP people were saying to me, I think Anas Sarwar is going to be the next First Minister of Scotland. And then it all sort of turned really quickly. And I think there's lots of mistakes made, but I think there's one policy that really did damage, I think, Wales and Scotland. That was a winter fuel allowance. I think that was very, very, very damaging, particularly in Scotland, because it is very cold in Scotland. And it's something that I think was very kind of problematic. Now, you talk about Anas Sarwar being the first person to really go over the top and call for Keir Starmer to resign. What was really interesting at that point is that is when the Cabinet could have done something about it and they chose not to, right? And that weekend, there was so much fevered speculation, there were phone calls, there was operations going around, and I think that weekend is the weekend where the Prime Minister came perilously close to being toppled. But actually, the kind of grandees in the Cabinet, including people like Ed Miliband, said, no, we've looked over the precipice, we don't think this is a good idea. So my feeling is that if they didn't go for it when Anas called for it the first time, they're probably not going to just do Anas. And you might be right, Anas may well, I'm sure he will call for him to go again. He may resign, who knows, it depends in terms of what happens. But I think it's a great shame for him because I think he is a very talented politician. And as for Wales, I think it's going to be so interesting to see how reform does. But remember, there was a lot of tactical voting at that Caerphilly by-election. So let's just see how all of that kind of plays out. But, in terms of the Labour story, it will be heartbreaking for so many people because Labour and Wales are synonymous. You think of great Labour figures, Neil Kinnock, Nye Bevan, Keir Hardie, who, ended up as a Welsh MP. Labour and Wales and, of course, Scotland are so part of the history and tradition. Labour has only ever been in power since devolution. So this will be a big blow if Labour does badly.
Yeah, counting begins in about 2.5 hours' time. So we will know more as the day progresses. Thank you both very much for the moment. We are going to take you to a break. When we come back, plenty more results, plenty more analysis. Do stay with us.
I'm Adam Parsons, Sky's Middle East correspondent. I've just entered Gaza. The vista out there is complete destruction. I'll always remember going into Gaza City during the war. All around us was destruction and the sounds of battle. What you see a lot of here are military machines, soldiers, devastation and destruction. What you see very little of are the locals, the Gazans, the people who used to live here, the ghosts of this town. I witnessed the scars of the October the 7th attacks, burnt out homes, bullet holes in walls and bloodstains on the floor.
People were murdered. You have the black flag, you have the yellow flag. People were kidnapped.
Inside this convoy, prisoners released by Israel in exchange for their hostages.
The Israelis insist that many of these prisoners are terrorists, but here the Palestinians consider them a blend of freedom fighters and political prisoners.
There were tears and there was defiance. This land has been farmed for hundreds of years, but now it's a scene of conflict. Israeli settlers have come to this area to seize land.
They've taken the land that I inherited from my father, and my father inherited from his father.
What would happen if you enter it?
Oh, we'll be shot.
This is a place where the past is cherished, but the future is feared. These are the settlers in waiting, keen to start a new life, to annex Gaza for Israel.
The least we can do is just kick them out of our land.
Gaza, which is just 2 miles in that direction, is under attack again.
Sky News. Get the full story first.
A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them.
It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results,
the analysis,
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
Hello there, very good morning. You're watching Sky News. It's our Vote 2026 special. If you are just waking up, if you're just joining us, if you are wondering what has been happening overnight when it comes to all those votes that are being counted, well, let's find out. Here's our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Give us an overview, Sam.
Let's look. We are now at 1,115 seats have been counted out of the total in England of 5,000. Here's the picture, and there's a clear winner. 340 seats of those have been won by Reform. They are the clear winners of tonight's overnight local elections. And this all comes at the expense, pretty much, of the Labour Party. They are down 247 votes, and the Tories, who are down 158. But for reasons I'm going to explain in a bit, actually, the Tories, slightly more reasons for optimism than the Labour Party. Lib Dems up 51, down 14, so they're on 237. The Greens, we're still waiting to see whether that figure goes up. A lot of the Green areas haven't yet been counted. Let's look at this. This is the loss rate, so the proportion of seats that Labour were defending that they still hold on to. And essentially, they're holding on to just about a third of the seats that they're contesting, which is the same figure, frankly, that they won last year. Dire set of local elections last year, dire this year. And let's see where our analyst, Michael Thrasher, thinks that comes out. He has taken the results we've seen so far and projected how many losses he expects Labour to have overall. It's not good, it's not OK, it's not bad, it's well and truly terrible. In fact, I can see this needle has actually got a bit worse since the last time we looked at it. It's properly in the terrible territory, just shy of 2,000. In fact, he's put a number on it, 1,864. Seats he expects Labour to lose. We'll find out whether he was right a little bit later, but it's Michael Thrasher, so he will be. And that's on the basis of 428 seats at 545. Let's do the same with the Tories and look at their loss rate. And this actually is why I think the Tories might have some reason for cheer. In 2025, they basically lost 68% of the seats that they were defending. That figure's gone down. It's now only 44% of the seats. So you can see this bar of seats that they've held on to has increased. That's good news for Kemi Badenoch. Let's look at their sort of swingometer. It's not good. It's not, well, it might be OK. It's on the cusp between OK and bad. Minus 599 on the basis of 291 seats declared. But it's not properly bad, and it's certainly not terrible, which is where Michael Thrasher has Labour. Right, let's look at some new results. This is interesting. This is the first council that Reform have gained outright. It's Newcastle under Lyme. And you can see there, Reform UK won 27 seats. That's 10 seats from the Tories and 17 seats from the Labour Party. So that's their first. We haven't seen many councils actually go to Reform. What we've seen largely is Labour, in particular, losing councils to no overall control. So this one's a bit of an anomaly in the overall picture. Hartlepool. Now, big political area, well known in our politics. Peter Mandelson's stomping ground, scene of the 2021 by-election loss, which nearly cost Keir Starmer his career as Labour leader. Reform there, taking seats, winning all 12 seats. Look, 0-0-0 for Labour, Tory and other at the 12 seats at the expense a bit of the Tories, but a lot of Labour. Right, let's look at what that looks like in map form. Here you've got the Tories and Labour. Last time these seats were contested, now it's all Reform. And that's the story across the Red Wall. This is Wigan, Greater Manchester, where Lisa Nandy, Angela Rayner, even the Prince over the water, potentially, and Andy Burnham should have an effect. But no, in the seats that are contested in Wigan, all Reform. So you can see there how things are shaping up. It's a bad night for Labour, Just how bad will be determined through the day. Don't forget you've got Scotland and Wales to come, which look painful for the party. So we'll hear from Keir Starmer, I think, in the not-too-distant future. The question is, does he get the tone right? Is there a sense of empathy? There'll be a lot of Labour MPs hurting, watching councillor friends be defeated. Does he manage to find a language to soothe things, or has the scale of the losses jolted the party such that he might be in peril?
Yeah, you make some really good points. Let's speak to Nadeem and Aisha for the last time. Thank you very much, by the way, for sticking with us for all these hours. And I guess a bit of reflection, really, from both of you of where things stand this morning. And Aisha, you know, we come to you first because this does look dire. There's no other word for it, is there, for the Labour Party?
It's a pretty brutal set of results for Labour so far. I mean, let's see where we get to with the final count. And there's going to be a great sense of loss and sadness, and the emotions are going to be running very high because to have lost so many good councillors and the amount of work that they do, they are really the foot soldiers of the Labour Party. They're the connective tissue, them and their families. They do thankless work, the unglamorous side of politics, but the really important, delivering the leaflets, knocking on doors, being there when the leader or cabinet minister wants to visit. So there'll be a profound sense of sadness and loss. There'll also be a lot of anger, and there'll be kind of confusion and panic and a bit of fear in terms of, you know, what's coming next, because you can't extrapolate everything from these sets of elections, but you look year on year, and of course there's a direction of travel. And what the direction of travel is indicating is that Labour is not cutting through with the public. Labour is clearly unpopular. People are turning away in terms of many people going to Reform. Reform's had a very, very good night so far. Let's see what the results are from the Greens, and, you know, still got a long way to go in terms of all the results. I think that the big test will be, how does the party react to this? How does Downing Street react to this? Is it going to be, oh, this is just a flesh wound, more of the same, midterm blues, etc., etc.? Personally, I don't think that's good enough. I think there has to be some honesty with the public and with the party. I think that's the only way to try and move on productively. But it is also very difficult at this stage to think, right, there's an easy, quick fix to this. You just go to the right because Reform's done well, or you just go lurch to the left because Zap Polanski's done well. It is much more difficult and more complicated. And that deep thinking, there has to be some quite honest, robust conversations, I think, within the Labour Party about what needs to happen, because just being in denial and saying more of the same is not going to be good enough, because there is a real chance that Nigel Farage could become Prime Minister. In fact, you could have a situation where you've got Nigel Farage, who's Prime Minister Westminster, you've got a nationalist SNP government in Scotland, you've got a Welsh nationalist government in Wales, you've got a nationalist party in Northern Ireland. There could actually be really big fundamental questions about the Constitution and the Union. So I think this is a profound moment. And also the other thing, final thing I'll say for Dean is, I think the days of the stranglehold of two-party politics is gone.
Yeah, that is the theme of tonight, isn't it? Really?
Absolutely right. And I think, look, we've now built an infrastructure, and you're seeing it play out tonight, of a serious party with credible candidates in local government, and we'll do the same for the general election, a serious set of policies on immigration, on cost of living, on the mad net zero stuff that Ed Miliband's putting through. Reform will, in my view, deliver for this country, because we have been clear-eyed about where the pain is, where the mistakes of the previous Conservative government, where the tragic mistakes of this Labour government have taken place, and we've got the policies to deliver against it. And so I think it is a historic night. I agree with Nigel. It's no longer about left or right. We're taking votes and going into Labour, traditional Labour heartland, in the north, in the East and West Midlands, in Essex, into deep Conservative territory. I think both main parties have done badly tonight. You know, the Conservatives will put a spin on it that losing 600 councillors is a good night. I think they need to be careful with that, because those 600 councillors, their families will not see it as a good night. Labour's had a catastrophic night, and I think we need a general election.
OK. And just in a sentence, you still believe Keir Starmer can stay in post?
I think for the foreseeable future, because I just do not think... I don't think there's any plot right now where there is a candidate ready to go, and I think that he will not want to go. I think, to be fair to him, he's only the fourth Labour leader that's ever won an election from the Conservatives. He won't want to go anywhere, but I do think if things carry on, things can't just carry on, and I think it would be the whole of the Labour Party, including him, his team and everybody, needs to look at the reality, which is a very good night for reform, the real chance of Nigel Farage becoming Prime Minister, and think really, really carefully about country above party and above any one person's job. And I think the whole party is going to have to reflect on that prospect.
I think you have just beautifully described a lame duck Prime Minister from one of the most senior Labour members of the party.
I'm also a broadcaster. I'm quite independent-minded.
I don't disagree with you, but if you put that last description that Aisha just delivered into ChatGPT, it will tell you that is the description of a lame duck Prime Minister.
Okay. All right, well, listen, on that thought, we will say thank you both very much indeed. It's been great having you with us.
Thank you.
We've enjoyed your analysis and debate as well. It's been great fun. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, plenty more analysis as Labour suffer big losses as reform surges in England's local elections. Do stay with us.
I'm Adam Parsons, Sky's Middle East correspondent. I've just entered Gaza. The vista out there is complete destruction. I'll always remember going into Gaza City during the war. All around us was destruction and the sounds of battle. What you see a lot of here are military machines, soldiers, devastation and destruction. What you see very little of are the locals, the Gazans, the people who used to live here, the ghosts of this town. I witnessed the scars of the October the 7th attacks, burnt out homes, bullet holes in walls and bloodstains on the floor.
People were murdered. You have the black flag, you have the yellow flag. People were kidnapped.
Inside this convoy, prisoners released by Israel in exchange for their hostages. The Israelis insist that many of these prisoners are terrorists, but here the Palestinians consider them a blend of freedom fighters and political prisoners. There were tears and there was defiance. This land has been farmed for hundreds of years, but now it's a scene of conflict. Israeli settlers have come to this area to seize land.
They've taken the land that I inherited from my father, and my father inherited from his father.
What would happen if you went over?
Oh, we'll be shot.
This is a place where the past is cherished, but the future is feared. These are the settlers in waiting, keen to start a new life, to annex Gaza for Israel.
The least we can do is just kick them out of our land.
Gaza, which is just 2 miles in that direction, is under attack again.
Sky News, get the full story first.
A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them.
It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results,
the analysis
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
Welcome back to Vote 2026. The MP Carl Turner, who sits as an independent after having the Labour whip suspended, joins us now. Great to have you on the programme. Thank you very much. A disastrous night for Labour. What are your thoughts?
Good morning. Well, it's certainly more than a flesh wound, isn't it? It's catastrophic in some areas. We were defending 8 seats in Hull. We lost 7 directly to Reform and 1 to the Lib Dems. Catastrophic results for us, and we expect that to play out in the rest of England. We've not got the results, of course, from Scotland and Wales, but we expect poor results for us there as well. It's a bad night.
Worse than expected?
Well, look, I mean, people are playing it down. There was sort of suggestions that we might lose up to 1,850 seats, and we think it's probably going to be fewer than 1,500, but losing 1,500 seats when you're defending 2,500 seats is fairly bad, isn't it? I mean, you can't really say there's nothing to see here, let's plough on more of the same. There's got to be significant change, in my view.
What went wrong?
Well, look, on the doorstep in East Hull and across the city, I'm afraid to say it was Keir Starmer that came up. That's just the truth. I'm not happy about it. But that was what was coming up time and again. Policy a little bit, the winter fuel debacle and the welfare benefits stuff a bit. The fact that we can't speak about the policies that we are enacting, which will change lives for the better, because of the Mandelson stuff. That's the stuff that was coming up in terms of policy from the government. But the real thing was Keir Starmer's leadership, and the fact that, I'm afraid to say, and this really does pain me, I mean it sincerely, by the way, Keir Starmer is more toxic on the doorstep in East Hull than Jeremy Corbyn ever was.
So you're saying we need to see him go and someone else come in. Who should that be?
I'm not saying that, actually. I don't think we should be dancing to the tune of Reform and Nigel Farage saying this was a referendum on Keir Starmer's premiership and he's got to go. I think that would be a mistake, frankly. You look round the Parliamentary Labour Party, who's going to pick up the mantle? That's the reality of where we are. We're a bit stuck. But what we do need to do, I listened to an interview from John McDonnell earlier, what we do need to do, in my experience and my view, is listen to the PLP. Listen to backbenchers. Don't treat us as cannon fodder, voting material. Don't treat us as the legal necessity to get things through. Listen to us, consult with us, roll the pitch when you bring in policy in that we've never heard of and never been promised in manifestos, and behave with reasonable respect towards the backbenches. Don't treat us with contempt. And I'm afraid to tell you, Keir Starmer's leadership has treated backbenchers with utter contempt. He said a few months ago he's going to start listening. I've not seen any evidence of that.
So you're clearly angry, and it's understandable. But what is the solution? If you were to speak to Sir Keir later on today, what would you say to him in terms of what he needs to do next?
Well, look, I think he's got to start with an apology to the country, to the electorate. We promised to be different. We promised not to be chaotic. We promised not to be incompetent. We promised to be holier than thou. That was the promise in the 2024 general election. And I'm afraid to say that's not been delivered. So what I would start with is I'm sorry. I would apologise to all those Labour activists, those councillors in Hull who've lost their seats, the councillors and the campaigners and the community activists up and down the country who have lost seats as a result of the unpopularity of Keir Starmer. Start from there and then build upwards.
I've got Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor, with me. He's got a question for you, if that's all right.
He always has.
Hello.
Good morning, Sam.
Hello, Carl. Hello, Carl. You dance around this subject the whole time, Carl. But it is quite clear to me that you have completely lost confidence in Keir Starmer. You spent months blaming his advisers. You spent months blaming his cabinet. Why do you excuse him other than he was once a personal friend?
Because I know him a bit, Sam, is the truth. And I think he is capable of delivering. But I do think he's had bad advice over the months and, frankly, for a long time. I think he's capable of delivering, though, and I'm holding on to that hope. That's the truth. I don't want him gone. And you look round, as I've said, you look round the PLP, who's going to replace him at the minute? There isn't anybody. So let's not start carrying on like that. Let's try and build from this terrible position into something like, it might be beyond the point of no return, but I'm hopeful that it's not.
OK, Carl Turner, MP, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you coming on this early. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is it for Vote 2026. My thanks to Sam Coates, Aisha Hazarika, also Nadeem Zahawi. Thanks to you as well if you've stayed with us all night. Well done. We congratulate your stamina. Plenty more coverage here on Sky News with Kamali Melbourne and Anna Joan. Next, Nigel Farage this morning suggesting Reform UK is on course for a general election victory after taking council seats from Labour in the early local election results. Keir Starmer's party, of course, hemorrhaging results overnight. Plenty more to come throughout the day, right here on Sky News. Good morning.